'cause it's amazing when the weight breaks through the casing. When you tell our stories, do you taste me? What if I told you it's not there? What if I told you I'm not here? I know that I've chosen to erase it, and it's my sin. I wait up, I hold on for so long, so long. Loving, nothing's helping me. Feeling weak every week. I just fuck around with these beats. Love so sweet, it's so sweet. When I'm loving her, the city lights kiss my tears while I'm hugging her. And I love her to death, but the death of me is leaving her. I fucked her in the head, deep before I dive into it.
Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it. Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it. Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it. Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it.
Don't play with your karma. Don't do it with a kink in your armor. Don't do it. Don't fake like an actor. Don't do it. Tell a lie to your pastor. Don't do it. Focus like a laser. Focus when you leap from the rafters. When you leap, better off going harder. Going off. You don't wanna be a martyr. You don't want when you flirt with disaster. When you flirt with this When you flirt with this Oh, yeah. When you flirt with this Don't steal from your brother. Don't do it. It might tear what you're after. It might tear. Prepare for the danger. Prepare when you call up your master. Call him out. Don't trust in a stranger. Don't do it. Get killed if you capture. Get killed. Sabotage in the parlor. You don't wanna be a martyr. When you flirt with disaster. When you flirt with disaster. When you flirt with disaster.
I am so ecstatic and happy to be here, right here in this arena with all you, repping my country of Canada, as we're about to witness the most stacked Masters yet. We have 12 teams coming into the stage for these 3 weeks, and they're gonna give their all here on the stage to try to hoist the trophy in Toronto. So I'm only asking for one thing from you all, Toronto, for the next 3 weeks. I want you to get as loud as possible. I want each and every one of you to show that Canada is the place to be for esports. You guys are awesome. Lots of stuff happening here on the stage. We have Paper Rex and Heretics coming up. We also have Billy Billy and Team Liquid coming up. So make sure you make some noise and give your love to all the talent that you get to see on camera here. So much love and enjoy the show. Thank you.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Twelve teams have traveled to the Great White North, but only one will walk away with a trophy and the glory. Hello, everyone from Canada. It is day one of Masters Toronto, and we're coming to you live from the Enercare Center for our second global event of the year. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I am bringing you guys a heck of a lot of credibility here on the desk. I'm joined by Mel, two-time Game Changers champion IGL. In fact, bringing 16 titles to this desk.
Yeah, we have 16 titles combined.
No, we don't. We have 18 combined because you and I have both won an Emmy.
Hey, yeah, there we go. We take that. We
have
take that.
18 between
That's
us.
insane, actually. I cannot possibly be on the same desk with two Emmy Award winners.
No.
Everything you just
16-time
said out the
champion, I
window.
mean.
We
I
claim
mean-
the 18 between us. We
Yeah,
claim it.
I like the way you think.
Yeah, we've contributed a little bit to this, but let's talk about Masters Toronto because,
so excited.
as I mentioned, we do have 12 teams, but Ender, we're going to have to wait a little bit until we see the first seeds.
It's true. The first seed's coming after the Swiss stage. The basic rules here: win 2 series and you're through, lose 2 series and you're going home. What I am so excited for in this tournament is we have the return of so many teams that we were missing back at the start of the year. We've got Fnatic, PaperX, Heretics. We've even got Icebox back on the international stage. It's going to be awesome.
Well, we're missing one, though. One crucial team that is not making its return, despite returning almost every single time.
Yeah, are you a fan of Swiss stage, Mel? Are you a Swiss fan?
I am. I love Swiss. I've always been a huge fan. I love it, especially when they brought it to Game Changers, like North America. Huge fan. Like, I couldn't be more of a stan for it, honestly.
And I couldn't be more of a fan of the first 2 matches we get on opening day. Heretics versus PaperX. Our script writers are doing well.
They're doing overtime.
Yeah.
Honestly, like coming up with that right out of the gate. I mean, historic matchup right there, but also 2 teams that have serious talent on their roster, right? Heretics coming in after just losing to only Fnatic in EMEA. They're a 2nd seed, but they're a scary 2nd seed.
Yeah, we'll talk about this a little bit more later, but Mel, no Nats with Team Liquid on day 1. That's gotta hurt.
I mean, I've been a long-time fan of Nats since the Gambit days. Seeing this actually hurts, knowing he's playing at Masters Toronto and he can't actually play. I really hope he's able to get back and get the visa sorted out, but it's going to be really interesting considering Penny is subbing in his place.
Yeah, right.
A duelist player normally, but subbing in for not only their IGL, but their Senti player is a little bit insane.
Home crowd advantage. And thank you, Mel. Exactly, I think 3 minutes since the show started that we mentioned Gambit. That's a new record.
Yeah, it is
Is it
really
actually?
impressive. We're going to see if that's record. We're going to check that. But if you want to leg up on your pick'ems, perhaps listen to what me and Wyatt had to say during Swissology. Take it away, past self. Thank you, future self. Now, we are 2 humble Swissologists here to predict, nay, to tell the future, exactly how these matches are going to go down. Wyatt, the rules are simple. You win twice, you advance, you lose twice, you are done. Wyatt, this first matchup, Heretics PRX.
I'm already
Get us
Can
in.
we start with something easier? Because that one is too tough.
You don't want to start with
We're gonna go.
Okay.
We're gonna go with Sen, and we're gonna go with Wolves because let's be real, we all know Sen are winning that.
Okay,
And you can
I
put
like
Wolves at
that.
the bottom. That-
Okay,
and now
so Wolves go down here.
I'll allow you to take the
That makes
second
sense.
one.
Okay, I'm going to jump in with Genji MIBR. Now, on paper, you might think Genji stand a chance, but no. Remember what Verno did to Genji in the offseason in Soup. This guy went 56 and 22, 3-0 them with NRG.
That's a good point.
It's MIBR
I'm with
all
you.
the way.
I'm with you. I agree. That one, I think, controversial, but I'm with you on that one. What do we have next? Oh, Billy versus Team Liquid. I'm sorry, but they're going to take this. I've got them.
Billy?
Yeah, I have them winning this, and they're going to go up against Sen.
Holy.
Because Billy against NA teams, iconic.
Okay.
So that's who they're going to be playing, and then Team
I'm
Liquid.
putting Team Liquid versus WE. Sadly, no Nats, no win.
Ooh, do you think they're going to get farmed by both? Well, we'll get there. Okay, this is the tough one, though. Team Heretics and PaperX, I'm going to be honest, I don't know who's winning that game, so I abstain.
I think you're delusional
I
if you think it's
abstain.
close. Team Heretics are going to absolutely
Really?
fly. I'm a believer.
You think it's delusional
I'm a
if it's
believer.
close?
I don't believe in the mini effect. It's Team Heretics all the way. Where are they?
The thing is, I'm so 50-50, and you're so confident, I'm going to allow you to do it. But I just don't. I feel like it's so 50-50. Okay.
Minibu is back, is what you have to understand.
Let's keep going. Okay, MIBR versus Team Heretics.
First team in?
That's
I'm
10
Heretics.
seconds?
10 seconds? What? Okay.
Hold on. Put them there.
You want
and
MIBR
then I'm
in?
going to go, okay, wait, hold on. Then Liquid,
We're
and then we got
explaining things too much.
then we got Paper. Yeah, we went way too deep. Paper X is next.
WE
and then,
Farms Liquid. Liquid's gone. No Penny.
Yep, Liquid are gone. Wait, Wolves.
Wolves Heretics? That's
Wolves
Heretics?
can't be 1-1. Wolves have to go down here. It's
No,
cooked.
Wolves beat Heretic, or TL.
No, they don't.
No?
That's why I have to wait.
I
That's why I put
killed Team
TL
Liquid.
there. I already put
What?
them there. There's
They
no
can't win
way.
and lose.
There's
Okay.
no way. Wolves are losing. I'm sorry.
Okay,
MIBR
you hate
advancing.
Wolves.
And Sen. It's Sen. Where's Sentinels?
Sentinels are in. Okay.
Yes, put Sentinels
Curious
there.
that both America's teams seemingly
Me
instant
when the
win.
production said, is a minute and 30 seconds enough? It's not enough. It's not. What do we have next?
Wait, they can't be here. They're here. I'm so confused.
And then advance. That makes no. You have Billy Wit. Oh wait, yeah, no, they are there. You're right.
This makes sense. You're a
the
bad
Swiss, I'm not-
Swissologist. You're not licensed.
No, okay.
He's
Team
unlicensed.
Heretics. Wait, how are Heretics losing? Losing to MIBR? That's crazy, but sure, they're in
Yeah,
there.
and then Paper
that's
X.
not
Paper X.
happening. Okay, so
That-
yeah, and I think that's a reasonable top four.
That
That's
looks
what I
pretty
would have gone
reasonable.
with, but
Yeah.
we took a
I
long
wish you were Bren.
road to get there. But
yeah.
I think that's a perfect top four, actually. That's who I would have predicted. So, perfect.
Perfect.
Don, are you going to toss back to yourself?
Nope. Hello, bye, future self. What are you thinking of right now? You know, I'm thinking that me and Wyatt, first of all, he trolled me during the whole thing. Second of all, we literally talked afterwards, and both of us thought that MIBR was losing that second matchup and that they shouldn't be instantly going through. So I don't know how we ended up with what we did.
I like the super mention, though. As we all know, the most important trophy in the off-season. I got your back, FNS. Now, let's talk about the patch we're going to be playing on. This will be 10.10. And Mel, do you anticipate that this will actually, I guess, remove Taeho out of the meta?
Absolutely. I think it goes without saying at this point. I think Teo is fully dead. I don't even imagine really any map. The only map he could have been played on was Fracture, but we all know how
we also
that's
got
going
rid of
down.
that.
So I think it's going to be very tough to justify running Teo.
It's bad news for Taeho, but I also think it's kind of bad news for Breach. Obviously, that it was that more minor nerf to Breach, but Breach paired so nicely with Taeho, and with Taeho just getting yanked out of the meta, I think a lot of teams are going to stop playing the Breach and maybe stop playing like more double initiator comps and pivot into either more double duelist, double sentinel ideas without those two sort of meta-defining agents.
Are you a purist? Do you like seeing him maybe nerfed a little bit?
I do. I think he might have been nerfed a little too much because, like I said, I don't think there's really any viability for him at this point. But it was kind of interesting having a broken agent like that for a couple months period.
And of course, there's a change in the map pool as well. And I'm so happy we have you here, Mel, because tell us what you've been doing on Sunset. You know, you guys actually had an opportunity to play it in competitive.
Yeah, I mean, okay, hot take. I'm a big fan of Sunset. Not in terms of, oh, I love the map's design, but in terms of I just love abusing and exploiting all the cheesiness
You
of the
really
map.
like winning, I'm hearing.
I love winning. I love winning. I'll do whatever it takes to win. Like, you see here, I don't even take the 1v1 fight. I'm full sticking, and that's something we love doing. Like, playing post-plan on this map is just insane. Just getting off, planting the bomb, falling back into B main, playing spam. You might think, oh, it's all gone because there's no more pings, but oh, I rest assured it is still well and alive to do that.
Yeah, the two main like plant spots, both on stairs and in that corner nook on site. It's like, well, there's not a lot of places to actually defuse the spike from. You can still very much get the spam in post.
And Ender, $1 million question. Who does this map pool buff and nerf?
Honestly, do you remember how good Sentinels were, like, initially on Sunset back in the day? Like, they were, like, early innovators playing, like, the KO ideas, and with Breach nerfs, and I think a lot of teams just going back to old comps on Sunset, because we didn't really see this map with Taeho. I think teams that excelled like Sen in the past are going to be really good.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see if they actually play it. Now, it's time for our MasterCard fan poll, and we want to know which region you think is going to take home the trophy. Scan the QR code to cast your vote, and we'll have the results later on. And while you're at it, tell us who you're rooting for with the hashtags Valorant Masters or VCT so we can feature you on the broadcast as well. I'm interested to see how this poll is going to pan out, Mel. You think there could be a clear front runner coming into this tournament? Regionally?
Regionally? I mean, I have an America's bias, but even I would say I don't think there's necessarily like a big standout. I mean, obviously besides G2 and enhance like America's. But I think EMEA does have a pretty good shot here as well. I
Ooh.
genuinely believe that.
Yeah, unfortunately, America's
No
got
hope.
burned once before already this year when we were supremely
Yes.
confident. So I refuse to be that confident this time.
Yeah, I've never been confident, for sure not, about EMEA and never paid for that before. For sure not, for sure not. But if you even are watching from home, this is the part where you might be feeling some FOMO because your boy Van Silly is living his dream out here surrounded by our awesome fans.
We're back here in the fan activation zone, sitting in front of the meet and greet table, where behind me we currently have Sarah and Alexis of Shopify Belling Gold, back-to-back GCC champs. And we also have a sea of fans behind me getting ready to meet their favorite players. And throughout this whole event here at Masters Toronto, you'll probably have a chance to meet your favorite team. So make sure that if you're here at the Intercare Center, check out the schedule, and hopefully you get to meet your favorite player.
I've already met my favorite player, so I don't need to go and line up.
Stop it, you.
But are you going to be down there?
Stop.
You're going to be down there at some point doing the meet and greet?
Maybe.
Oh,
Perhaps.
yeah?
We'll see.
Dude, we were already down there. You missed it. We already met like a bunch of cool
we
fans.
were getting lit. We were getting lit.
Yeah.
over
I
there.
missed out. I missed out. All right, okay. I'm gonna have to check the schedule and see when Mel is on. We'll go queue up. We'll go line up to support Mel because Mel, you are my MVP. I'm just gonna check out that segue. Check out that segue.
I wish I could get some gas like that. Come on.
I'm sure you're someone's MVP. Christy, somebody considers you the MVP out there. Make sure you tweet.
Even my team
tweet at
called
us.
me a paycheck stealer. Like, it's
Oh,
cooked.
no. But do you know who's not a paycheck stealer? Our MVP bracelet winners in the past. Of course, Kankan and Meteor did not qualify for Masters Toronto, which means no matter what happens, we will have a brand new bracelet winner at the end of this tournament. Any early shouts?
Oh, I'm going with one singular maple leaf from G2. He's taking it.
okay.
Oh, yeah. It's so free.
Yeah, I like that. What about you, Mel?
In the spirit of not jinxing my favorite team, and I will go out.
I
on
already
record
forgot.
being
I jinxed it.
biased. Yep, you already jinxed it. But in the spirit of not jinxing, I'm gonna say Kayak.
Oh,
I know, out of nowhere. I know.
I'm
I
very
know.
surprised.
But I truly believe that. I do.
That's just the anti-jinx though. You don't actually
and you're
believe
just
that.
gonna expose me.
I think Forsaken. I think
Okay.
Forsaken will look really nice with that bracelet as well. I think it suits him. Yeah, he's got the aura.
That's a good shout.
yeah,
Imagine.
we'll see. All of us are going to be wrong. I can already tell.
That's just how
Every
it
single
goes.
one
We're
of
going to have a
us.
T1 situation again.
It's going to be wrong. We're going to be wrong. But there will be a lot of MVP contenders, I feel like, in this tournament. And I think some of them will be playing in our first matchup. Team Heretics taking on a Paper X. Both teams have finally made it back to the global stage. And Ender, everything feels like it's back to normal, right? We had one event where they won there.
Yeah, it feels normal now that they're here, but
Yeah.
it's kind of not normal how Heretics got here because they were looking so dominant during stage 1. I think they only dropped even maps in weeks 1 and 2, then go on a basically flawless run up until meeting Fnatic. The fact that they are not the #1 out of EMEA is a big surprise.
Yeah, and it looked like at one point that Heretics, Paper X even, weren't even going to make playoffs.
Yeah.
How the heck did they make it all the way here?
It was crazy. I mean, they added Patman, lost one match, and then just have won everything minus the grand finals. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, it's the track by track. Are you on the train? I have to mention it. The Paper X train?
I'm a big believer in the improvement they've made. Like, it is so clear how far they've gone. When you go back and watch like early VODs of sort of like how they played the macro of their map, I think they're masking a lot of their strats in pre-rounds very effectively. They're just playing better team Valorant towards the end of the stage. And I think that factor in their improvement is why they were able to make it all the way here.
I am so on the train. I think I've been on the train since 2021.
Yeah, first class tickets at this point. You're
literally,
at the front.
OG paper power over here. Paper X, of course, will be a scary opponent, but this is actually the matchup that Benji Fishy and Neil Zenio wanted. So take a look at this clip from the Spike drop a few weeks ago.
For me, the main one I would love to play against is Paper X.
Oh.
Paper X. But I mean, they haven't qualified yet as we record this.
Yeah.
But that is a team I would love to play against just because...
Clout as well.
Throwback, for me, it's a throwback to Masters Madrid's when we played against them and we lost. And I got a lot of hate for that game because I was, I was very emotional during that game.
Well, more than him.
I mean, okay.
Maybe. I mean, we're pretty...
We were a very emotional
I
team
probably
at that
set
point.
off a bad example, which then led to Benji getting a bit more emotional.
Oh, trickle down.
Yeah, it was a bad example.
But
from
I think
an
we've
old man.
evolved from that point.
Yeah.
You know, so I've got to say, that is my favorite VCT EMEA podcast out there. The best one.
Oh, wow.
Best one.
Yeah, thank you for gassing me up. I love that. Thank you very much. But you heard them talk about evolving since then. I'm going to rip the Band-Aid right off because, Mel, since Masters Madrid, where they faced Paper X, Heretics have lost 3 titles. They've come second place 3 times since Masters Madrid.
That is like such a, I can't imagine how that feels. Like just being so close
She
every
wins
time.
all of them.
Okay. Hey, you said it, not me.
But this is like kind of the second place team versus the second place team matchup.
It is, and I feel like it's really interesting to see how they both kind of overcome that mental hurdle, because it is very much a real mental demon you have to overcome. It's not just talked up for the point of narrative. Like, when it's happened that consistently, something is going wrong, but I think at this point, both these teams are here to show that they can actually try to win and go for it.
There's something going wrong, but there's also something going right when
For
you
them to
make
get to that point.
many finals. You know,
Right.
group stage, Swiss stage demons, both of these teams, and the fact they're coming in this opening match playing against each other. First of all, there can only be 1 second place in this game. Second of all, they're both 6 squads.
They are, and we throw this word redemption around, you know, a lot, but it really is about redemption with Team Heretics, there is just no reason for them to lose that final in EMEA. They have to redeem themselves here.
Yeah, it's going to be a big, I think, talking point throughout the tournament, you know, because you don't have a lot of time. You can't just keep losing, and you have to be able to bounce back in a big way. But for me, I still come in with a very high opinion of this team. Yes, they lost in that final Fnatic. I think Fnatic is a fantastic team as well. And for my money, I think they're the best second seed coming in to this Swiss stage.
I completely agree with you. And looking at their map pool, Mel, they will have Sunset coming back into this, and they were one of the teams that just spammed this map when it was in the pool before.
They are one of they have the most value from this patch, I think, like by far. Not only is their like permaban, like their worst map, really, Fracture is getting taken out, but the fact that like Nateo isn't here either, and on these maps, they're already playing Nateo. It's like kind of like a perfect, I don't want to jinx them, but it's a perfect situation for them really to finally get a win.
Yeah, and honestly, like one of the things that I'm looking at in Heretics' game plan for teams to break down is their attack, because I think this team is so good when they're running their execs with Miniboo in the front, and teams that, if you watch their games in the playoffs, like Team Liquid that play a lot of like solo site anchors, Heretics are going to run over those teams. Teams that have to, you know, play together, play for more retake like they ran into against Fnatic. I think Fnatic came in with a very strong game plan that was able to beat Heretics, and that's the adaptation I need to see them be able to overcome soon.
I also think they might fuel them a little bit, right?
100%.
If you guys watch some of the vlogs Heretics put out, Neil Zenio has some really, really strong words to say to his boys after that grand final loss. In fact, he said, "This is the first time I've been disappointed in you guys. We just shut down. It was just losers mentality. You can't turn up to a grand finals like that." But Mel, this is where you learn the most, when you do lose like that.
I mean, would you rather take second at the regional, or would you rather take second on this stage, right? You could absolutely see this as a learning moment to go forward. And honestly, it's rare we hear snippets like this so harsh, and it's because it's coming from a place of absolute care, and they just want to win. Like, they've got second so many times, and I love hearing that. Honestly, I know it's really harsh for us as a viewer to see, but I love it.
Especially in a year that has so many ups and downs, right? Kickoff completely flubbed out of that one to then have such a big run. Like, you have to be able to reset so quickly in a game like Valorant where you're playing a different tournament every month, it seems like.
And Christy, you mentioned Miniboo a little bit earlier. Just how pivotal do you think Miniboo is to this team?
Completely key to this team, especially on their attacking side. I am such a fan of the maps where he is running the Neon. His just entry pathing into a site is excellent, and if teams aren't finding ways to get away from his stuns, he is just going to blow up your sites completely. Those execs are elite.
I think it's one thing to have an insane Neon. You can game plan all you want. You can say, all right, the Neon's gonna play here, let's push him off this way. But at the end of the day, you have to hit your shot on a sliding Neon while you're stunned. And I feel like Team Heretics also does a great job of target confirming, both in using their like util, like a Sova drone or a dart, or by him jump peeking and then stunning off the jump peek. It's so strong, and it feels almost impossible to play against.
I like that they have their own identity too, right, Mel? You know, you mentioned it. They were already moving off to the Tejo at playoffs in EMEA.
it feels like they played into their comfort, and it also played perfectly into the upcoming patch. It was like a future-proofing in a sense for their team comp.
Yeah, and honestly, I think in terms of future-proofing, it's got to be looking at Miniboo, because I think that when this team has Miniboo performing well, Heretics are riding highs, but he'll go through slumps where the team is also going to struggle. This tournament has to be a high for him if they want to do damage.
Yeah, and they have to learn from, you know, some of the emotions we heard them talk about as well, because I think that's when it kills them a little bit, when they get a little bit too emotional. Yeah, but we don't have Miniboo right now, but we do have his older brother, Boo. Let's hear what he has to say to Genli ahead of today's opening match.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Boo. Now Boo, I know you guys have been waiting for this matchup, so how excited?
I'm very excited to play against PaperX again, because last time, you know, we lost, but this time it's going to be different.
Right, so when it comes to the rematch today and the mindset you guys are having heading into today, where are you this time versus the last time you faced PaperX?
I think the main difference is we are more experienced now, more mature, but the mindset doesn't change. We still take it game by game, and today we came here to slow down the train.
PaperX train. All right, good luck today, and hope you slow down the train. Choo-choo!
Well, not many teams have been able to do that so far. Maybe Heretics could be the one, but let's talk about this train, Mel. Let's get the people caught up, those that haven't been watching Pacific. What's been going on with PaperX? What is this whole train thing?
I mean, PaperX, as you were saying earlier, we're on the cusp of not even making playoffs. They make the roster change and benching Mind Freak and adding Patman, and they've lost one game, and then they went flawless until Grand Finals. It's been insane.
Yeah.
Track by track.
Track by track, yeah. I think Sliggy is there, you know, waving the flag, tooting the horn. But honestly, like, I think that this team made a lot of very considerable improvements. They've also talked about, like, how they've been working with Mini to, you know, shore up the defensive side. He's done a lot of work with their team, and I think it's very clear in the fundamentals of how this team plays, right? Like, I think early on in the year, they were playing hyper individualistic. Oftentimes on the weak side of the map, they're taking solo forward lines, taking fights they probably shouldn't be taking, but they have started playing much better around each other, comboing off their util, retaking together, and that has showed in their game plan.
What you're saying this is if they lose, we can blame Mini.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
It's 100% Mini's fault if they lose. But that's a big if, because looking at the map pool, there are some places that they like to go that are traditional weaknesses for Team Heretics as well. So the map pool is going to be very, very interesting. But let's talk about Patman real quick. Talk me through, you know, his agent pool. Who is he? What do you think of him?
Honestly, I think that Patman really fixes a lot of the agent comps that PRX try to run, because he is pretty much just a dedicated initiator player that can play the flashes, can play scout, could play the Viper on some certain maps, but what it allows for the rest of the team, his flexibility, is it means that something is not going to have to be playing the initiator role. Something can be on the Yor or the like he can be opping, and that works so well for PRX.
Brimstone, though.
Yeah, look, he can play his Brimstone on Fracture. I'll give that to him. Every other map, I want to see the Yor.
It's funny you say that, because he does bring that, like, finally some level of a consistency in terms of role, and still throughout all of that, Forsaken is still playing like 8 different agents every split. It is mind-boggling. He still finds a way to flex to everything.
I am so happy you mentioned him, because it's been a while since we've seen Forsaken as well. He's back somehow, like you said, with an even bigger agent pool, even more flexibility. And speaking of Forsaken, he managed to check in with Jen Lee a little bit earlier.
Jen Lee here with Forsaken. Now, Forsaken, welcome to Masters. Team Heretics, though, they're very, very excited to face you guys. They want their revenge, and we're expecting a lot of firepower from both teams as well. So what is the formula against Team Heretics today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to meet them as well. I think it's gonna be a banger match, and since like they made grand final a couple of times, we knew that they're really tough opponents. But the last time we met them, we win, so I believe that we can win again this time. And the formula, I think we just have to be confident, and I also believe whoever win this match, I think will go far in this event. So,
okay. Yeah. So it's an important match.
Yeah, it's an important match, really, really important.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
I mean, long-term Forsaken enjoyers and viewers might be surprised by that answer, because he's traditionally pretty used to downplaying his team at global events. There was one time where he was like, I would rate us 5 out of 10. It was like 3 out of 10 at one point as well. So is this a good thing
Mel, that he seems way more confident coming into this compared to previous times?
I honestly, and you know, clock me if I'm being parasocial here, but I mean, I don't know why I said that, but I feel like a part of this is because I feel like he's really growing into a true leadership role on the team. Like, I know we've talked about before, Paper X, who's IGLing here, right? Like, what's going on? And we've always been like, it's this guy, this guy, this guy. But I heard from Minnie's stream that he's also been trying to kind of morph and mold him into an IGL, like dedicated for the team. And I think that really shows even in like interviews like that, just how he holds himself, the poise he has, how he lifts up his team instead of underrating. When you're an IGL, you really kind of need that delusional confidence. And I'm not going to go as far to say, that he is straight up IGLing for the team, but we can see like kind of moments like that kind of give us a little bit of insight of what's going on in the team.
I also just, I personally like to see the confidence after not getting to see him in the team earlier on in the year, right? Like, especially because Bangkok was a tournament where it felt like everyone was starting to play like a lot more of the double duelist ideas. Like T1 was like, but PRX aren't here to be able to do it. Forsaken
this is
isn't
so
here
silly, by
to
the
be
way.
able to do it.
Look at this graphic.
yeah.
This is just silly.
Like,
But that's the thing, like, you can run double duelist with Forsaken or without him. Like, he can play everything.
It's just the silliest thing. But I mean, we talked about how Heretics have a trophy that eluded them, but they've only really been good, you know, at the global stage for a year and a half. But Paper X have been here since 2021, and there's still no trophy on the global stage.
Yeah, have gotten close a few times.
Yeah.
Never fully pulled it together, and now not even coming in as like the favorite of the event, right? So for them to go on a run, it would be a continuation of what they built in stage 1 regionally, right? Where they were the team that was discounted early on, then they start building up, the train starts moving, but there's so much more left to do to go that full distance to finally get that trophy.
Is it time? You know, is this their tournament, Mel? Is there something in the air for Paper X?
I feel like you're influencing me. I can honestly starting to feel the hype build. Like, at first I had like basic economy tickets on the train, but like maybe if you can get me into first class,
upgrade.
you're
We'll give you an
getting
upgrade.
me this upgrade. Like, I'm starting to believe myself.
I'll check for the upgrades for sure. I didn't ask you.
Oh,
so
wow.
I know what you're gonna say. That's why.
Well, no, I was saying I was gonna hang out by the tracks, and you know, a few games down the road, if it looks good, I'm jumping in.
Denied, access denied. But we are moments away from walkouts, and our first two teams are ready to take the stage. So to everyone here currently in the arena, head down to the fan zone for a very big welcome. But here on the desk for us, it's time for the results. Did you just wave?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just
go on,
saying
do your
hi.
wave. I want to wave as well. I feel left out. Yeah, shout out to the fans. They're waving back at us.
You have to believe
but
us. They are
this
waving
is
back. You have
the
to.
result for our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which region was going to take home the Masters Toronto trophy, and the results are in. I cannot believe only 3.2% for CN. Do people believe just EDG that much, and they think that EDG are not here, then their hopes are gone?
Yeah.
Wow.
I would say so.
It's all on EDG, yeah.
That's surprising.
But also,
me.
I don't know. Like, I was able to talk to Rarga yesterday, and he told me that he was the worst duelist in the tournament. So I'm like, he's not even believing in himself. What's going on?
Oh my goodness. Okay,
How does that
don't
one
tell
quote
me
go?
that.
Appear weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak.
Writing this
Sun
down,
Tzu.
Mel. I'm writing this down.
I learned that from Sentinel's John QT.
Oh, that was wait. There is one quote I know from John QT. I don't think I'm allowed to say it.
Okay.
But you know the one. You know the one.
I know the one. I know the one.
You
Okay.
know the one.
Yes.
If you know, you know. If you know, you know. But
I don't think that one's in the Art of War.
Yeah, I don't think that one is as good as the one that Mel just said. But looking at the talent predictions here, I cannot believe only Uber Advance went for Team Liquid.
They don't have
This is
Nats.
insane.
What do you mean? They don't have Nats?
Wait, Yinzu.
This is outrageous.
I have a bone to pick with you.
Yeah, hit me.
You have Team Heretics winning.
Yeah, I do have Team Heretics winning.
And you're trying to convince me to pick Paper
Well,
X. And look at me, I got Paper X here.
This is the thing. Paper X are winning the tournament, but they're gonna have to, you know, find themselves early on. They can't do it flawlessly.
The hero's journey.
This is like some Simone Biles mental gymnastics. I do not know what you are saying.
They're gonna lose that opening game, and they're gonna learn so much from it, come back stronger, and deliver us a crazy lower bracket run. You know? Is that not what we want though? We want the drama. We want some stories. We don't just want a flawless run. That's boring.
I don't know. I would take a flawless. You would take a flawless.
Would I?
No?
Wait, but
I always root for the 3 maps.
I
Every single
still
event.
think the elephant in the room on that graphic is the fact that only 2 people chose Liquid. I know Nat is not here, but we don't believe in Penny?
You don't believe in Penny? I would have not go that far. I did not say that.
What's up?
No, we believe in Penny.
Why did you say Billy Billy?
Penny is undefeated in Tier 1 Valorant this year.
Yeah, so then why did you say Billy Billy if you believe in Penny so much?
Because he's not Nats. He's an emergency sub.
Okay, we'll see.
Nats is just the GOAT.
I mean, we unfortunately do not have the script, you know? We just guess. But this is where the road to redemption begins. We have 2 matches laced with a lot of emotions and unfinished business. Today, we bring you Team Heretics versus Paper X. Billy Billy taking on Team Liquid. It's time to kick off day 1 of Masters Toronto.
In an instant, the moment collapses. Every choice, now a memory. Every decision, now questioned. Opportunity rises again. The moment is in your hands. Squeeze the trigger.
Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go.
To lock in a game-winning play, you have to lose track of everything. You just focus on yourself. Being comfortable in chaotic situations, that's flow state.
You're completely focused that whole time, then you're out of it.
It's a battle of whose mental is stronger. When the lights go off, the game moves in slow motion.
You see the bigger picture always. You're not overthinking, you're not second guessing.
After all that work, is this how it happens?
You're just doing.
His positioning, does Celsius consider this? He does!
You can't think about anything else but executing your play. I think about that a lot. It always replays in my head.
Has to do it all! No one in hell!
Sometimes it's less so about focusing on yourself, more on your teammates.
Reflection.
I'll do whatever it takes
Redemption.
to be the greatest leader of all time.
Even when you fall apart, you still have your teammate.
It's not easy for me to beat from off balance.
I want to get my revenge.
This time we're not going to fall short.
他要先把昨天忘记。
他们从竞争赛一路登顶，点在顶峰。
I think it's just about the feeling. It's like one mind together as a team.
Reflection. Redemption.
Toronto, let me hear you! 12 teams from across the globe have been battling relentlessly through Split 1 to get to this moment right here on this stage in Toronto, where their biggest challenge is about to start. Which team will rise up to the occasion to become the next Masters? Well, we're about to find out. Toronto, let's get this started! Le deuxième Masters commence maintenant! Team Heretics versus PRX.
This is a rematch for the ages to kick us off at Masters Toronto. But a lot has changed since the last time they met.
It absolutely has, but the hype has stayed the same, Sue. I'm getting chills when they're walking out onto stage. We got the Sunnies all ready to go. Both teams fully locked in and ready to go for this first map.
Shout out to Vansili as well. Shout out to our man Vansili. But speaking of the things that have changed, Sunset is in play. But what we see, Mel, is that a risk, you think, to pick Sunset?
To pick Sunset, you must have been a phenomenal team on Sunset to pick it off the gate.
Yeah,
the
well,
first tournament.
Heretics have decided to go to Lotus instead of Sunset. I think that's a mistake.
Interesting.
It's hard to know, right, without real tape on this Sunset map, whether or not we're going to be rocking a lot. But what I'm interested in is Pearl Icebox because, I mean, you know better than anyone, but like Pearl is historically the worst map in the EMEA pool, and Icebox is historically the best.
Here is a stat. Do you two want to guess how many times the 3 EMEA teams in this tournament played Pearl during stage 1 of EMEA? So Fnatic, Heretics, and Liquid, how many times did they play Pearl combined?
I'm going to say 3.
I'm going to say
1. They played it 1 time, and it was Team Heretics. So this is not an EMEA map. If anything, like you said, we are terrible on it. So PaperX clearly have done their homework. Mel, we won't have the Sunset. Does this favor anyone, you think? Now you know the maps?
Honestly, it really depends. I think it could go, like, both of them are going to take the map picks, and then it's going to go to a third map for sure.
Yeah, honestly, for me, I'm just curious to see what we're playing in terms of agents, right? Because neither team was super aboard the Taeho train.
Yeah.
But on this map of Pearl, PaperX had been playing Jet Phoenix comps, which are unique to say the least on this map, but play very differently to a lot of other ideas. Phoenix so good for both A main control and fighting around that mid space.
I'm really interested to see how Team Heretics really deal with teams running a double duelist comp against them as well, not just on Pearl, but overall, because normally they don't really run into double duelist in EMEA besides Haven. That is when everyone's running the Yoru and the ISO. However, PaperX kind of has an advantage because, I mean, we all have seen the APAC comps. They are crazy. They've seen everything. They've seen it all. They've scrimmed it all. So I'm really interested to see. I think PaperX does have an advantage in dealing with double duelist comps against them. So I'm really excited to see how this turns out.
And also, I think in dealing with Miniboo's Neon as well, because there's a lot of Neon that we see over in Pacific too.
Right. We might see, like, I mean, maybe Neon slides don't work as well against PaperX. The mechanics, the APAC mechanics are just going to come through.
I mean, the one time they did run this Pearl against Na'Vi, they won. We had the Miniboo on Yoru and Vut on Jet, which is something they have leaned into. They like this kind of duo, but I actually wouldn't hate it that much if Miniboo doesn't play Yoru. I really,
Really?
it wouldn't bother me. Yeah, because he'll probably play Neon, and no one's
True,
gonna
true.
have a go
Yeah.
at his Neon.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, and like when we started seeing a lot more Neon getting played on Pearl earlier in the year, I was a big fan of it. Like the execs you can run. Yori usually plays a lot slower, you know, it's more macro, TP, all that type of stuff, but Neon can just overwhelm sites, and that is what Heretics are so good at.
And I do want to shout out, because I can see on my monitor, I'm sure you guys will see in a second, Mind Freak is here. He did travel with Paper X, and he is sitting in the coach booth next to Alex. So maybe that's a bit of a buff as well, a cheeky bit of assistant coach power.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what he feels his role is in the assistant coach. Is it just keeping him calm? Is it keeping Alex calm? Or is it more just like, he's like bad cop, good cop? I wonder what the vibe is there. Every time I've seen Mind Freak in the coach booth, he's always been smiling though.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm biased from the clips I've seen, but he always seems to bring a good vibe. So I'm leaning more towards good cop, bad cop vibe.
I just think it's great that for so many years, we've seen the Freak, and now we get to see the Mind.
Oh my
Sim.
Oh my god. Do you know what? I'm really mad when other people are funnier than me. that makes me so mad.
No,
that
you
came up with
already
that.
won the day with the intro with the 18 titles, so I'm trying to catch up.
No, but I think you beat me there. I think you beat me there. But the agents will definitely be very, very interesting, because we all seem to be very convinced that we might not even see a single Tejo. You know, we won't see it. But you know, we don't always know. We don't always know. How would you be mad at all if we saw a Tejo on Pearl out the gate?
I would have a heart attack, I'm not gonna lie. That would take me so off guard for either of these teams that didn't really commit to Teo. And is this what I think it is?
Yes, we are having live agent select right now. You're seeing the players pick their agent in real time, and this hover really, really makes me worry.
Yeah, so importantly, Paper X look like they've all locked in. Heretics are not locked in. Don't freak out just yet. They're all hovering and maybe going back to some more normal things. But I think to talk about Paper X for a moment, this does deviate from what they've been playing a little bit. I do think they have a recent game playing this comp, though, with the Yoru Raze double dive options, which I do think can be very powerful.
I'm really curious to see how that plays out on defense. Obviously, they're going to be starting attack, so we'll take a while to get to that point. But that is really interesting. I could see the Raze being really annoying in terms of disrupting like Sentinel setups, getting that nade or the satchel to break it, so then it allows your other duelists to go in an entry afterwards.
Yeah, and it's not just anyone's Raze, it's the Jing
The
Raze.
classic.
That is the Tekker's Raze. But on the other side of this, Vut playing Breach is not something we see a lot. In fact, only 4 or 5 times in the past. But he has to kind of flex here, because Rian's fade is phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, the Rian's fade, you can't give up on that for sure, but I'm curious to see how this Breach plays up alongside with the nerfs, right? How it can combo those stuns with stuff like the Yoru.
Well, we have 18 titles here on the desk. I'm sure we're going to be adding a couple more as I throw this over Toronto to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Hinsu. Great to be here in the 6 to kick off this Masters Toronto in the best way possible. It's 2 teams that take these tournaments at breakneck speed, but Wyatt, they've been cursed to stumble at the last hurdle in the past.
So many second place, third place finishes for these squads respectively. The tournament is going to begin here. They've met before in a group stage. That was a long time ago back at Madrid. And we haven't seen a whole lot of Paper X on the global stage since then. It's time for redemption to see if the train is going to keep on rolling.
Here we go, folks. Into the pistol. Heretic start on defense. Well, already we've got this play up through connector here. Gonna leave me the Prowler that tries to get him in. Wood on the breach this time around. A fault line comes out at a decent time.
Could be in a bit of trouble if there's a pop flash out of this, but no, it's just going to be a pivot towards the spawn. The minimap is bizarre right now. Triple push from Team Heretics all the way through B, creeping into the spawn of the attackers.
It's going to defeat a lot of this KJ util placed in A main. PRX here able to push out from Link.
There's just no way that they're going to expect this retake to be coming from all of these angles. Benji Fishy biding his time right now, allowing the rest of the players to get in position.
They have to know they're on a clock, though. Look at the lurk coming here from Boo. He'll be turning up from A main in time, but PRX want to push through. Flash in the direction. That's Flowers doesn't see anything. Briefly pinged out on the site. That haunt does give a lot of information now. PRX want to push ahead of this way, but look, caught in the grab well here. Devi's got to sit. And then Wood's going to take first contact with Device tucked in the corner. It's a 2 for 2. Forsaken buys his time. Opts to double back. There's no plant yet.
No, they've got enough time though. They want to try to pivot to B, but these 1v1s being taken or awkward. Forsaken, lovely trade. Brings it to the 2 versus 2. And in the meantime, Patman had been making his way over towards this B site.
It's going to be awkward for Team Heretics on this reclear. There's so many positions that these last two players could be tucked into, but they opt for the double halls, play together.
Of course, Patman dubs as the handler for this PRX team. He's a tight leash on them, and deals with Miniboo as he tries to approach from B long. It's on Boo. Now they know he's here. The Horde reveals his location. And the IGL now needs to make a play for Horde. He knows what the setup is, but he has to face it. Natty and Patman deals with him as PRX with the pistol.
That is the steady hands of the man who has just been a consistent element since joining this PRX team. Comes up in the first pistol round for his global debut. Pivotal 2K for Patman, wins that duel towards long. What a bizarre pistol to start off this game. The map being entirely flipped by both sides. But PaperX making that nice pivot with those 30 seconds or so remaining, getting over to get that plant on B.
Chasing the double back on A when Benji got taken low. But PRX have a clear call to hit that B side now. Let's see what they got for this anti-eco. It's a group up towards that B side. Note that the shear wall's been placed behind them.
This is looking just absolutely free for PaperX here. Team Heretics opt to go for this gamble stack towards the A site. They're not going to find a thing, and at that they've got all classics. But of course, when you're running this Euro, you are going to always be prioritizing just farming up those orbs. The dimensional drift has just been one of the highest power ultimates in the meta this year.
Razorvine deployed in horses. It's tough for Benji, and Jing explodes. It's an easy judge pickup. And now for the rest of Team Heretics.
Spike planted.
They're going to have to likely perish to the spike. Sorry, Sliggy, no Molly's here, mate.
Feels like running Raze on this map is unorthodox, doesn't do justice to the agent being played here. It is so uncommon. And that kind of play, that double satchel back into holes, we're going to be seeing a lot of that from Jing, taking opening engagements, being set up to try and get in really deep with these satchels on attack. Divide with this Ghost, hoping to just pick off a couple players right now.
On a second guess, fault line, they're trying to catch him out. Some old orbs on the table here though for PRX. If Heretics get a little bit too close, Oriens will have his. And the rest of PRX have already gotten out of dodge. And that'll be that. 4 perish to the spike for Heretics. But now we're well and truly on the road. And this is a comp from PRX that we've seen them pick up very recently to good success. We're kind of figuring out on the fly exactly how they're going to make best use of this Raze mobility.
I mean, after watching months of Teo on this map, both teams have come out with very unique approaches. If these guys tried to do any prep for each other, that is out the window entirely. This is going to be who can call best on the fly, who can adapt the most, or are these just going to be two teams running it down on each other?
We might get that here.
Haymakers.
Look at the util set up for this A main fight. Miniboo fancies a little bit of it, but PRX is slower on the uptake. It's a smoke out on them, but they're going to try and follow this Raze util in. Miniboo has a swing. Something gets ahead of it. Rien's though able to follow up on the grab well, and now will take up this position of boxes. And that's stunning stuff for Rien's. Just what the doctor ordered. Forsaken is out of the game, essentially. How do we break back in? We're on the breach.
In a situation like that, you're going to see this utility from the Team Heretic side be so powerful. Honestly, remarkable that something isn't even able to get that first blood. You're trapped in the grab well. There's a stun being thrown onto him as well. PaperX opt to go for a pretty loose call here, just triple swinging through the smoke with multiple players there. They're lined up. Just doesn't work out.
Let's go. Nice move.
Not the bonus I think the PRX were looking for. Heretics really taking control of that A main position, and PRX might be tempted to test them again.
Placing swarm grenade.
Here we go. This is PaperX economy on the line in their first buy round. A lot of emphasis towards mid. It looks like they just want to go for a very quick A split, or at least threaten that to open things up. Here comes that double satchel. In the push. He can't be getting that.
Oh, there's more where that came from, Wyatt. Divine's having to deal with Benji. And now you're trapped if you're Rien's in A main. He's only good for the one. Miniboo needs to try and find a way into the game, but he's at risk of being crunched on here as Forsaken gets the spike down. Clock is ticking for Miniboo, and eventually he'll be stuck out of position. It's on Boo. Stuck here for Flowers, and there's not a whole lot to be done.
And that's exactly what you're going to expect from this PaperX team. Just mental double satchels in from Jing that you're never going to be prepared for. You're never scrimming against this. They are a one-of-one team, and Jing is a one-of-one Raze. Again, it's going to come down to these adaptations on the fly. Boo caught by something. Paper Rex in danger of being on an eco if they lost that round, but taking it in convincing fashion.
This is no way you're ready for this.
Yeah, no, I mean, having to make that adjustment. Look at him, he dodges the fall line as well. That movement is so smooth.
And again, we're seeing Heretics try and slow the game down with these nebulae, right? Smoke up and, you know, force PRX to flash through them. That's another situation where that attempt to stall for Heretics is utterly defeated.
The first round, this is the first round we're going to have an ultimate on the playing field. Rien's has already put up 6 kills, has gotten to that Nightfall relatively early, so perhaps that could be the critical element of Team Heretics winning this buy round that does just have Boo on a Bucky.
That was just really a token effort for PRX to keep Benji interested here over towards Connected, because they pulled out after that Prowler was deployed over towards this B side.
There was a Prowler reclear just then from Rien's towards Art, and now opting to double up control A main with Mini Boo. PRX though, they have just slowly pivoted over towards this B side. Here comes the full execute. So much utility for backhalls, but at the moment that Molly is going to keep Jing at bay. They know who has this Bucky. They can just try to avoid him.
He clears the Razor Vine though, so there's an option for Boo to spring forth should he need to, but he's sat here with the Bucky. It's an awkward line to be on. Patience for Boo. He's going to get shot up through the wall though. Benji can't hold mid, only finds his one. And now from Tower, Heretics have to make the play. God, that happened in light speed. PRX rack up another one. And this is two teams that are going to fight round after round to impose their will on each other. There's no backing down from here.
This PaperX team that has gone on the run to get here have maintained that lightning fast, exciting play, but it's just so much more regimented than when their stage 1 started, when they were going 0-3, when they looked down and out. That execute is fantastic, and I love that they are able to slow down the game, get into that little tight double peak jiggle to deal with the Bucky backside. And even in that moment, something takes the fight, but he backs off. They just play safe, disciplined when they need to now. That's fully on display in a round like that, and it puts Team Heretics on an eco.
Heavy PRX pings towards back hole here. Looks like they're not going to waste too much time getting up onto this B side. Once again, C's thrown in. Jing disrespects the Razor Vine. Boo is absolutely not ready for that. He's wrapped around with the judge of this more where that came from, apparently. Jing is unchained, cannot be stopped at this stage. And Heretics don't quite have the arsenal to slow them down meaningfully. Grabwell is going to be avoided by Rienzi, extricates himself, but now the boys are back. Flooding into Link.
Ruthless, just taking the fight to the players with the Sheriffs. When you have Jing on your team, one of the greatest Raze players in the history of this game, just let him run wild. Build your plays around him. No one's running the Raze here, but they make it work. He is destructive when he's getting his pace into back halls.
How is Boo supposed to establish a foothold in halls against this Fade util, against the Vice, util that gets thrown down there?
It's too overwhelming. They can't anchor this site right now. They're going to have to pivot to try to play towards a retake, and especially out of this timeout, Rien's has still been holding on to that Nightfall. They're getting close to other great ultimates. And so that should allow them to just safely pivot off the site, absorb that initial utility that PaperX are throwing, which has been a tsunami wave, and then come back in with those ultimates after the fact.
So much of what we've seen from PaperX in this game has really broken your average conditioning on a map like this. You're not playing against the average Valorant team if you're Heretics, and now you really know it. 4 ultimates have been developed on the PRX side though, including that Showstopper and that Steel Garden. And so far it's been about a tease towards Art or Connector early in the round, and then wholesale PRX have pulled out towards that B side of the map. The one round where things went a little wrong for them was when they fight doggedly for that A main position, and Heretics have great util, right? A lot of that Astra util to slow up, to smoke up, and force PRX to take a risky flash out and get gunned down.
Oh, listen, when this PaperX team run into the Team Heretics stack, they have fantastic utility to slow them down, win those engagements. PaperX have just been hitting a free site multiple rounds here. Now this round 7 is going to be pivotal to the outcome of this first half. 4 ultimates available for PaperX. Team Heretics, the one, but close to a couple more with their economy on the line. Full investment.
Fault line off the rip. Jing here, expecting almost a push into Plaza by Heretics. It doesn't come. And now they're going to start to clear into Connector. Wood has given up this space. Play a more passive line. He doesn't see them cross. Showstopper pop. Jing is headed on the guts. Oh, he's headed over towards Art. Surely he doesn't wrap on this player. Benji's about to get real busy, folks, with these dodges the rockets. However, Patman handles him. Once again, playing through these smokes, though. Boom, slows the pace down, and the shots have been good enough to make it something in Forsaken verse 3.
Who's next? Boot is slowly flanking. Nebula drops, but the ultimate is ripped by something. Going to get all the information on this side, clearing out Secret, just letting Forsaken know that he's safe to pivot towards this back area. They want to flip the map right now. Stuns coming through. Something feels like he's in so much danger. Gate crashes out to main, and that's just going to separate these two Paper X players. It's going to come down to individuals, one for ones. The Cosmic Divide even being used here.
This is going to at least give a safe pocket for something to get that plant. He gate crashed away from the fault line. Oh, what a timing for Forsaken!
Miniboot just has to watch too many angles. He's so scared. He knows that's, Forsaken could be going for him.
You got two initiators up here for Heretics. Decent util for this retake, but the Cosmic Divide is a bit of an issue. Forsaken's going to anchor here behind this Nebula. Information, though, is kind of out of date about where Heretics could be coming from. Now, a bit more of an inkling. Is he going to push this? Something handles it there from main, and Forsaken does his job. That is a 5-round lead already amassed by PRX.
That was the perfect swing timing from something in main. When the game gets chaotic, that is when Paper X thrive. Frankly, you could say the same for Team Heretics, but that's even more of Paper X's element than theirs. Rian's used that Nightfall, but to no avail. And you're just seeing Miniboot placed in this uncomfortable situation. Has to watch a couple of different angles. They're feeling good.
Both brothers on the Heretic side have definitely looked overwhelmed in their position so far. And here's a double satchel play for Jing. Well, you've got A-main control, especially up against this half-bite.
It's a cool way to take A-main, that pop flash, double satchel, and they just want to continue this in. Teleport from something. Jing with a nade kill. Something beautiful. Lined up. Multiple headshots. Making light work of this eco.
And now Heretics, you've got the double Marshall play available to you. Riente's going to have a crack, see what he can find. Jing has no time for it though, and Miniboo will get wrapped on. Oh no, don't do it! Oh no, humanity something! This is a Masters, you can't do that!
You can't do that in the first half of the opening game.
Oh buddy, that is cold.
The opener? Oh, come on, man. That is a devious move from something. Inflicting 5,000 mental damage to Heretics early.
God, a 6-round lead wasn't already enough. Here's this heavy util play that forced Boo out of that position. Buddy, right between the shoulder blades. And it's all smiles for PRX right now, Wyatt. Rifles back in the hands of Heretics, though. A focus over towards his art and a main split potentially.
They want to act fast. Here comes that Nightfall, clears out sight, A main, not going to ping onto anybody.
Alarm bot triggered on Art.
Oh, Team Heretics is going to try to fight this. You could have Mini try to pop flash out when Paper X get onto the site. Steel Garden going to be ripped, going to connect onto everyone.
Yeah, okay, we're going to have that one in play. Devi is going to make it very hard for Heretics to defend this properly. They're going to have to give it up potentially, but they're anchored in. Miniboo sees a bit off that dimensional drift, but PRX have actually syncopated the tempo here, and there's a drift over to B from the defenders.
This feels like a new Paper X round right now. Again, just slowing it down. They tap the plant. They want to bait this utility out.
It's about to get messy, folks. Strap in. There's the ping. The Horde sees 2. Jing with the spray. Boo is down in dugout. Something tries to emerge behind the flash, and Boo is caught with utility's hands. There is something. God. Closes the account. PRX show us another side to the coin. It's a pump fake, slow rolled on A that teases Heretics out.
This is simply not the Paper X of old. You are watching a new team. Everything they do there, controlling the tempo, is just utterly fantastic. It is perfect play. They slow things down, allow some of those players from Team Heretics to leave after that Steel Garden was used. They tap the plant just to bait out that initiator utility. Then they get back in, post up, refight. It is picture perfect Valorant from this team.
All right, big breath here. Hearing from Heretics in press conferences and the like, they've said they're very aware of the sort of second place curse on them right now, but it's kind of not something they want to consider because of the road that still lies ahead of them here through our group stage. But they've said that they're not inexperienced kids anymore. You know what I mean? They feel like the issue more recently for them in that EMEA final where they got blown out by Fnatic was just the mental preparation. In general, they feel like they've got the experience to stay, you know, comfortable, confident at this level. But how do they dig themselves out of this 7-round hole? They've used both their timeouts here. And it's only round 10.
Last year, Heretics, they were the team from EU that really shocked the scene in the offseason. Hopes weren't super high for them. Then they come out swinging. They have a fantastic 2024 with just a crop of all of the upcoming talent. You know, you have Mini Boo saying in that press conference yesterday, we're not the kids we were last year. They are mature now. They've got a mental coach added onto the team to try and get them over the finish line.
Maybe they should get off the starters block Wyatt first. Just the one round.
I mean, devastating for either of these teams who are favorites in the group stage to immediately go 0-1.
So that game crash didn't go into halls for something. It's tucked in that corner. Benji not close enough to see it. So they're pulled out of halls entirely, have Heretics. And again, this is just mostly a Sheriff's round stinger for Miniboo, who hasn't gotten into the game in a meaningful way yet. Either Wyatt and PRX are swarming over B.
They just love this anti-eco B-slam with Jin getting into the halls with a judge. This time, Boo's out of there. He's not trying to die to that again.
What can Heretics dig up here? Forsaken aware. And he's already seen that Prowler, knows it's coming. Fault line. Thrown out here, no one to catch on to, or perhaps the vice behind him, but Forsaken is confident. The standout player on this PRX roster. And boy howdy, he's sharp as attack, folks.
He had an unreal run with PaperX when they went on that, 5-game win streak. When the train began rolling in the playoffs to qualify, Forsaken was their most lethal player on any role that he had to be thrown on. Just the glue of this team.
I mean all of them,
anything.
Right?
I mean, yeah,
all of the roles.
5 different regions.
Flawless.
In the lower final, going plus 34.
Get someone who can do it all. This is going to be a huge amount of pressure. Heretics are feeling, at least those rifles are back. Lockdown to work with. Cosmic Divide at the ready for Boo.
PaperX playing a 2-2-1 right now. Late in this half, slowing things down. They have been at their iconic lightning-fast pace with devastating executes into these sites. Here they're just waiting out to see if Team Heretics want to go for something more proactive with this breach that they've got. Miniboo is postured in A main right now. Here comes that Dimensional Drift, so he's going to get spotted. Miniboo is under a lot of pressure at the moment.
He's hoping to fight ahead of it. There might be a safe pocket for something here to just emerge in. We'll call a cancel. Yep, he's
no way.
He's ready for him. That might be a little bit audacious, even for PRX. Miniboo tries to hold it off. Bangle Jing is just a little better. The guy is running roughshod over the defenders. And Benji's going to get caught on a timing, most likely. Forsaken just rips him a new one. And Boo again, hands out wide, says, what do you want me to do?
3 players are spotted by the Dimensional Drift from something. He still gets out of it in secret.
Jeez.
3 players, yeah, let's just hit the site with our 4 now. They really said, nah, I'd win. they do not slow the game down there. That's just crazy decision making. But all 5 of them are so on point. The guts, the confidence for something to get out there is crazy. And they follow up. Team Heretics, they are divided. They're losing 1v1s. And Jing getting that crucial opening kill for the team to get into that site.
We are sleeping, mate. We are sleeping.
Sleeping, says Nilzinho. The last time these two teams played, it was PRX that mathematically eliminated Heretics from Madrid last year. They said the emotions got the better of them. But now they're sleeping. Maybe they could use some of those. Jing pops himself up. It's the showstopper that's avoided for the most part. Just he already cloned their in A main, so eyes turn towards Lincoln Art.
Does get some valuable information, even though it's unfortunate that that rocket was not able to get any value for the PaperX side. They had their eyes on mid, no pressure coming from Heretics there, so they're going to go back to this B pivot. So many rounds for them. They've had the ability to hit the site with just 1 player anchoring. Opportunity for Benji, but knows he certainly can't go for more. Just has to back off. He tries to anchor. He knows he's going to get overwhelmed by Yucho, but in fact, PaperX, they're just going to use 2 ultimates. That very safe Cosmic Divide to allow the free plant.
And they can fall back off this. We can go back to, though it's uncharacteristic, the post-plant spam set up for PRX, but they're more likely to play ahead of it. Now, this is a wrinkle in the plan. The lockdown will allow Heretics to potentially filter in here, but something... well, they got rid of their lockdown, never mind. Something's happy to wait and bide his time here.
Patman going to double up with him as well. Something wants to get some early spam.
All this util not opening the side up enough. Minimu's going to go for it. He's able to find two. And that's the best Heretics have looked this game, and it's not even close to enough.
The fundamentals are just fantastic. Patman getting back into holes to double up with something. Multiple players swinging through the cosmic divide that was thrown down. Just decimating Heretics on their re-entry.
Well, we're here for a good time, not a long time apparently, folks. That is a brutal first half for Heretics. We'll be back after a short break. Collect yourselves, and we'll return to this opening matchup of Masters Toronto. I'll tell you what, we're going to come back from our half with our Coinbase Econ report about a measure of the bang for the buck that you get off your credits, and Forsaken is off the charts. 50 to 70 is a great Econ rating.
That is crazy from Forsaken, but yeah, that'll happen when you die twice and you never actually have to spend your money. Forsaken is on a tear, just continuing the form that he had that we mentioned previously, that run the Paper X have been on to get to this tournament, coming out of nowhere. He has just been their star, no matter what role they've thrown him on.
Last time we saw PRX on this map, it was an overtime loss to RRQ in that lower final of Pacific. Something was whiffing, making some really odd decisions in the clutch situations, and Forsaken wasn't able to get them over the line, but here it's a different game plan, a different comp, and by God, it's a different outcome.
I did not expect this map to be in the pool. I certainly didn't expect one of these teams to pick into it. So that was very surprising as we got into this. But it's no surprise anymore. Paper X, they have been grinding this map before this tournament, and it is showing. This is some dominant, exceptional, and unique gameplay.
The words of Coach Nilzinho, Heretics have been sleeping for that first half. Hopefully, 11-1 rings to the tune of the alarm clock that gets them back in this game. Midibu's already gotten his way onto this A site now, tapped up a little bit, and PRX have not quite shown themselves yet. Something lurks amongst the shadows. That's a bloody good timing, at least for one. Devay, what a shot! Boo just runs into it. We can deal with him at least. Player advantage for PRX though.
That is a late swing, but a crucial kill from Wu. Benji, can he catch a timing? He would have to be the one for Heretics right now to save them, to get this pistol round, keep them in the game.
Looks good. Jing, however, reaching around the corner. It's a very low health Woot that's able to dispatch him. Now we've got a God's Honest 2 versus 2, and here's Forsaken, gets the spike loose. It's up to Benji. Prowler, play from behind it. Patman sees his quarry. Not quite ready to finish the job. 35 seconds left in the round. Patman holds his ground. A diabolical start to the second half for Team Heretics. It might already be over.
He's won both pistols for this team. Obviously, Heretics are going to have to come into this with a tragic force. Hope that they can look like G2 with some stingers, maybe. This is stunning from Paper X.
Clean finish off, brimming with confidence. Forsaken is loving it.
Just doing the little things right. There's something with the confidence to push out of that smoke when Devi is being pressured. They fight together. The fundamentals are just so clean right now. What a joy this is to see Paper X in prime form.
Round number
White
14.
hot.
That could be the last of the game, but there is a stack on the B side. Pac-Man, though, takes that one for the team. Forsaken finds his, and then PRX realizes action elsewhere. We've got Jing's going to start filtering up through Connector. He may see the second wave here from Heretic's Cross.
He's going to try to swing out. He will. Gets the first tap down and double swing. Forsaken follows it on mini boot caught on the lurk. And it's the IGL, the big brother of the team.
In the unenviable position of having to salvage an impossible situation for his team. This would be one of the nastiest losses that Heretics have suffered in quite some time. Boo here's going to try and go to work with him, but Devi shuts the book on this first map. What a way to make a statement here in Toronto. Paper X are back.
Find me one person that printed a 13-1 on Pearl for Paper X. I mean, if they did, time for the lottery. Time for the lottery. What a showing.
Unreal.
Stunning from Paper X. Absolutely stunning.
Just a casual 324 ACS for your boy Forsaken. Paper X looking hot off the starters block here in Toronto, but it's a full series that's got to be played. So stick around, folks. I hope you've got plenty of energy saved up for the rest of this series.
Guys, if they're your ulti, just like
run. Just run. Nice! Let's go! Let's go, boys! Nice one, bro.
Nice one, Pri. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, ay, oh, ay. Oh, ay, oh, ay.
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocketeer and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Let me show you how the Fox does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane, be insane, be insane, be insane. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane and I know I'm not a I'ma do this dance like that. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my home.
Hey guys, Jen Lee here with Coach Alex. Now Alex, what a great start. I mean 13-1. How on earth did you guys manage to pull that off?
I have no idea, to be honest. I think everyone's just on fire, so we're very happy to be here, very excited to play, and we're going to make the most of it.
It seems like your Pearl is stronger compared to how it looked like in Pacific Stage 1. Was there anything that you didn't like about how, Pearl went?
No, I mean, I can't complain at all, yeah.
Impeccable, right? When it comes to Patman, seems like he's not nervous, It didn't look like it was his debut, and it seemed like he was enjoying it, so, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think most rookies actually play very well on their first time, so it's pretty much more of the same.
And Icebox is going to look as strong as Pearl?
Sorry?
Icebox is going to look as strong as your Pearl?
I hope so.
Okay. Can't wait to see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
A happy Alex. I could get used to this.
Yeah, I mean, look, that one round, they need to clean up, figure that out, but everything else was looking good, no?
They are looking good. Almost too good, Mel. Maybe Heritage just didn't manage to get into the game.
Yeah, I mean, Paper Rex just had so much momentum. And I mean, he was talking about Patman, the rookie here on the stage, and it's like he won two very crucial 1v1s, and to bring that to the 13-1. So I'm very much impressed. I think we were all, kind of leaning towards Paper Rex here, but to expect that level of dominance, I mean, even Alex was like, wow, like, what is happening?
The train has truly arrived at this station, but it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment, and this one goes to Paper Rex's pistol round, the first pistol round.
They started off beautifully here. It's pistol round, and already Paper X is just going to be working for this early mid space. And I think their calling was really highlighted throughout this round, and also some of the aggressive plays from Forsaken. Initially, they're just working over into this connector area, and they're playing this round out without any sort of wall coming in from their Vise. So right now, they're a little bit concerned as they run into very little resistance in mid. Okay, there could be a walk-up B, there could be a walk-up into A, but pretty soon they're going to hear this Killjoy turret on A and start realizing, hey, there could be players coming in around the side. So they call to move into this split pinch in towards A. And it's going to be interesting because they don't actually run into anyone playing up forward in A main. So this is about the time where Paper X have to decide, okay, do we just plant the spike and play the post plant? Do we turn around and fight these flankers? I think if you look at past iterations of Paper X, they'd be looking for the fights against those people coming in along the flank. But instead, this time, they try to hunt away the solo side anchor, find out where the Killjoy is. This fight over into back site, as soon as the smoke comes down, you've got a Yoru flash going into the ground that's going to flash out anyone playing back here. But they don't just stop there, right? Paper X keep walking forward because they know there's multiple players coming in either through Art or through A main. So they're going to keep fighting forward until they can find the Killjoy. This is where things get a little bit awkward. They leave this solo anchor back there in towards Secret. Devi's able to find one kill. And at the same time, Forsaken gets another kill in towards Flower. So they make the decision, actually, we see all those players on A, let's just sprint over towards the A site. Unfortunately, Jin gets a little ahead of the crew, so that actually encourages Forsaken to stick around, and he plays this very aggressive line, trades that kill out, and he was doing this consistently throughout the game. His Astra was so aggressive once they fell down into numbers. They end up pushing forward, going for these two players coming on the flank on the other side, but Patman and Forsaken play things beautifully to close out this round and get the ball rolling in what was a complete stomp.
And Mel, this is the definition of growth, right, when it comes to the way that Paper X are now playing compared to a couple years ago.
Yeah, like Ender was saying, old Paper X, they take those fights on the flood. New Paper X are like mid-rounding to a level like I haven't even seen a mid-round like that, especially on a pistol, ever, and that was insane. And also probably the most mid-rounding we saw of the entire map, actually.
Yeah, they were making so many decisions on the fly, right? Because that first fake spike tap, they're saying, okay, if we tap this, there could be like 4 people flooding out from Flower. As soon as they don't see that, they know that there's going to be a lot of players coming in on the flank.
Well, we've heard from Coach Alex. Let's hear from Coach Neil Zinio ahead of map 2.
Hello, it's Jen with Coach Neil Zinio. Now, Neil Zinio, not an ideal start. What do you think happened?
think it was honestly an embarrassing performance. Like we were behind them at every single step of the way. Individually, we were off. Macro-wise, wasn't great. We just couldn't get anything going. There was a couple of rounds that we were in it, but honestly, we were just completely outclassed. So we just need to wake up immensely for the next 2 maps, you know? Yeah, we need to bring our A game, and that was nowhere near it, so.
And earlier today, Boo mentioned the importance of having a stronger mentality and how it's something that you guys have been working on for years, right? So, and now would be the time to demonstrate that growth. How do you think the guys are doing? What did you tell the players to make sure that they could mentally reset?
I mean, this game, it just felt like we were so scared we were playing to not lose, basically, and we just were terrified to make a mistake. So, again, we've just given them complete freedom. They've been here before. We've turned around things fast before. We need to do it even quicker. So, yeah, we've got Ryan, our performance coach, with us as well. He's said a lot of good words, and it's just giving them confidence because they need to really believe how good they are. And right now, in that last performance, they didn't show it. But we've got 2 new maps now. We forgot about the last one. We got completely outplayed. It is what it is. We go next.
All right, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
And it is fortunate that the map we will be seeing next will be Icebox. This is where, Ender, we expect a different performance from Heretics.
They've got to, right? And the player I am looking at is Miniboo, because that map 1 was quiet on the Yoru, but on Icebox, bro is like the only guy that is playing Neon, and he is so clean on it. I love seeing what he can play. I am a big believer that this team rides or dies by Miniboo's individual performance, and he has to show up.
Would you like to see them stick with the comp that they ran, you know, through stage 1, which we're about to see here?
I think so, personally, considering they've had a lot of success with it, and we did just see them play Pearl with changing their comp, going into the more double-ini, and it was not convincing in the slightest, right? And I'm really excited to see, yep, and there is the Neon. I think Icebox is a map that really requires a lot of mechanical skill and confidence, considering how many fights you have to take, and there isn't a lot of util to supplement those fights. And on Neon, this is his moment. This is the time for him to stand up and show up and be the leader for his team mechanically in the stats and just go on pop off on Paper Rex.
And I think it worked for them too, having double initiator, Sova and Gecko to find more forward fights as well. Fight through Viper walls, fight through smokes, take control over backside, fight towards Snowman on B. You have to get active versus Paper Rex, I think, because their util combos honestly were looking so good.
And I think a big part of this too is the fact that Team Heretics is starting on attack this time as opposed to defense. And they can set the pace, they can get in their face, and that's something they didn't have the virtue of having in the last map.
Well, they wanted this rematch. They got to turn up on this stage. Otherwise, Uber and Wyatt, Paper Rex are going to walk away with a clean 2-0.
We expected a banger of a match. I think a quick 2-0 definitely wouldn't have been on our bingo card today, Yinsu, but what we got served up in that first map, hearing it from Milzinho, was not good enough from Heretics. Against a team like Paper Rex, you cannot afford to start slow in a match like this.
For this game, Benji Fishy had said he wants to play against Paper Rex, and
he got his wish.
He got his wish. He might be regretting that, but we are heading to a map pick where Heretics have looked really good with this Neon.
Look at this push up already from PRX on the defense side. They absolutely want to brawl. Heretics, though, have to be ready for it. But how? How do you stand against this avalanche of defenders? Wood is going to limp away from that early encounter. Here's one shot. It has to cross the mid that Devi has on lock.
Yeah, doubled up even with something, and Devi had been patiently waiting on that angle anyhow. Nice little 10-second round coming through to open this game. Paper Rex yet to lose a pistol. Heretics yet to gain an ounce of momentum.
And encounters like this early in the round are just going to stretch your cohesion in these firefights to the very limit.
What we saw there, frankly, is classic Paper Rex on this map. They play standard stuff, but they play defense in a far more proactive way than most of the teams in the current meta. Most teams play a lot of safe positions, then go for retakes. They are constantly doing 4-man, 3-man pushes down, you know, A main, down B main. Heretics are going to need to be very concerned with that.
Inching now over towards the speed side of the map. See something back up here to bolster this B presence. Standard Viper wall here from Heretics, and definitely indicates they intend to head this way momentarily. Looks like already the Dizzy is trying to scout the way. Unique Neon composition. It's going to be tough to find a foothold, though, as something takes his and gets off the line.
fair amount of damage done though. Now it's something with the rifle. May want to toss that over to Forsaken or Devi if they can actually meet up, and it looks like that's going to be the case. The much healthier full armor Devi will take control of that Vandal. This Team Heretics want to pivot back towards mid with this Neon. They like to go for a lot of B splits, a lot of fast-paced action.
Devi here from multiple angles can operate here, can play off the turret, take contact as they try and push up in the kitchen. Here's something, says, I have my rifle back, thank you. And there it is. Another quick round as PRX don't give an inch.
Maintain all the rifles, just lose one of the pistols, basically as good as it gets. Heretics invested nothing so they can get the absolute max here. The one round they did actually win on Pearl was an anti-bonus.
There's pretty risky stuff from something there, but par for the course. PaperX fan will be very familiar with that.
Run, boys! Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Now, of course, buy up here for PRX. Or Heretics, rather. Forsaken has a Bucky.
PaperX have 3 players B main. Time to walk right at the attacking team, as they always do. Heretics, they're patient, they're waiting, but they're losing the duels. Great trade from Rienz, though.
Little one-way, something tries to put together on a dime, but Rienz is a little bit quicker. Now we'll remove the presence from mid. As Forsaken starts to take advantage with his spaces given up. There will be a turret to spot him out. Patman with the Bulldog. Stacked up here alongside Jing. Does the bite match the bark for PRX on this B side?
Now when Minibu is alive, they love to go for like a bolt in tandem with a recon to take back Yellow, but without him, it's going to be much tougher. Patman wants to fight this, but the Dizzy connects late.
Macy's not there. Jing actually got off that live, but oh, hi Wingman. He needs to get ahead of it though. The spam's coming in through the smoke. Still, PRX cut down to 2. Here's Forsaken with the Bucky.
Last player standing.
It's all going to be on Devi now. Benji and Woot armed to the teeth, but no plant just yet. And no Wingman to get it done for free.
They want to slow this down.
30
catch
seconds
Devi
left.
if he's pushing, but he's peeking out, and wow, he gets another. Heretics, they convert the anti-bonus as they did on Pearl, but they escape with only 1 gun. That is devastating for their economy.
So the Spacey looks better trading into that B side of the map. They sustain heavy casualties to do so. But perhaps they're starting to get a feel for that up-tempo style. The PRX are trying to throw at them defensively.
You can see that they were waiting. Minibu was just chilling on that angle, but didn't win the duel. Now, Christy called it out on the desk that Minibu does need to step up. He is given so much util on this map to thrive when they're on attack. He needs to come to life.
Something already wants to assert himself today as the Owl drone starts to make a foray on the B side of the map. Just like Patman wants to play safe for the time being. It's something with an Outlaw this round.
Posts up on that deep A line. Wants to go even further off the drone that Forsaken is sent for him. Does actually spot out Boo.
One way will be refreshed. Give Patman the edge, but it's going to be a Dizzy on out. Patman already on the spray. He got his. Heretics slowed up somewhat on their way over towards this B side of the map, but now that Viper Wall is something they can play from behind. Nano Swarm's triggered.
That was a great way to fight that from Team Heretics. Multiple players jumping out to face together off of that Dizzy when the crosshair would be thrown to break it by a defender. Something now posted up at mid. You can see PaperX on the rotates getting towards this B side. Will Benji catch the timing?
He's got a player though coming from his left. He might not be ready for the 2 push. And there it is. Once again, PRX give as good as they get.
Rifle upgrade for Devi now as well. Woot solo. These shock darts have done tremendous damage. It's going to force out the Thrash. Can it actually get a connection? And even if it does, can anyone get a kill off of it? No.
Decent ping though on the side of PRX, but here is Forsaken with the Odin. Jing wants to try and push up. Wood is very, very low, but there's still a spike to defend now. Heretics just going to try and hang on here. Hold on against this relentless onslaught, but Devi wraps on Yellow. And Wood just has nowhere to go.
PaperX on this map are just so oppressive. They're taking so much forward space, and they're so happy to make fast, bold defensive pivots off of that information to stack proper sites. This was a great moment for Team Heretics that we highlighted, but from there you just have Forsaken coming back in with the very rare Icebox Odin.
One enemy remaining.
Heretics at least tried to manipulate the pace, or at least dictate it to some degree, but Paper Rex are always asking for more, always trying to assume some of that real estate, that mid-push that catches Benji out. Eventually, Forsaken steps up on yellow. Heretics are going to be on the clock every single attack side round.
And here we go, 3 players ready to fight from Paper Rex towards A, and they find another first blood.
And it's Miniboo down at the start of the round again. Wyatt, something, he's on the line, able to get back, and he knows there's more where that came from, the shorty. God, he's thirsty for it.
Spike
It is up to Boo, as it often is. Again, this will be PRX with another stunning start to the game. This, by the way, is a team, PRX, that has an 83% attack side win rate on Icebox. So God forbid we get to that part of the map and they're ahead.
Now, even at this juncture in the game, they've beaten Team Heretics to getting multiple ultimates. The one that Heretics did have, that Thrash, had already been used by Wu to try and convert that pivotal gun round. It was unfortunately lost for them. The economy for Paper Rex getting out of control, and Heretics, they have opted to go for another early timeout here. You certainly can't blame them. Neil needs to get these guys' heads back in the game. I mean, back in for the first time.
You know, some players, they talk about how things slow down when they get into the server, right? Feels like you're walking through molasses, time slows. I feel like against Paper Rex, it's the opposite. These guys set those phases to warp feed and make it very, very hard to stand on even footing at this pace of play. And Heretics have been that kind of team that have wanted to dictate said pace, right? They play Neon in this map, for God's sake. They want to make these fast rotates, take that mid control, be the ones that forces you to be reactive, but they have never, in this series so far, been in that position.
When they've gotten dominant wins in their run in EU, it has come from being relentless with that pace, by disrupting the defenders with the Neon. But you can see that they've gone into this with as they intend, because they know that Paper Rex are just going to be sending it at them on defense. So they're not getting off to those fast, aggressive starts that they want to. They're not able to claim that space early. Forced to use a lot of utility to try to re-clear late, and most of these rounds, they're just losing the opening tools. Neil said on map 1, but they did not bring their A game. In fact, they were nowhere near it. Only 2 rounds to their name at this point across this series.
Okay, now no turret to play off of in Kitchen. Nice little lineup. And already those one-ways being set up. Will allow Patman occasionally to swing on them, and he hears Dizzy come out, so he knows there's the pitter-patter, a little Heretics footsteps on this B side of the map. Devi's been drawn over in that direction to assist. Benji, the curry spot, okay. Not too shabby, my friend. Holds it down admirably. That is definitely going to throw a wrench in the works for PRX, and now that lockdown will allow Devi to at least get some space. And Rienz is waiting for him.
Caught by the players who were able to just get out of that lockdown circle. Play in the corner. Credit to Benji Fishing. He just wins it out straight up. 2 for 1. And then Patman was trying to anchor back yellow, but that's a position that you really can't be in alone against Team Heretics.
Jinky has got very little to see. Yeah, likely just to try and walk away from this one with cover going out. Weapon intact, even though there's enough currency here for PRX to continue to take some risks and try and keep a lid on the economy. Jing does not like his chances.
That anti-eco flawless they had earlier has put them in an excellent economic position. But like you said, might as well just save, keep the cash rolling for Paper Rex even in this round loss. I think Patman is realized on this one that trying to anchor back yellow solo against the way the Team Heretics like to fight towards B is not going to be the right choice. They send too much util back there. It's tough to deal with the Neon.
But Benji's ready for this inevitable mid-push. And I think Devi does not account for the pocket that's left in the corner of that A side by the lockdown. He sort of doesn't check this at all.
My ult is ready.
I know.
Rienz,
Guys, we're double the rounds from last map.
It's a positive.
Guys got that quick map.
They'll take it. They'll take it. I mean, for a team like Heretics, who are just filled with talented, mechanical shooters, that's the first time any of them have really gotten a highlight-worthy play. Credit to Benji.
Hunter's Fury now from Rienz. in attendance today.
And those would be positions that PaperX would typically love to just play into, but it's actually towards B where they've gone full aggro, something posted up close with Patman, and that's allowing the rest of their squad to be pretty steadfast towards this A site. Odin is going to be obnoxious to deal with.
But no one was watching pipes at the time. They can actually get back.
This could get dangerous, but now that the lockdown is used, that Hunter's Fury is going to need to be expended to break it, unless they just intend on getting out of here, which is going to be the case.
Oh, the Shocky does not hit. Well, that lockdown will be intact. And now Heretics able to make use of that to get entrenched here at this A side.
And they're going to want to use this Hunter's Fury with the Paranoia to get back in. This is fast. This is pacey from PaperX.
Here comes that Hunter's Fury, but later as it is, but it's going to be Jing going to work with him. He's gotten in and under rafters, something at a timing. But again, it's Benji that answers that late round lurk. Wu deals with Forsaken. Jing gets his cap. He was already able to find these first 2 kills. But to expect him to make it 5, even for him, might be a little bit too much. Wu with the shoulder pick, shot through the knee, still an adventurer though. Boo and Benji happy just to stay entrenched. A hard fought round here for Heretics, and finally, PRX Train is forced to throw the brakes on.
Wu beginning to hit some shots. I'm going to need to see that Benji one on the replay from his point of view, please. That looked ridiculous. Something on the updraft, the blade sword just plucked out of the air. All right, Heretics heating up a little bit individually. That's crazy. That is a mental shot from Benji, who is starting to hit.
Still cranking 90. Good to see.
PaperX, they're on defense. They do display something that they are typically very good at, which is very, very quick floods with excellent utility. Now here, more classic PaperX, 4-man push up towards this A side, getting all of the space, collecting that orb, and then they post someone up and immediately go stack the other side. This is the name of the game for them on this map.
Once again, though, it's just going to be Divide B for now. Patman one away from that Viper's Pit, but there's Benji again.
He's hitting. Push up. He is hitting. Does Patman try to trade this? He does, but Benji gets out of the way.
Oh, this is stunning stuff. Benji Fishy, that's 3? Caught by the Paranoia, forced to give him some ground, but now the youngster has some wind in his sails.
Spike down B.
Right, Wingman is going to be thwarted in his plant attempt, but the Thrash is going to go ahead now to pave the way. Surely Jing spotted now, detained. He's got Divine to watch him. Relay Bomb comes in, a mini-boo with the slide across. Heretics finally turning up to play.
Stunned just in case he starts throwing hands without his gun, I guess. Why not? All right, Benji's heating up. It looks like he's playing an aim trainer. Just has guys from all different angles swinging onto him. That awareness to catch the second that was coming out of A was so nice. And that is a read on a typical PaperX play. Knows that when they're making that full rotate, there's going to be someone that's pushed up in A main.
4-2 is Heretics' Icebox record. The only losses to Fnatic. In fact, 5 out of 7 of their map losses in EMEA, Stage 1, including playoffs, were to Fnatic.
When you watch them play against any other team in EU on this run, they look like world beaters, but Fnatic have just had their number. They've been able to really counter the way that they're playing. PaperX, early on, they were countering it, but in a totally different way than how Fnatic actually opted to.
Very proud to debut our new reinforced tungsten carbide 1088 steel tables just for this occasion. I tried to elbow drop wide into it. It held. So good luck, Alex, breaking this one.
I hit a moonsault on Van Silly. He didn't even go through it.
Hit a Walls of Jericho. Nothing. And again, first time in this whole series that PaperX have been put in a position to have to call this timeout. They've been struggling a little bit to hold on to B. Even though they're refreshing that one way over the containers, still being overwhelmed.
How will PaperX adjust out of this? They're going to be on a half buy here, to the extent that they can at least get a hero rifle over to Jing, who obviously has been playing very well. Some highlight moments already, especially on that Raze back on Pearl. But this is one of the maps where he's not playing Raze. It's just not what they like to do. They just love this very standard comp, and they've had a lot of success with it.
Benji so far has been feasting, playing that mid. That's where so many of those kills have originated from. PRX just not respecting Heretics there. I think they've now been forced to bend the knee somewhat.
With this Viper's Pit down, that's a fairly big commitment here. You do have Patman with that close range stinger to try and find an opener, shut down and execute if it comes in, and you're just expecting from Team Heretics at some point, if they intend on getting into this pit, which certainly looks like they're going to do, you're waiting for Riens to use this Owl drone, clear things out.
Take flight. Jing with the hero rifle will watch the mid pivot, but yep, there's going to be action over here towards the pit. Batman cute, but not good enough. Tries to outfox the Owl drone.
I respect it. I respect the attempt.
Devi gets up on that line pretty quick. Miniboo, who's been quiet in this series and in this map as well, just needs to be a bit of a nuisance. Remains at large here over the site. And Snakebite's going to make it hard to play in from upper rafters. This is good looks. The hero rifle is still in play. Jing might try and wager it for something here. We'll take a pretty prescribed location, one that's going to be watched for at the back of the site. Heretics have seen enough. It's up to Jing here to step up, get himself some value off this round potentially, but once more, he will be sorely outgunned, outnumbered. And outdone by Benji. Flawless round here for Team Heretics. Finally steering the ship with the wind.
They're going to have an opportunity now as well to get a lockdown for Benji, who's just one away. Batman trying to time that. Hey, I'm not mad at it. He's got the stinger. You're on an eco round. Go for it. But he is caught out. And you can just see from Miniboo's point of view there, hitting this A site, how many options he has playing the Neon, getting into so many unexpected, unorthodox positions there can be incredibly effective.
So something's taken up the op now.
And that is the adjustment that was certainly called on that timeout from the prior round. Wants to post up towards mid, doubled up with Jing. A bit of protection for him.
Turret just got cleared. Looks like the go signal there for Heretics on the B side. They've just indulged in a surge forward here at B.
And their main intention really was to get that orb, get the lockdown. Recon is sent in to clear out back yellow from Riens. Fast lane, pretending, hey, we are getting that position back yellow. Shocks as well, and now we're going to slowly pivot back. The spike has just been over there with Woot on A the entire time. But this is the danger. Something has been waiting for this cross.
On a very tight line. He's going to see one. That's Riens trying to cross. Dealt with. Something wants to repost the line, but very quickly, Heretics all got across to A. And he's going to know that in a couple of seconds.
And look at Paper Rex. They're already rotating off this B site. They have Patman, Deep Yellow, and the other two players are making their way to A with some haste. And they tried to flood in. They might. Nah, not with that lockdown, though. Certainly going to be kept at bay.
I don't think PRX have the mechanism with which to remove that, so they're going to have to respect and pull off the site. That early rotate now kind of nullified. We're going to get a plant down. Heretics look to dig in here and anchor.
And it looks like they want to come right back in. Recon, Paranoia, here come Paper Rex.
Heretics Viper's Pit now to play with Woot. Ensconced safely within the poison walls. Here's Forsaken, sees this easy come his way. Happy to spam through. Eventually PRX are going to have to commit. Woot has been dealt with. The Viper though, spawning the pit still at large. Jing wants to get past this now, spamming Boo's direction. Miniboo though dealt with. Patman is in here, sees the Viper, and there it is. The wall comes down, as does the curtain on Heretics in this round. Boo with a parting gift, but that's all that Heretics can muster.
Overwhelmed by the numbers, no real positions, deep sight. Paper Rex are just able to get right back in for free and overwhelm everyone in that pit. It's somebody getting that opening kill, and then Spam connects on to Woot. Cooked from there.
You see how much PRX invest in getting that midline held. They send Jing with something. And then whichever way you slice it, whichever way they rotate, something is going to see someone.
Benji Fishy is actually picking up this attack operator, and it makes sense with the way that Paper X play. Exploit their aggression, allow them to make their way into the angle that you're holding to get an opening kill. Keep the game slowed down.
Alarm bot out.
Benji here to very passive lane. He's just watching for the tube push down. That's not the plan for PRX this round, apparently. Once again, just the one way being set up by Jing for the sake of Patman, the solo B player right now.
Deploying drone.
Orb taken by Forsaken into the deep drone on A. We have read this story before. Paper X to adjust some of their players more towards that B side. Patman feels the need to retreat, at least temporarily. Recon for back yellow yet again. Here comes that Dizzy. Team Heretics making their way in, claiming this space.
At some point they had to disrespect the one way, they had to get moving. So Heretics now have that yellow control. Benji's still waiting for mid. He might not get anything with that up here.
Team Heretics, they do need to wait for this wall to come back up. Oh my god, Paper X, they just want to go in off the paranoia with a recon.
Looking for their own timing, marching to the beat of their own drum, but Woot, what a stunning mosh pit there to shut him down. Device able to find his two. And Benji's not in a hurry to get involved. Heretics have done well to trade up on this B site. This has drawn something in Forsaken across the map. We're going to have an advantage attack side post-plant.
This is looking highly awkward towards mid. Forsaken left on an island towards B, just wants to slowly maneuver forward. Busha
Correction.
get this kill. What a snappy shot!
Now, have to deal with Woot tucked in corner by Yellow. Doesn't want to give himself up for Forsaken. Oh, don't even think about the Night Sun! Here comes the Thrash. Something Nosy now needs to gain some altitude, but finally Benji is rewarded for his patience in the round.
That lurking operator comes in at the very end. The final hour. That was interesting for Paper X that they go for this reflight attempt before there's any effort to actually get the spike down. The wingman wasn't planting. It wasn't really a push forward. They just tried to catch raw timing. It does not work out. We're finally seeing
Yeah, I guess
the Alex that we know.
The question is, like, what is the cue that PRX are playing off of there? If they're just trying to manufacture a timing of their own, it doesn't work out because Wood has a really nice mosh pit.
Now here's some pace from Team Heretics, getting that Neon back. Yellow quickly. They know Patman could be in this Poison Cloud, so some shocks going in there, but they don't actually connect any damage, but forced to retreat.
Definitely a bigger commitment to the B side by PRX in this round. Hunter's Fury, lockdown, both available here in the last round of the half for the defenders. So behind the Viper's pit, here come Heretics. They are really looking to take some snowman space potentially here. Wyatt,
They just do it again!
Timing doesn't pay off once more. Hunter's Fury now for Forsaken. Gets a tap on Benji, still no plant yet.
Right here.
That Hunter's Fury just used a little bit late. Boo has gotten his way all the way into the A site, and there's more than enough time for Team Heretics to make this pivot. Yeah, if Forsaken can catch a couple in mid, though.
Is he too far forward? Woot, I like the high-low setup. That is brilliant! Heretics always aware of the thrust up mid from the defenders. We've seen it all half so far.
That is a great double face there.
30 seconds left.
All right, now the little things are beginning to come together for Team Heretics, and we're finally seeing a Paper Rex who were utterly dominant, now struggling a bit with some of their timings. Again, they refight into B before there's any attempt to get the spike down. That Hunter's Fury comes a little bit late, and Heretics just have their crosshairs placed on all of the angles that they could be pushing out from.
Devi's giving himself away. No reason not to fully commit to this one, but Esbu takes him out. 7-5 half for Heretics.
And as you mentioned, Heretics have or rather, Paper X have a, what, 80+% win rate on attack Icebox. So, despite the 7-5, they are not out of the woods yet.
Close half, finally some light from Heretics. Stick around, we're going to quick break and we'll be back with more Icebox.
That everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free? Count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Quite a contrast between this Icebox map and the Pearl one that we started on. Much better showing here for Heretics. A rockier start, but they really start to string rounds together. Round 6 onwards, they win 6 out of the preceding 7 rounds. Put themselves in a very reasonable position here. Their map of choice.
Finally able to find a moment where they're actually in the lead in this series. Benji Fishy leading the way as far as the econ report goes. Something in dire straits was investing into that operator, but wasn't extracting the most value from it. Had that one good round where he was able to catch a kill on the cross, but after that, for the most part, was being avoided. Team Heretics did a great job countering the play of PaperX that was working for them within those first 5 rounds, but then eventually fell off. Things began to get very disjointed on their refights. Heretics are looking good. Benji was absolutely the hero for them in that half. Started getting those highlights, and then that inspires confidence in the rest of your team as well. When you see someone starting to hit like that.
15 and 6 after 12 rounds. Honestly, almost a mirror image of Forsaken's performance in the first half of Pearl. Very strong showing, and it was Benji's stalwart performance in mid that really held PRX at bay. But PRX on the attack side of this map, really, really strong. 83% win rate through Pacific Stage 1. Lossless on this map.
We've seen when Heretics have had success on Icebox too, it's actually typically, as far as the scoreboard, Benji Fishy and Woot that are putting up the big numbers as Minibu draws a lot of that attention on the Neon. This is fast right now from PaperX, collecting 2 early.
And this mid thrust here from Heretics might have fumbled. Rian's waiting. Hips in the night. Yet to leave poor, but eventually someone's going to raise anchor and get to it. Rian gives himself away. Jing wins it out. What an ill-fated encounter for Heretics, and it's up to Boo again. Boy howdy, what a mountain he has to climb. Spike, of course, already planted. This is what you ask for PRX fans. Getting off to a good start with a pistol win here.
All they've had are good starts. They've won every single pistol. If Team Heretics could win this map without either pistol round win, that would be a tremendous feat for them.
And they've shrunk, of course, the lead to a singular round. And once again, it's a short round, Wyatt. This early engagement here in mid. Jing sees action over on the B side, gets involved there, then whips around. That's an old-timer. That's an old-timer.
He knows someone is there because he couldn't move forward.
His body blocked.
Hold up.
Let's go, boys! Woo! Our pistol, what the...
All right. PaperX are just too good on these pistol rounds. It's going to be Minibu investing actually into the Marshall for Heretics on that deep angle from yellow over towards B. Pretty standard there with the shock and the molly to deny that early access to the orb from the defending team.
Benji is absolutely playing the most important position on the map. Just as we saw from something in the previous half. Unsurprisingly, Patman's moved up. Minibu punished though on that little swing. Tried to set him up with a Marshall, but he will be ruined. Run over there, given no space at yellow whatsoever, and Boo now is about to feel the net close in. Patman up walkway sees, what was that? Okay. Up on the ledge he goes. Proud as a peacock, but Rienz is able to find his brace of 2. Once again, though, it's a heavily disadvantaged situation. Rienz desperately trying to avert an even game here. Likely has too much on his plate. Devaya will silence him.
Fair enough, bringing the 3 most important rifles into the next round. Cash from the Spike plan as well, so PaperX will be more than happy with that. Team Heretics have done a nice job on these anti-bonus rounds. That has kept them in the game here. Otherwise, things would have really spiraled out of control early. Nice shots from Rienz, who is just a consistent presence for Heretics. For me, really just has all of the aspects of the game on lock. He can really do it all.
It's like the Heretics team who said, we are not kids anymore, we're not rookies. There's no excuse for us to drop these important matches, and they've recovered well here on Icebox, but there might be an inflection point lying here in this round as both sides have rifles. It's a very healthy bonus for PRX.
Taking the time at the moment, something has been allowed to take all the space and be made. Oh no, that is disastrous, Boo! Just doesn't think that someone would be that close.
Last time it was Minibu got caught out at yellow. This time, Boo has just got a little bit too close to the sun.
Swarm grenade out.
Bear in mind, this is Team Heretics with absolutely nothing left in the bank. This is must win at the moment, Patman. This fight is so awkward. That's as messy as it gets.
The late paranoia comes in, but Patman definitely supported in that engagement. Something eventually that was put to bed on the B side of the map, and this has precipitated a pivot. Now with mid control, PRX can go towards A and not worry about getting caught, but it's a pump fake.
What a timing for Patman to catch, and they have Forsaken playing towards A again. They could really pivot anywhere here. It's just, we're playing TDM, who wins that out.
Patman the Viper.
This is a mental
The
realm.
stabilizing element of PRX, by the way, is just taking duels across the map. And he has opened it right on up for PRX. Miniboo has to play second fiddle now and try and make use of that mobility to cross the map. Woot is already set up in Crow's Nest, though.
It does have the wingman to actually pressure a defuse, force some people to swing out. Maybe that's a way in, find a pick.
A small gap in that smoke will be challenged. Woot has to drop down, and the spacing isn't quite there, apparently. Miniboo steps out only to be riddled with Vandal shots.
Paper Rex are just so ready to swing together at any audio cue. Boo so frustrated in this moment, not expecting that anyone can be pushed up that close. Something can hold that for free.
Oh man, that was... I mean, Benji's been credited with some very sharp moments, even on this map. Look at him shut down something as he wrapped over towards Belts that many rounds ago.
Team Heretics, they're bringing in 5 sheriffs, 5 regen armors. Obviously, they have the shooters to pull off a round like this.
Miniboo forced off pipes there. 410 smoked out, giving something a staging ground. Okay, all in rafters. Heretics committed to anchoring this site with these sheriffs. How far does their gun skill get them against a fully armed PRX team on a roll?
Listen, they've got the right stack to do it. The weapons might be decent enough. Something shut down early. They're trying to get into this site. Paper Exchange is pushed up, but he can't connect.
Messy stuff. Divine Forsaken now, got to pick it up, but there is Forsaken. Quick response, and he doubles down. Oh,
he's susceptible to just one shot from it, but he's able to get out of the way, but again, read by Riens. He's too smart, too aware.
Yeah, with the fury of Olympia. Now, Devi has to recover the spike and put this together. Both of his opponents, half armor and sheriffs. He has a Vandal to his name.
And he has to fear a potential flank because he was out of range from the turret that was placed. Wants to double back now. 30 seconds to play with. Does he just try to clear this out, get back to A? Does he try to gun it to B? Yeah, he wants to leave. He wants to leave. He's hoping that in this situation, Team Heretics would just leave the 2 on A and then, you know, go for that advantage retake over towards B. But when the spike goes down, that will allow a rifle to be collected perhaps. Or no, they just want to go for this with the sheriffs. Riens does have a recon.
Devi has a turret to play contact off potentially. Does he have the time to set it up? Yes. Not too bad to have this Sentinel utility at your disposal in such an important clutch.
Look at Devi. He still has to be weary about this flank as Riens is making his presence known forward.
Trying to get ahead of the Owl drone. Does he have a timing on Boo? Spots him out. Util in hand. Devi is divine. What a Red Bull clutch to keep PRX well and truly on the tracks.
Team Heretics know that that round could have absolutely shifted the momentum, but it's a 4-round run for PRX now in this second half. Disaster for the European side. Forsaken comes up clutch with these 2 kills to get them back into the round.
Oh, both Riens and Boo still pulling up their trousers, util in hand. Can't play off of each other at all. That is huge.
They feel like they didn't have the time to waste either to collect some of the rifles that were a little bit deeper on that A site. They go for it with the sheriffs. Might be regretting that decision at this point.
Jeez, the tension there between Weber and Nelzinho, it's palpable. So another timeout here. The last one available to Heretics on this map.
That's an absolute heartbreaker. This is Heretics coming off of obviously a run to qualify here, but then getting blown out in the regional finals against Fnatic. Neil, the coach, saying that was the first time he felt disappointed in the team after that loss.
That hits heavy. They've been a team for a while. And you heard what he had to say. Just in that halftime break. Not looking themselves. Now they've managed to find their way back into the game, but yes, they've got a rifle round coming at you folks, but Harness Fury, Lockdown, Viper's Pit, 3 of the most impactful ultimates you could ask for Paper Rex on a so far flawless attack side. They have 4 rounds in a row put together.
PaperX just have the easy 1-2 ult combo right now. Get the space with the lockdown, drop the pit, and they've even got the Hunter's Fury late if the spike is really being pressured by a Team Heretics retake. They've got 2 ults they're relatively close to. Maybe they can get this orb. Maybe Root finds a kill, right? But you're asking about, oh my god, the early Hunter's Fury double connection!
Oh, that's devastating! This was the round that Heretics were trying to shore up their half the map. Benji at least is able to lean in, intercede to find a kill. That is an awful way to start with, and he's pinged out again. He's got to give this ground up. All of the A side now belongs to PRX. Look at the timing though. Heretics trying to get in ahead of this, but Miniboo is shut down instantly. And Benji, beleaguered as he is, on all sides, guns are trained at the killjoy. And that was absolutely diabolical.
Something gets an amazing deep position there as well, all the way back Rafter. That was eventually going to be the nail in the coffin on that round, no matter what. I was talking about Forsaken. He could use that in a post plant or just get an immediate drone tag. A double hit. Jing takes all of the space that was created because of that as well. Oh my god, whatever they had planned in that round. Couldn't even begin to guess. I mean, it was just out the window immediately.
That's as the Hunter's Fury comes in. You can see Weber just throw his head back. Okay, Heretics, credit to them. Still want to find a burst of speed here, but oh, the boys were waiting for you, Miniboo. You were expected.
Yeah, just hoping the Forsaken would be in that closer tucked position that Asoba will often be in, but was safe, playing back for the multiple players to guard him.
Oh, it's just filthy.
They're trying to make hero plays. You can't blame them. They've only got sheriffs. PaperX have absolutely shut them down. Their economy is completely out of control. Don't do it again. Don't do it again. Don't do it again. All right, thank you. We can't have 2 knives in the debut game.
Yeah, cure for hypotension.
We cannot do that.
So very quickly, those 2 rounds fall. Heretics back on a buy. Now with Thrash and Lockdown to work with. Like, I like the idea. Heretics, obviously, with a back-breaking round. They were virtually 2-dimensional after that one. Still want to go forward, play that PRX-esque aggressive B-side play, at least use their Neon to get something. But man, I mean, PRX wrote the script for that. They were there when the Deep Magic was written.
6-round run coming into this with an 80+% win rate on attack. We're seeing exactly why. Deep Recon is going to come through mid, and then something can swing off this with Patman. No one is going to actually be spotted by it. No, Benji caught, and there's a teleport into spawn. Disarray for Heretics.
Oh man, they're getting clowned on. This is the rifle round. They were trying desperately to bail water out of this quickly sinking boat. And they've already been cut down to 3 players, and Patman is on a timing, but there's an awareness here for Woot. He kind of knows it, and he's ready.
I was going to say, Patman, he's just in the walls at all times, but Heretics ready now. This is winnable.
Yep, something spotted out. Here comes a fast retake for Heretics. Good start. Forsaken dealt with Raptor's control. Assumed Woot very sharp this round. Thrash here will look to find Divide, last standing member of PRX, and in midair he is detained. Heretics come up for air. It's a breather, a brief respite. But boy howdy, look at those wallets on the side of PRX. They are bulging.
Desperately needed round win from Heretics. They're losing players early, and they still manage to pull it off. They do a great job getting back into that site together. The distraction from Rafters, and then you have Woot coming lower. I mean, the distraction. Benji knows he's in there, but just can't do anything about it. Yeah, it's that moment where something tucked in that deep position again is forced to look towards Rafters. And Woot takes advantage of that distraction to get a free kill. This is going to be such an uphill battle for Team Heretics as they have to just face down a PaperX that won't be saving anytime soon, if at all, this half.
It's possible Alex took exception with that round from PRX. I can't be sure. Wow! Oh, but he's not ready. He's clearing the recon, and Jing is just too far ahead of the play for him.
He just double teleports forward. He gets all of that space for free. You're never expecting it on defense.
Rian's has to salvage. The only player inside the A site for now, disrespecting the smoke at Rafters, and look at Patman pushed all the way up on B.
He's just got the craziest lurk timings. He's gonna have to accelerate a bit. The Team Heretics try to get in off this fast lane. They're getting towards screens. It's slow right now. Relay bolt doesn't hit something. Here comes the lockdown.
He's going after it. By hook or by crook, something is looking for this, and there's Patman on the lurk timing. Oh, the lockdown is just popped out from under Heretics.
I can't with this guy. He's crazy.
And now Heretics know they really can't play off the side. They've got to commit. They've got to challenge this. Not too shabby there from Minibu, but Jing deigns to descend from the ivory tower to deal with death blow to the
This is winnable. Patman's too far away.
Can he get a touch? Unreal. The Red Bull clutch. A crucial one here for Wood as Wingman does the job. Man, they really had to fight scrappy for that one. Wyatt 3 up for Heretics, and they come out with a dub.
His little pal just gives him that effective 2 versus 2. Wins the highest impact 1v1. But talk about Minibu, what an adjustment. Looks like he's already in the grave when he gets this 3rd kill. What is that, man? What is that?
So Heretics have taken a chunk out of that PRX economy. 1 round closer to their total. There's a lot of work still to do. We're going to have an early Viper Spit on the B side of the map. PRX clearly no interest in challenging it early this round.
Batman wants to go on another wild adventure. Okay. Go up to, while the rest of the team are focused on, Team Heretics triple stacked up. They go drone for drone. Oh my god, the last Hunter's Fury was really solid.
Nice schmooze there from Minibu. Avoids what would have been a lethal connection. PRX had to be satisfied with a little bit of damage onto the Neon, but Minibu also has that overdrive in the ready. Here's Jing again. They are never ready for Jing! From the top rope, he's able to find his... Rien's claps back now, has to drop to the side. This is good anchoring. Can he do with something? No, the shorty. More than he can deal with. And Boo laboriously will drag himself across the map to challenge this.
Planted.
Jing has just been an absolute animal on both maps. Countless first kills.
Boo gives a double swing. He's going to have to deal with it. Oh, the King's Horses and Men emerge. Then the Viper is dealt with. Match point now comes up. PRX. There was a narrative, right, if you're a PRX fan? Or even a hater. You're familiar with the feeding narrative, but it's never been less true. With Patman joining this lineup, that stabilizing force. They've been so clean. They've strung together 6 attack side rounds as the half began.
Heretics on defense have had absolutely no clue how to deal with Jing, getting in these absurd forward teleport positions. Playing with so much more aggression than you would typically see from Omens on this map. Something, connection. Wow, damage for damage.
Yep. They both take a hit there. Ice Fury now being deployed by Rians. What is there to find here? Comes up with nothing. Patman hears him. How is he here already? The conditioning utterly broken on the side of Heretics, and now it's up to Boo again. 30 points of health to try and slow the PRX train down, but choo-choo, baby! We have more than left the station! Paper Rex have arrived in the 6.
Feels like they've never been faster, actually. 13-1 on the first map. Dominant on map 2. Not one pistol round loss. All of the momentum throughout both of these games slowed down for just a moment, but they immediately bounce back and utterly crush Team Heretics in that second half of Icebox. Listen, we thought we were going to get a close banger game. Well, we got some exciting plays for sure from Paper Rex. Highlight reel stuff coming out from Jing. Both maps, Forsaken, incredible on Pearl. Patman with some mental lurks. I don't think anyone expected this to be so dominant. This is Paper Rex at their best.
Patman's reputation was the one that would keep it calm, keep his team in line, but instead he is dragging them, kicking and streaming straight down the throat of Heretics. And so history repeats itself once more. Wyatt, a tough loss suffered by Heretics at the hands of this phenomenal outfit. Forsaken shows us exactly what it was that got PRX to this game. And no one on the side of Heretics can deal with these timings that Jing is throwing at them.
Give it up for Paper Rex! Guys, you know what? Celebrate with the fans. Celebrate with the fans. Enjoy this moment. But, hey, guys, is it okay if I steal Forsaken?
Oh, that's fine, that's fine.
All right. Hey, let's have a chat. Forsaken, pure dominance. 13-1 on Pearl. What the heck?
To be honest, I don't really know what happened about Pearl. I don't really watch Heretics Pearl as well. I think I think their weakest map is Pearl, which is right. So yeah.
Okay, and you seem very dialed in, standing up, shouting a lot, very animated as well. So, what was your mindset? Are you just happy to be back, or, you just kind of wanted to, show off your guns?
Actually, I just want to hype the team because last time in Pacific, I realized that we were winning when I'm standing up. When we're not quiet, we were winning. So I think I'm going to do this all the time. So we're like vibing,
Just don't sit down. Play standing up. Let's talk about Pepman. How'd you prep Pepman for Masters? Because you guys have to play other tournaments in between Stage 1 and Masters Toronto. So, can you talk to us a little bit about getting him ready?
Yeah, I mean, actually, it's his first time in international. And we win our first match. So I'm kind of really proud of him that he can play well, even though he may be a little bit nervous. But so far, I think so good. Maybe a little bit of jet lag still, but we believe that we're gonna get it done, yeah.
Okay. I hear everyone on the team saying it's about time that we won something, right? So is Paper X Train going to ever stop until you reach the trophy?
No jinx, but hopefully the trains keep going on, yeah.
Track by track.
Track by track, guys. Track by track. Let's go.
All right. Thank you for Seiken. Go celebrate and enjoy this moment. And that's all from me too.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to day one of Masters Toronto, and it's time for our second match of the day, Bilibili versus Team Liquid. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined once again by Mel and Ender. Now, another EMEA team's about to take the stage. Are they cooked? Is it EMEA cooked today?
I mean, after what happened in Series 1, quite possibly. Also, Team Liquid coming in, you know, emergency sub for them as well. So definitely not looking great for EMEA so far.
It's not, but however, it might be a great day for Bilibili. They've had a hell of a year so far as well. And Mel, it's Bilibili that made it, not EDG, and they managed to actually beat them regionally for the first time ever.
And I think that is a shocker for everyone. I don't think anyone saw that coming. It's honestly a testament to the skill of the Chinese region to be able to have such competitive, especially with the fact that EDG legit won champs not too long ago. So to see this level of competition and see EDG is able to be taken down by Bilibili is a testament to the region.
Yeah, and now it's the time for Bilibili to show up on the international stage, because the last time we saw them win a game on international stage, Champs 2023 against NRG. They've only ever beaten NRG globally. Twice, mind you, in the same tourney. They have to be able to show up now that they have, you know, overcome EDG, who'd always had their number.
Yeah, and as K-Knight would say, FNS, are you okay? I know he's watching us, but I had
Another
to.
FNS straight. That's
Just my go. That's my go. That's my go. But the roster
crazy.
does look a little bit different. Ender, however, this time around they have made changes. Have you liked the changes they made?
I think overall, yeah. I think Bilibili play a much stronger game, all things considered. I like a lot of the mid rounds they're able to look. K-Knight on the lurks going into mid. Like, they have a lot to go for them coming into this tournament. I think that they are going to put up a real challenge against CL today.
I think it'd be a mistake to assume this is the BLG of old, where it's like, oh, they only get by cringe judge gaming on Split or something. Absolutely not. Like, if this is your first time seeing Bilibili ever since the NRG incident, like, this is a very different team. Like you said, very capable of mid-rounding, and they bring a much more convincing play, at least I think so, to this international stage.
Yeah, and I love Neff joining this roster as well. I think you can see what he's brought to this team, and taking a look at their map pool. I mean, in VCTCN, they've been a force to be reckoned with. Can they replicate that, however, on this stage?
Look, Yinsu, I'm looking at Icebox and Pearl, because we just had a series against an EMEA team where Icebox and Pearl were in the pool.
Oh my god.
Look, TL, you got to get rid of that Pearl. It's not going to look good if you let Bilibili play it versus you.
I'm going to mold for 1 second. If Team Liquid do not ban the Pearl today, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
I'm walking off.
We gotta get it.
I'm going to leave Toronto. I'm gonna nearest airport if they do what the mistakes Heretics made. Because Mel, it is simple coming into a tournament like this. If you're an EMEA team like Team Liquid, the options are there. Why will they take that risk against Bilibili, who are good on Pearl?
You would have to be severely underestimating your potential on another map in order for that to happen. It would be, I agree with you, it would be a huge miss.
It would. Now, you mentioned the judge a little bit earlier, Ender. Are you on the side with Mel here that they no longer rely on YZ's judge?
Yes. You can still use it. Don't get me wrong.
A great guy.
Yeah, let's bring that in there. No, but I think this team played a lot more a complex playbook, I would say, right? I think that what they would do a lot in mid-rounds especially is they love to work the center of the map regardless of the maps they play. But I think especially on Pearl, which is a signature map for them, they do a lot of ping-pong between sites. They play a lot of late rounds that aren't about huge execs with a judge flying into backside. No, it's about trying to find those pressure points on a map they can exploit and use that to take a site.
Yeah, and for Bilibili and YZ as well, you would think coming into a tournament like this, the leading duelist when it comes to stats, you know, be your Zekans, be your Kaya, be your Jogomo, but it's none of those players. It is YZ, Mel, and despite whether teams might respect Bilibili or not, you have to respect YZ.
And I mean, it would be a huge disservice. Like, I think if you go in the server and you are sleeping on YZ, I think you're setting yourself up for failure.
You're trolling.
You are trolling, yes. And I'm honestly really excited considering YZ has been on the international stage before, something his teammates haven't had. So not only is he expected to lead mechanically and stats-wise in the server, but he's also, I'm looking to him personally as an emotional leader on the team to show them, be that anchor for them on the stage.
This is ridiculous. Look at these stats.
I mean, his stats are crazy. His first kills also are ridiculous. If you look at recent performances, like, this is a guy that is so constantly giving his team team an advantage that it makes the round so much simpler to play out. They'll play those solo rounds to enable him to go on those hunts, find a pick, and then play it from there.
Yeah, and just a very annoying player to, well, at least when I'm watching,
Not
right?
if he's on your team.
Yeah, but how do you deal with that? Because he is going to be all in your face. You know, he's not going to be afraid of anything.
I feel like you can definitely feel as a player the impact of the most annoying players. It might not be the most insane best players. Well, in this case, it is both the best player and the most annoying player. But oftentimes it's like someone that is annoying, someone that is outlawing, someone that's judging, someone that's Odining, someone that is going across your screen with a slide. Like those are the players that have the most impact on you, not just stat-wise, but like mentally in the game, that you can't run away from these people.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what he's going to be able to do back on the global stage, and also hear from the man himself who spoke with Jen Lee a little bit earlier.
Hey guys, it's Jen with Billy's YZ and Vera for some translation. Now, congratulations YZ. You guys have made it to Masters Toronto. Of course, Masters debut for you tonight. So what is the mentality here? You know, do you see yourselves as the underdogs or the tournament favorites, or are you just here to play your best game?
我觉得这是你们来到大师赛的一个首秀嘛，那你们现在心态是什么样的？觉得自己是黑马，还是说夺冠热门，或者没有那么在乎那么多，只想打出自己最好的表现？
我觉得我们就是并没有去想那么多吧，我们来这就为了干一件事，那就是拿下胜利。
I don't really care much about those tags. Since we came here, we just want to win this tournament.
Okay. Try your best. Yeah? Okay. Good luck. 加油! 加油!
Winning this tournament is going to be a big task. But just some context for the people that don't know YZ, this man on your screen. He is actually a very, very funny guy. You know, back in VCTC and now EDG haven't made it. A lot of the fans, they're backing Billy. They love him. He's also a really, really funny streamer. He streams a lot on Billy, funny enough. Amazing personality, really dry humor. We even saw him at the press conference talk about how, like, if you beat us, I'm going to go back to China. I'm going to tell Kong what you did, and he's going to come back and sort you out a chance.
Oh, okay.
So he's very, very funny. He's got an amazing personality, and I like the confidence. He's here to win the whole tournament.
He's truly the Valorant renaissance man. You know, he does it all. He can lead, he's funny, he shoots well, he streams. What can't he do?
Everything. Maybe even win a trophy. And but let's move on to Team Liquid, who unfortunately will be playing with a sub for today's game, and that sub is going to be replacing Mel Nats. Can anyone on this planet, you think, adequately replace somebody like Nats?
I genuinely don't think so. And it's just such a tall ask. Nats is such a prestigious player. There's so many people, even in the scene, even at this event, that look up to Nats to this day. And the fact that he's had such a long career and he's still coming to these international events, well, hopefully he's able to secure the visa, but the fact that he's IGLing now and he's still putting up these numbers, it makes it impossible to replace that.
That's the biggest thing to me, because a lot of people, like, if you're not following closely, you're like, oh no, we lose Nats, we lose one of the sharpest shots in EMEA, we lose one of the best lurkers in EMEA. But I think what he is really doing for this TL team is just making their mid-rounding excellent. Those pivots on the attacking side, when they're switching up between the sites they're going to, I think he does a great job of varying the tempos in his calling and making it really hard to actually get a read against TL, and that's going to be the void they're going to have to find a way to fill.
And there's a reason why he leaves such a big void, everything you two both mentioned as well. And for those of you who haven't had the, I guess, had the chance to see what Nat is like in game, we have a clip here just to demonstrate how important he is for Team Liquid.
Anything wrong with you? Or you looked in 100%? 100%. But Kamil, you looked in 100%? Yeah. Gio, you looked in 100%? Yeah. Michael, are you so okay, looking on 200%, boys. Are you guys not gonna let them just take them up from us like that, or what? Oh. We're not speaking even, boys. We're just literally full autopiloting, and not just Michael, boys. Michael, you full lost, so focus up on this. But Gio, also, you're full lost right now. You're not playing with any confidence. Kamil, I'm happy that's what you're trying to, but try more. Patrick, the same. Try more, boys. Yeah. Nothing, give everything. Yes, we had a plan for all of these 3 matches, but okay, give all of you right now. Because I don't know why we're thinking about the grand final or whatever gonna be happening tomorrow. We not deserve to be tomorrow anywhere. Tomorrow we deserve to sit at home if we're gonna play like that. Let's just make ourselves happy.
You might think that this is just like a one-off, he says this, but Mel, his speeches are legendary in EMEA. He's always yapping. Did you expect him, you know, to be, I guess, this harsh and direct?
I honestly no. I would say that's one of the hardest parts of being a leader that people don't see. Honestly, matter of fact, let me get my peripherals and get on the stage. That's how motivated I am after seeing that. Like, that was actually like chills. I think a lot of people think an IGL is just calling and thinking of the macro reads and how can I outplay the other opponent, and also at the same time balance my mechanical skill and your individual like calling. But I think a lot of it is actually the nitty-gritty, the things that you don't see, talking to your teammates and not only bringing out the best in them, but knowing when to hold them accountable and hitting that perfect balance of the tone of you're not just like, you know, degrading them, you're trying to get the best out of them. And I think that is irreplaceable.
Especially like during a match day as well. Like, that's such a high stakes moment. To be able to do it is really impressive.
All right, let's hype up their substitute. We've seen a lot.
Oh, I can do this.
We've seen some amazing players, you know, having to step in on a global stage and own it. So, and give me some hope here. Tell me why we should be excited about Penny.
Well, Penny's coming in for his second Masters performance here. He played on V1 way back in the day. Ironically, got a win up against Team Liquid back in centuries ago in Reykjavik. But he's been playing in Tier 2 in North America, right? For YFP has been looking solid there.
Coach. Sorry, I had to.
True, actually.
Effie's made it.
It's iconic, but honestly, he is a very solid player, and we even had him and the rest of the guys jump in for Furia back during kickoff when Furia couldn't field a roster in Americas. Penny comes in, wins his game, and dips out.
Super sub.
He is the super sub, you're saying it.
Yeah, and very quickly, while we look at this agent pool, I kind of wanted to bring Serial into this conversation, because when Serial joined Team Liquid, there were questions about what the heck is he going to play, because him and Nats have identical agent pools.
Yeah.
Serial, he plays Cypher, he plays Viper, he couldn't do any of that. But Mel, maybe now with Penny in the mix, that kind of, you know, the role isn't going to be as outrageous as it looks from the outside.
I genuinely wish I could even think about what the roles are going to look like, because I have no clue. I haven't really ever had an opportunity to say that someone is a secondary sentinel on a team. Yeah. Like, that is how much Serial and Nat's agent pools overlap, and I'm genuinely just so curious to know who's gonna IGL. How is that system gonna work? I think that's the awkward elephant in the room. Like, one, roles and agents are already out the window, but who's calling?
Patty seems like the obvious choice, right?
That's
out of all of the other players.
He's a very vocal player. We've seen him on Team Heretics. When he was subbing, he was still extremely vocal, which is hard to do as someone who's a sub.
Yeah.
And I think that is the most obvious choice. But I know Penny is someone that is very high game IQ when it comes to the game. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen.
There's a very real world where it's just a little bit of everyone, to be honest.
Do you reckon Effie's has taught Penny all he knows at this point when it comes to maybe IGL?
I'll let Effie speak for that. I'll let Effie speak. I think it's the other way around. Penny probably taught Effie's everything he knows. Let's be real.
This is the thing, though, because I tried to do a little bit of digging with the IGL situation. I was in Kiko's chat, you know, instigating, asking him.
Thank you.
Yeah, who was IGLing? He was duo queuing with Nats at the time, and Nats basically said, Kiko, do not leak anything. Don't you dare leak anything.
Oh my God,
and
tight
it sounded like they hadn't decided quite yet a couple weeks ago who was IGLing, but I'm hoping Penny has some answers. This is what he had to say of his return to the big stage.
Hey guys, it's Jen with Penny from Team Liquid. Now, how are you, Penny?
I'm good. I'm happy to be here. Happy to be playing in, well, my home city, right? So, yeah, I'm excited.
I imagine you've been busy as a beaver, get it? Because it's Canada. You know, trying to catch up with the team, figuring out what the roles are going to look like. So can you tell us a little bit about the preparation process and how ready do you feel coming in today?
I'm going to be honest. We've had 2 days of practice together because they just came like a few days ago and I've been here the whole time. And it's a bit hectic. We're getting things together, but honestly, I think we're just going to have to rely on some vibes, some individual play, and I think we have it in us, so, yep.
Get the vibe going. Okay, yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
Let's go vibe. We're vibing off.
2 days of practice.
That didn't give me a lot of
Two.
confidence.
2? Is that enough?
Okay, here. Can I come in with some copium? Yeah. Okay, so here's my thought process, right? We were talking about how people on this team, they play a bunch of different agents. We have a secondary Sentinel player. We have Kiko, who also plays controller and duelist. We have 2 duelist players in the team, and one of them fills controller. I'm thinking, and Penny is someone that can also flex, I'm thinking that because they are all able to play all these different agents, they have the flexibility to pug and to potentially at least make this a competitive series.
Oh, like
That's
a
the
Zipto?
code.
Like a Zipto
Absolutely.
on Lotus?
Exactly. Or maybe not 5 duelists exactly. Maybe not.
No, it was 4 duelists and Cypher. It was 4 duelists and
Are we
Cypher.
doing Sage Roulette or like what's the call here?
Do you agree? You think this is the style they should be approaching today? Just pugging it?
I mean, to a certain extent, you almost have to with that little practice. I think it will be like probably a little bit more calm than that, but you're not coming in with like a huge playbook, right? Like Penny is slotting in here. You don't have like a ton that you can dip into in terms of your history, but honestly, that might suit them. You know, I think Team Liquid already as a team like to take a lot of like aggressive fights, even on the defensive side, just sort of group up 3 players, walk forward and see what they can find. So it might not be that far from home if they just choose to play a more aggressive style.
For me, it's a little bit about the rookies as well. You know, we have some players on the side of Billy. They've never been to a global event before. And on this Liquid roster, Serial, it will be his first time. It took him a while in EMEA to warm up. You know, there was a couple of maps here and there where he was a little bit shaky. You can feel he was maybe nervous. He even talked about it. At playoffs, he was a little bit nervous. And usually you have Nats there. You have Nats there to be your anchor to kind of pick you up. So I do wonder, Ender today, maybe Penny could be the one to keep them grounded.
See, I was going to say, it kind of goes 2 directions, because on the one hand, everyone, all the core members of the roster have to be the one that's making it comfortable for Penny, you know, sort of like enabling him, like asking what you want to do. But at the same time, Penny does have a level of experience coming in, playing on a master stage previously. So I do think that with just his longevity in the scene, he's one of the better people you could find to just slot in for a game like this.
And I think, too, a big part of it is the fact that I think Penny has been competing in challengers a majority of this time, and I think that shows grit. And this is a moment where you need grit. You got to bite down hard, and you need to push forward. And I think if you're going to pick anyone, it's a guy that's been grinding it out in challengers this whole time. After making it to Masters Toronto, he didn't get a big ego about it and quit and throw in the towel after not making it. He's been playing this whole time.
Yeah,
so I can see a lot of perseverance and a potential for, I mean, maybe something can happen. Maybe I'm so big.
The super subs have had a good record so far.
I was just going to say, too, that like the Challengers like schedule is legit, too. Like, you play a lot of games. There's like third-party tournaments as well. Like, he might have actually played more games than some of the people on stage this year, with just like the amount you're cracking in Tier 2.
And I'm kind of talking myself into, I know I predicted Billy, but now we're having this conversation. I'm kind of convincing myself purely because you spoke about, you know, the comps, the agent choices. Liquid have been just cheesing their way throughout EMEA, you know, with the double senties they've been playing. We've heard other players, Mel, talk about how this is super annoying to deal with and you need a lot of counter strat as well. So they could just do this on the global stage.
I wonder, too, if it'll even throw off Billy more if they come to the global stage and they don't exactly stick to the script. And I think that leaning into the pugginess and like the lack of a playbook, I think will actually help Team Liquid in this regard in terms of getting
more cheese.
Yes.
When I was looking at this matchup initially, before knowing about Nats and, you know, questions around
You didn't know about Nats before this game?
No, way back when I was looking at the matchup stylistic. Come on. Yeah, sorry, Nats, I wasn't familiar with their game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was like, I don't know.
Sorry, carry on.
Just a bad place.
Yeah.
No, honestly, I think like stylistically, Team Liquid should be favored in this matchup. Like, I think the double Sentinels ideas, especially against a team like Billy that play such slow rounds consistently on their attacking side, like Billy would often domestically run into time trouble as well, ping-ponging between sites. So if TL stay to that style, I think it benefits them, but I'm not sure it actually suits the players with Penny coming in.
Maybe this is a hot take, but I feel like it would be a mistake for Team Liquid to try and chase what they have with Nats. I think they need to find their own little nook with the sub and not try to go after what they have with their IGL when he's there, because he's just not there. And his impact, besides IGLing, but his lurking and his game IQ, also isn't there. So we cannot rely on our old game plans and our old system, in my opinion.
There's only one thing that makes me even more espresso depresso than Nats not being here, which is we're not getting Cats today. And Cats has been such a mainstay of
Is
EMEA.
that why you're wearing the ears?
No, but I will say yes. Just well, I mean, we get Kiko, we get one half of Cats. We're going to have to see if Nats do manage to make it in the end. But again, Kiko, after the role swap this year, Ender has been incredibly impressive.
Yeah, because Kiko was, I mean, if you go back to, what was it, 2023, like in the Ascension, like he was just the god player, right? That everyone was saying was going to be the next coming of all those Durka, whatever, trying to ascend up into EMEA. But I think he really has found his form in this year, like you're talking about. Isn't going to have that duo there, but his agent pool is also wild because he has that back history of playing the duelist for so long.
It's kind of reminiscent of Demon 1 on EG, right? Having your duelist like play Jet and also controller on some maps. It kind of gives me that vibe, and it's really cool to see another player kind of fit into that niche.
What would you do here, though? Because obviously Penny coming in with so much experience on that duelist, now they have three duelist players. Do you just keep Kiko on the smokes and then
Or do you play 3 duelists?
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's a little crazy.
I'm actually kind of down for that. I mean, Team Liquid once upon a time played no smokes, so I think this is like fine. This is okay, no?
No, I don't condone this, actually. I've changed my mind.
You changed your mind? You changed your mind? But can you realistically out-surprise Billy? Because Billy are normally the team that come out with, you know, some surprises and teams not fully knowing what to do.
I think when you just have a new roster, you're coming out with more surprises, certainly. But most of us are on the Billy side. I think Uber and Vans are the only people that believed in Liquid.
I would love to get a vibe check here in the arena because only Uber and Vans believe in Liquid. Toronto, if you can hear me, give me a cheer if you believe in Team Liquid. Ooh.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Billy's about to pop off, though.
Give me a cheer if you are a Billy believer. Any Billy fans? Oh,
That's more for Billy.
Even the fans in the arena are believing in Billy, and so are the 3 of us. But like I said, there were.
Hold on. Wait, whoa. I hear people from across the Atlantic chanting Team Liquid's name. It's coming through the walls. They believe. Sue, they believe in Team Liquid.
I'm glad somebody believes in Team Liquid. So there's those people. And no, that's Uber and Vans you're hearing. That's Uber and Vans.
My mistake.
But enough yapping from us over here. It's time to send this back down to the stage and bring out Billy Gaming and Team Liquid.
Billy Gaming. Team Liquid.
We have seen a lot of super subs over the last 5 years. Today, Penny makes his return to the global stage and see if he can do some damage with this Team Liquid roster. They've never played against each other before, which is very, very exciting. But as we mentioned, there is a map that, you know, EMEA have been very weak at this year. It is Pearl. I do wonder if Liquid are going to take it away at Mel. Thank God I do not have to get on a plane.
I mean, should you just do the vetoes for every EMEA team? I feel like you just have an idea, you know exactly
We should put you in charge, I agree.
Yeah, thank you. Honestly, thank you. But, I mean, this is ultimately what we wanted to see, right, Mel? We don't want to see Liquid take risks. Do you like the Haven choice from them?
I do. I mean, I think I'm biased though because I just love Haven as a map. So the fact it's even getting played at all just makes me excited.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way Team Liquid play on Haven. I think they're very ready for reclears that come into them. They play a very aggressive style on the defense side as well. You're going to see them walking out into mid space, checking that forward space over towards A as well. So Billy Gaming are going to have to be on their toes versus that.
Yeah, and Sunset got floated. We might actually be able to see Sunset on day 1 of Masters.
I love B main post plants. Let's go.
I definitely do. +1 to that. I'm so excited. I actually can't keep a smile off my face right now. Seeing Penny here on the Masters Toronto stage. Last time we saw him was actually Reykjavik, and here he is playing against Billy.
Could I make you a little bit more excited with the possibility
Yeah, I could be convinced.
of either a double Harbor, like both teams running Harbor on Icebox, or a waylay, a cheeky waylay could also be thrown in there.
Okay, I don't know if I can get on board with the waylay, but the double harbor, that's America's bread and butter.
But we know America's teams.
Yeah.
It's a CN team and an EME
Yeah,
team.
but I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. It's good, honestly. I really like what it can do for you for either early control on the defensive side over mains, but also just like permanently stalling out once your Viper wall goes down, your harbor wall goes back up. You can keep that cycle. It's a really solid pairing on that map.
If they do that though, what does Penny play? So if Kiko plays Harbor, Serial plays, I guess, either Killjoy or Viper? I guess you can put Penny on the Viper. There you go.
I mean,
Problem
I suppose
solved.
you could. You could. I genuinely have zero idea how they're going to slice up these roles. I'm really anxious to see what agents are being played and who's even playing them.
Yeah, I think BLG is pretty locked in on this Icebox map. They play a lot of the basic double smokes, but Team Liquid is wide open in terms of the options you can do, because there's also so many different reads of Icebox right now. Like we just saw an Omen comp being played. Some teams still like Gecko, some like double smokes, some aren't running duelists. Like there's so many options.
And I just want to remind everybody, this is where Billy managed to beat EDG on Icebox. This is where they shine. They managed to take that map win. It ended up snowballed into a serious win. And as we take a look at the live agent select, Penny is hovering the Reyna.
The Kiko Harbor is locked in though already. We're just ready to go on that one.
Are we going to get Harbor and Waylay? Are we that lucky today?
Surely not.
Shout out to Billy for keeping things, straightforward for us.
They instantly locked.
Yeah, this is the comp we kind of expected from them, right? They're not making any changes.
That is different. They've never played Clove on this map before.
What is going on?
Hello?
We're going into triple, and if Patty locks in Phoenix, I'm going to be the happiest person on earth.
No way. There's no way.
I mean, they're
have to
teasing
fill
us.
this out with-
They are really... Wait, hold on. I just got ahead of myself.
But also, like, it's no Viper with triple smokes as well, which is really wackoing double circle smokes.
Mel, this is what you wanted. You wanted them to just be weird, right?
I mean, I said
wanted
be
them
weird.
this
I didn't say be crazy. This is insane. This is beyond anything what I was expecting. Triple controller on Icebox, and I'm going to guess no duelist, and Omen is going to be... Omen and Clove are going to fill that duelist role. I don't believe it.
Phoenix
for a second.
No,
That's what I thought.
I think when you run that many smokes, you need multiple agents that have flashes that can fight through them. Because you're using the smokes to like cut out a lot of deeper angles
space.
on the map, and then you need the flashes to be able to pop out of them and scale forward.
Yeah, and out of all of the agents Penny has played in his career, it will be his first Omen.
I mean, this is crazy. Sticking to this comp with a sub is just insane.
No Killjoy Icebox. Like, where's our info? How are we getting info on this map? This is a hard comp to play, to say it lightly.
I can't wait to get into this map after that agent select and throw this over to your casters. Toronto, give a warm welcome to Achilles and Paperthin.
Hello, here we are, live in Toronto. I'm Achilles, that's Paper Thin, and we are going to be guiding you guys through what is looking to be a very chaotic map of Icebox, to say the least. We kind of already knew it was going to be the case, just given the two teams playing, given the Nats is not here, but the comp swap, I have no clue what's about to happen.
Me either. I mean, this is very off-kilter. No duelist. It is going to be very reliant on positioning and timings. Making sure you're getting tons of value out of the Gecko and the KO is really what's going to be important here for Liquid. But I will say this, coming into this tournament, when I'm watching BLG, I think they're a very stock standard team. They're going to play, by the book Valorant. Coach Bile is a very, old school Korean style coach, and he's going to come in there and he's going to want to play good post plants, good setups, good info. This is one of the things that I was worried about for BLG in this event, is when you got chaos thrown at you, what are you going to be able to do against it?
Let us find out. Barriers are dropped. Quick little orb take here. Is 0 Point going to get a decent amount of information? I believe 3 players going to be noted by that. Liquid able to identify the stack. Spike at the same time slowly being ushered across towards this B site. Alarm bot is in position as the wall gets set up there.
You can create a lot of confusion with this comp as well. You're never really going to be sure which direction they're going. They can throw smokes everywhere on the map. They've got a bunch of different util to use with the initiators to sell fakes. This could be really tricky, but so far, BLG just holding the line behind their high tide, just waiting this out. YZ right at the ready.
Attempted a little bit of an audio bait there from Camo as the swing gets ready to come through. Patatek already cleared out. Now Camo going to be taken down. That spike immediately is going to be pivoted back towards B. No. Cuts across through mid. I like the approach here under tube. Levius in position though, striking. Penny going to be down on the floor. Serial dead. Kiko able to fight back for one, but needs a hell of a lot more. And those are some snapping shots! As, oh, baby! The 4K damn near gets the ace clutch, but won't be able to squeak it out in the end. It's going to be Billy taking the pistol.
He has been just electric in EMEA this year and almost pulls off the miracle. BLG gets a good read early there. Ready to spring the trap right off the back of their own high tide. That one caught Team Liquid just enough off guard, but the response there almost got it done. And that's almost like feels like a win in that round, like for Team Liquid. You really don't quite get it. Coaching staff there, Lohan, thought maybe. Oh, so close.
Took a second to realize, but yeah, that's going to be a damn good effort. And also fast tracking that ultimate. So I think it can be online very quickly. YZ able to find Patatek. Sheriff besting the classic. Neff for the moment alone gets a little bit of reinforcements from Levius as Team Liquid going to look to see what they can get done here on the side. Penny TPing up above. Levius about to swing in, identifies it. Isn't able to save his teammate. Does end up getting taken down, but not before he's able to find two. Headshot does connect, but Camo can't confirm the kill. Let's see if Kiko's got a bit more of that left in the tank. Just 3 targets to try to get through this time.
Could get the Reckoning off a kill. I don't know if he'll find an opportunity to use it.
Push coming through. There's the headshot. Ult is online. Bulldog recovered, but why is he down below? We'll be able to drag Billy over the line here in round 2. Closing out the anti-eco, but not without cost.
No, it isn't looking the cleanest there for Billy in some of these late game scenarios. Losing some players when maybe they don't need to, but it's aggressiveness. Again, these extra layers of smokes that Team Liquid is creating, using that to get players up high-low, keeping Billy really off balance. And then, of course, Kiko is just lightning right now, has the Reckoning all ready for this round. And it's a big stack over towards B for Billy. Just leaving Levius all on his own on A with the Killjoy util. I wouldn't be too surprised if this is a read to kind of just dodge the Reckoning, play for retake, see what you can get done beyond that.
Plenty of noise being made here by Team Liquid, stomping their way forward.
I suggest you move.
Maneuvers starting to come out here from Billy as they look to try to get into position here. Push forward past Garage. Sight, however, wide open. Levius leaving it for the taking. Waits out the Reckoning. Spike now going to be planted.
They're going to be coming from a lot of different angles. Billy, very patient, very diligent team.
Russia going to be noted there around the back. Paranoia going to be sent off the back of that Dizzy, and that's going to be Levius now taken down. Serial able to find Neff, and Team Liquid looking good to secure themselves a win here in the anti-bonus. Remaining players of Billy now arriving over onto the side. Full connection on the flash. YZ has to tuck back. Camo on the peak, able to find K9, finding Russia. And now it's just YZ to see if he can put a dent in this Liquid squad at all, and he cannot. Flawless fashion, Team Liquid get themselves on the board.
This is beautiful from Team Liquid, and Penny, the hometown hero, with a great Paranoia to clear out Levius on the stairs. Really nice stuff from Team Liquid, but you can see the game plan here. It's to scale off of these smokes quickly and keep Billy off balance. This is something I think that they're noticing a trend with Billy in China, is that teams like XLG that come at them quick, they don't often react properly to it. And if you can catch them when they're trying to get their setups, trying to get their perfect plays into position, they often crumble.
Go into the first buy round now. Liquid are going to be able to go ahead and tie up this affair. YZ once again, full flash connecting, has to drop down off the back of Yellow. Liquid though slowing down a bit as the thrash is going to be invested. YZ at risk now, completely and utterly detained. Patatek able to just run him down. Gets right in on top of him, spots out the legs of Neff. Gets himself a second kill. Russia able to peel back one. Penny does get taken down, but Patatek on a mission finds himself a third. Now it's just Russia. Quick little taps, finds the headshot, but Camo swings around the back. And that is Team Liquid now tying it at 2-2.
Yeah, there's just no follow-up plans here for Billy. This thrash comes through, and Neff is stuck trying to figure out a way that he can get into a position to be safe. And instead, he just gets stuck in a spot where his legs are right out in the open, and he just gets cut down. This is looking really nice for Team Liquid. They've got some good plans coming in to this attacker side on Icebox. These smokes in particular, making it really tricky for Bilibili to find the angles that they want to hold these positions, to kind of play against the utility that they're expecting to come. And the outside of the pistol in the follow-up, it hasn't looked that great, and even those 2 rounds were dangerous.
Orb does get taken. Russia going to be 1 away from that next reckoning. 2 Stingers and Sheriffs abound here for Bilibili's. They look to pull off a Thrifty. Once again, though, Stack from Team Liquid working their way in towards this B site. They get it clear on the alarm bot. TP back yellow. And it is just Levius here. Not much to be done. Wraps around the back of site. Has an opportunity here for the shot, but nope. Camo will be able to find it. Gets the overheal. Right as rain.
Drop in a smoke.
So now you have to deal with all of these smokes in a retake scenario. It's an absolute nightmare for Bilibili.
Camo 1 away from his ult too. That's another piece of the puzzle to consider here for Bilibili.
No peeking.
Cycling the smoke. Rashad just here alongside him, would be able to find the kill in all likelihood given the stinger, and there you go, finds it off screen. Penny trades one back onto Risha. Outlaw used, finds value, and now it looks like widely K-Knight and Neff more than happy to just go down to the spike if possible, but Patatek will go ahead and find himself another elimination. And Team Liquid now going to find themselves in the lead, and the rounds coming away pretty cleanly for them as well.
No, absolutely. They're really on pace to make this half very difficult for Bilibili, in a map that Bilibili has been very good on. They beat EDG, they beat Wolves on this map in their run-up to qualifying for Masters, whereas Team Liquid has struggled on this map. The only team they've actually beaten is Fnatic in EMEA in Stage 1. But outside of that, they have 4 losses. So this is a map you would think is Bilibili. You can kind of just be in cruise control, play your game. But I think you've got to dig a little bit deeper here. I think you've got to start getting aggressive. Things that we saw in the pistol round that worked for them. Playing a little bit of trickery might catch Team Liquid enough off guard, because these smokes are just too difficult right now for Bilibili to deal with. Playing passive isn't paying off. You need to change the pace.
For now, still a bit slow here. YC can find the headshot. Tailwind's out, but you mentioned before, Camo has that ult online, so not dead yet. We'll see if he's going to be able to find an elimination to earn that life back. No, Risha will quickly put him back into the grave. Still though, a 1-for-1 exchange, now traded up, now equalized as YC on the repeat, able to find one, and it's a messy fight of it, but Levius holding down M1, able to find that final kill to tie us up at 3-3.
But I love this from Bilibili. A slight change here, and that's getting YZ in a position where he can start doing damage early before Team Liquid can really get their execute set up the way that they want to. A little bit shaky there for him, but he still gets it. Then they're ready for that player to be up on the pipes, can't convert. Then the trades are there, and they're good. Levius right on point for the final 2. Lucia bigging him up. Let's see if Billy can start stringing some rounds together. They've got some big ults to play with. They've got a reckoning. They've got a lockdown. Do some damage. Penny.
Where's he gonna go? Okay, back towards Snowman here.
They threw a fake smoke into Spawn to try to confuse him, but he's shut down.
They have eyes on it. Neff gets himself on the board with that kill, undoing Pinnacle backstab. YZ on the peak, still managing to find that kill before getting taken down. Neff gets himself a second. And so now it's gonna be the player advantage here for the side of Bilibili. Lurk up here from Patatek, but Levius reading this suspicious. Sends out a timing on that Nano Swarm, but damage not to be found. Gets another one though, and this one does manage to tag up Patatek just a bit. Lockdown now. Gonna be sent through. Patatek does have the fragment, could try to clear it instead, looks to try to get a catch there onto K-Knight and is able to do so. He's gonna be in such a rough spot, he needs to clear this out, but he's not gonna be allowed to do it. Spike planted, a 1v1. Campbell tagged up a bit. He scales forward, gets himself past the wall. Does Risha have any idea at all? Goes for the tap. Seems like he is reading that he's gonna be nearby. Camo going for the 3-2-1, pushes in and catches the timing. Finds a headshot, and Liquid once again get themselves into the lead.
What a round from Patatek there. Just being so aggressive once that lockdown is planted, and it catches K-Knight completely off guard, and then he throws a great flash to make sure he can clear screens and at least make it a 1v1 for his teammates. Really nicely played, and Camo, calm and collected there at the end, finds the perfect timing. You can see Patatek bigging him up, and
Not going to be the best feeling there in the coaching booth for Billy. Billy, once again, going to be knocked back onto a very rough economy. Phantom Guardian. Otherwise, he does have the jet knives. Once again, snack from Billy. Billy's on the wrong side of the map. 5-player push getting ready to come through here from Team Liquid. The walls getting set up. The smoke's ready to be cycled in. There's Dizzy clearing things out, and Wingman at the ready to go for the plant.
Team Liquid's been doing a great job of keeping Billy guessing in the early parts of these rounds. A lot of 4-1 splits, and they've often found the weak side.
Doctor to try to interrupt. Levy's does get a nice headshot there. K-Knight going to be taken down, so won't be able to see the Hunter's Fury come into effect. Spike now planted. Spam from Penny. Able to go ahead and find the kill on the Nep. The K onto Wisey, puts him down to 10, has to wait this out, and that's going to be precious seconds lost now as they try to go for the retake. The wall falling. Camo collecting. And they'll make it a little bit close, get a bit of damage in, but the coffers are still there, full for the side of Team Liquid. Plenty of cash to continue the buys.
Again, it's these smokes that just stall, and buy extra time and make Billy feel that pressure. And finally, timeout is going to come through. 5-3. Oh, right as the wall is coming up, he gets the shot to connect with the Outlaw. YZ shut right down there.
One enemy remaining.
Flash had come through just before.
Nice!
Woo! Their timings are so good right now.
Damn clean. That's one of the things that Billy is lacking with his composition, is those flashes. Yes, they can set up walls themselves. They have the Viper, they have the Harbor, but they don't have anything to send through it to try to enable these peaks from YZ. When he's trying to play that wall to retake space over at Yellow, there's no real way to guarantee any kind of safety.
No, that's really true, and that's why I need to see them be more aggressive. They need to get ahead of the curve, because if you're playing behind those smokes, that's advantage Team Liquid. That's where Team Liquid can throw either another layer of smokes or the flash util. All that stuff can come through, and you're just left stunned behind them. So yeah, I'd like to see Billy take more map control. Get a little bit aggressive towards mid. Do things like that to open the map up for yourselves so you can then keep Team Liquid guessing. Because they don't have a lot of ability to control their flanks. There's no Sentinel here on the side of Team Liquid, so you've got to find ways to exploit the weaknesses of Team Liquid's comp.
Back in we go, we'll see. The words from the coaching staff is going to be enough to spur Billy on to running this back a bit. And it are starting on the defending side, which is typically going to be the weaker one here for Icebox, but given that it's your map pick, given that Team Liquid has only had 2 days of prep with Penny, you certainly should be expecting some cleaner results here for Billy. Wall sent out over towards B, a bit of a fake there. There's a 4-player push, works their way up in towards A, and they actually get a minor little rotation here from K-Knight, who realizes that they completely left mid wide open.
But I like what I'm seeing. I like what I'm seeing here from Billy, getting aggressive early towards B main. This might catch Team Liquid a little bit off guard. Kiko finally turning.
Turns back, and he's going to have to jump, and it's a 1-2 tap. Risha YZ knocked out of the park to push forward into the smoke, and Levy is dead to rights. Camo perfectly poised, and now it's just Neff and K-Knight with not much left to be done. There's the spot out, but Neff somehow comes away taking the brunt of the damage here. The call to save is going to have to be made.
Just so well read. Kiko there might have gotten some sound cues as well to give him a little bit of a heads up, but again, then you see Billy pushing into those smokes. It's a gamble. Every time you walk into one of those smokes, you have no idea. You have no util that's really going to help you clear it. So you're just flipping a coin, hoping somebody's not in there waiting for you. And again, when they tried to go for that retake after they lost 2 players early, it just got shut right down. Team Liquid players right there, ready and waiting with open arms. And they are up to 6. And at the very worst now, it'd be an even half for Team Liquid. With the way they are playing, I think this is going to be heavily favored for the EMEA squad.
It's looking damn good. Let's see just how many more they're going to be able to rack up. 8-4, certainly within their grasp. Maybe even that 9-3. Billy, still a bit of money to work with here. Question is, do they just send this pit off the rip? They do have the heavier stack on A, so it could just be Neff getting into position, set this up here at the start of the round and try to dissuade Team Liquid, but given the comp, they might just try to barrel through it, honestly.
So far, Neff
not sending it.
Yeah, I thought maybe off all that util, I think Team Liquid maybe trying to bait it out a little bit there as well, but again, aggressive positionings from Billy. Like the ideas. Team Liquid read it so well.
Pretty much everybody spotted out. Does get the drone tag onto Camo. Risha trying to.
They're waiting for this
from the side. Yeah, K-Knight, he's here to try to back him up, and Risha comes away with that elimination, forces out the not dead yet. Now they can just back away, try to wait out this ultimate. They're just sprinting out of here. Wisey sticks around for a little bit, but can't tailwind out to safety, and Camo is right back into the fray. Just handed him a resurrection on a silver platter.
He's a madman.
Peeking alongside the wall, trying to see if anyone plays here at Pipes, but Team Liquid, they pump the brakes exactly when they need to.
I mean, YZ, he is known for being just a wild player.
There's the up and over the top, but have the secondary peek in from Camo. Gives them the advantage back into their hands, and Russia's just getting overwhelmed. The line up there, but Levius only able to collect on one.
Spike planted.
Penny down to a sliver, the jump up over the top, Neff able to find the first. Serial does fall. 20 health here on the Omen. Kiko unscathed so far, and they're just gonna look to try to double stack here. Got this backside position, now separating a bit. He's up and over the top, he's just got no idea. Kiko will collect it, and that's gonna be Liquid guaranteed the lead here at the half.
Yeah, this is a tough one for Billy. YZ is a tremendously skilled player. His mechanics are very, very good, but he gets spotted right as he's trying to come down. Of course, he's been spotted before that as well, up on the Raptors, but
30 seconds left.
That's a mistake. This one you can't afford at this stage in the game. That's going to give minimum 7 to Team Liquid on this half. As good as YZ can be, sometimes he does have rough ones. The last time we saw Billy on the international stage was against Crew Champs, and he did not have the greatest series. He lost 0-2, and he was 27-37 in the kill-to-death column. So we need to see him pick it up.
2 more rounds of play here in the half. As there's the pit, now finally going to be infested. Levy is able to find one. Penny going to be taken down, but he does eat quite a bit of damage. Down to 2 HP here is the Killjoy. Pad attack, just spraying through, catches a stray, and Rusha gets taken down. Push forward through all the walls, all the smokes, but YZ is here this time. And he's coming up with the goods. Camo Serial both going to be eliminated. Levius gets team killed by K-Knight as we are diving into the depths of chaos. Patatek will not be able to make it happen. YZ picks up the Vandal, finds the headshot, and gets Billy another round win, breaking the win streak of Team Liquid.
That is one way to pick it up. Nice round for YZ there. Ready for the push out of these smokes. We haven't seen Team Liquid get too aggressive since the early part of this first half. They just walk through there, not ready for YZ to be tucked in there. They don't have any util to try to clear those smokes, and YZ makes them pay for getting aggressive. And that was a much needed round for Billy. They've got the lockdown, got a chance. Patty Tech has his ult. There it goes.
Null command coming through. Levy is going to be making his way across the map. His position is, YZ is just absolutely screwed. Fragment at his feet, previously tagged up, and Patty Tech now going to be on the floor. Resible, but Camo and Penny both end up falling. Serial able to fight back for one. Sees his teammate there on the floor, would love to try to go for the res, but just cannot make it happen. It's far too risky. You at the same time, lurking forward here in towards Kitchen. The turret does reveal. That should lead Billy to realize that there's going to be this rotate across. We'll certainly have it confirmed here in a moment as the spike gets ready to be planted. They're going to go pushing out through a main, though. Trying to get a wrap around across into green.
Got a ton of util here for this retake. You've still got Levius' ult, but
are you going to be hearing all of this?
Yeah, for the backstab.
Oh yeah!
Footsteps certainly going to be noted. Thrash now to just try to slow down the approach here. Trying to get a catch, but will not be able to find one. But Kiko getting closer. Circling them here as the lockdown is invested. He's going to play it patiently now. Striking, finds one. Lockdown going to be cleared out. Gets away. Sliding back to safety. Spike now, the fuse getting started. A bounce there, not able to find it. Drop down, Serial taken out. Kiko trying to make this happen. Has to go for the repeat, and Rusha Nearly gets it done. 7-5 the half, a couple seconds to spare. Billy recovering the half.
Oh, that was huge for Billy. Russia able to hold the line. 14-11 on the half. Keeps Billy in it.
Dangerously close. Liquid out at the lead, but only just. We'll see who's going to be able to take this opening map. We'll come back after halftime.
Do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again.
All right, we are back and about to go into the second half here of Icebox. First map in our second series. We'll go ahead and take a zoom in on the Coinbase Econ report.
Yeah, so this is a stat, guys, that's going to give you an idea of how the team is doing with the money they're spending. So basically, you take your damage done, you divide it by the amount of credits you spent, you get an econ rating. There is a minimum floor on it. I think it's like 1,000, but regardless, it's all about, you know, how much value you're actually getting out of the money you're spending. So like you saw earlier with Paper Rex, like with something, he invested in the op, his econ dropped because he wasn't able to find a ton of value out of it.
Right.
But if you're able to, you know, get these purchases coming through and you're getting a lot of damage done, you're going to get a higher econ score.
Yeah, I think an easier way as well is just if you're trending towards 100, that's good.
Yeah.
That's kind of going to be the benchmark. That's where you really want to aim for. It's like, you know, 10 CS permitted in league, that kind of thing. Get yourself up to 100 econ, you're getting good use out of your weapons. But enough about that. It's now time to go into this second half. Opening pistol going the way of Billy. Team Liquid, though, in the lead. We'll see if Liquid are going to be able to steal away this map pick with their chaotic comp. Toronto, are you ready to get back into the action? Music to my ears. Let's go ahead and see who's going to be able to take this one in the second half.
Oh, already, Kiko trying to take some mid control. We saw it on the attacker side. He was pretty aggressive towards that space, using that high tide to keep Billy guessing. But right now, Billy just looking at A, but where they start is rarely where they will finish.
Double push, Kiko able to find one pad attack. That timing, trying to swing out, but it's an immense amount of damage, and will actually just get wall banged out. Wisey able to find him there with the Sheriff in the end, so player advantage to Billy. He's going to go creeping up the tube, this double push. Do they focus at all? The turret certainly is going to. Neff now maybe with an opportunity, but actually doesn't go for the peek outside window. He's trying to play this still quietly, but he's getting encroached upon here as Camo rotating around the back, but he's got knife out. That's when Neff does strike. Stealing sight. Set down as Wisey's just got him lined up. That's going to be another pistol going the way of BLG, as it's now just one round separating the two teams.
Yeah, so this is quite interesting. You know, BLG, they are one of those teams who will work the map. They are going to spend a lot of the early part of the round kind of ping-ponging back and forth, trying to figure out where the weak side of their opponents is, trying to see what kind of util they can get baited out as well. And they're able to do a nice job here reading this mid-aggression from the side of Team Liquid and quickly rotating back to punish it, and then retaking that open space that Team Liquid gives up over towards A. Of course, Neff with a great lurk. Let's see what YZ can do here.
He is just rushing it right at him, finds one, gets out.
Beautiful.
No one on the exit. Camo dead. Obviously, can still put up a couple smokes here to try to dissuade the push onto the A site, but BLG already starting to set their sights on B. Neff, no contact, no interference on his approach to the site, so they will just go ahead and full send it.
Yeah, and this is something that I loved about this team when I was watching their VODs. Yes, they take a lot of time. Sometimes that clock does get dangerously close to running out, but they're so diligent that they are 90% of the time finding their opponent's weak side. They're great on the attacker side on this map throughout most of stage 1. And they have once again just found an open site, got a plant, and they are very, very good in their post plants. That is one of the most dangerous aspects of BLG. You let them get into post plants safely. Obviously in this round, not important, but going forward, they are deadly.
Well, we get to just sit back and relax as we wait for this spike to go off. Team Liquid pretty much just playing the minigame of don't die to YZ or Neff. Trying to get those ults online, but YZ, one's going to be another wallbang kill on to Patty Tech. And Risha wants to try to get a bit more charge here, trying to get that Reckoning online. And if he's able to find the God timing, he might be able to make it happen. Drop down, however, going to be heard. He's going to go rushing forward, but the spike will swallow them all up. 7-7, we are tied up.
Okay, looking good for BLG. But Team Liquid, we saw once they got rifles in hand, that's when they were able to start stringing rounds together. The buy not going to be super amazing for BLG. Couple rifles, bulldogs, and a stinger. Team Liquid spreading out the map a little bit. We got Patty Tech camo on A, Serial in mid, and 2 smokes over on B. Just really trying to get a read onto Billy. Bit of early pace there from YZ, but nobody from Team Liquid overstepping. A lot of this is going to come down to Neff. He can break open some space into kitchen.
It's tucked just behind this corner of the wall. Poison Orb now going to be sent up. Serial not spotting out anything here. The swing in, there's a spot, and Serial will be able to find the headshot. Stable side, taken care of. Paranoia now going across. Risha
Spike down
be on the floor as well. 2-player advantage now for the side of Team Liquid. The Spike's position confirmed. Team Liquid once again looking good to close out this anti-bonus. Take some real heroics for BLG to try to drag this round back in.
For sure. They're going to try to go towards the other side of the map. Maybe use K-Knight. He can sell it with a recon here. But they're still thinking about B. Oh, goodness.
Not quite able to find it. Been a hell of a shot.
Is Levius going to challenge them? He's just going to tuck in. And they're just going to send YZ out on his own. Look at BLG here, playing isolated. Just trying to find an open side, but got a little bit of a spot there on the Patty Tech. You're going to lose K-Knight. Everything's crumbling.
Yeah, everything falling to pieces there. It's going to be a flawless fashion. No damage dealt here to the side of Team Liquid, and that's going to do wonders for their economy. BLG, yes, now go in for the actual full purchase round, but not being able to even get a lick of damage out. A rough look to them going into round 16.
Man, another great Paranoia into a kill for Penny.
One enemy
Putting in some real value.
Flawless.
And this is something BLG does from time to time when I was watching their VODs, is they like to spread the map, but they usually do it on ecos. They usually do it when they've got sheriffs in hands. This round, though, with losing a couple players early, oh boy, hold on.
It might have a bit of a messy fight here. It's okay, Russia just has him lined up. Hiko and Camo.
Standing ahead.
Dead off the rip.
What happened?
Not sure either way, Russia. Goddamn lucky with it. YZ going for the push, looks for the transfer, and is able to find it. It's down to 1 HP. Regen shield will reinforce him a bit, but Patatek, now all alone, got to be wondering what in the hell happened outside of B. Finds the kill, but there's the backstab. A 3K for YZ, 1 HP, no problem. We're tied up 8-8. Billy not letting Liquid run away with this map.
Yeah, Liquid trying to push the pace.
He didn't even see him.
He didn't even see the second guy. No, Camo was still behind the cascade. It was unreal, and YZ starting to come online. And this is a player, folks. When I talk to people in Pacific, and Pacific teams scrim Chinese teams quite a bit, everybody says one of the first players that comes to everyone's mind is YZ when they play against him because of how good he is. Everybody's
sure.
like, this guy just destroys us in scrims. We hate him. We hate him.
Well, that's going to be a timeout call now from Team Liquid. Pumping the brakes, maybe looking to try to calm things down. Get everybody focused in and prepared for this aggression that's been put on display from Billy.
I'm kind of curious about this defender side for Team Liquid. With this unusual comp that they're bringing, we saw the ideas on the attacker side, able to really abuse those smokes, to take positioning, use the flashes behind it, catch BLG off guard a bit. But here on this defender side, it's going to be a little bit tougher to do that because you're kind of just know, like as BLG, you see those smokes and you're like, okay, they're there or they're not. We can either push it or we can just go in a different direction. And that kind of plays into BLG's hand because they want to work the map on you. They want to move around. So as Team Liquid, I think you've got some questions to consider. Do you want to play more for retake? Do you want to kind of be a little bit more passive? Or are you really just going to turn up the tempo? Because I'm seeing a lot of players going for some kind of crunch potentially.
And you're talking about tempo. Look at how many players from Billy are getting ready to push forward around Garage. I think we'll leave Neff over in towards mid to try to go for this lurk once again. He's like completely opened up here from ZL. Billy ready to fight. Is YZ a little minor botch there on the updraft, but nothing going to be spotted. 0 point will tag on to 2. As now Billy get ready to strike the A site.
Yeah. Looked like Team Liquid is maybe anticipating that somebody was going to try to push in towards 2. Maybe they were looking for a play to shut Neff down as he tries to make his way up there. Never came to fruition as BLG was fully looking for a fight at the front of B. Nothing really materializes.
Trying to fake the exec a bit, but Liquid not quite biting on it. They turn their sights over towards mid. We'll be in good position to try to get a bit of a flood retake going here, potentially.
I think that's the better play here. I think playing for retake, definitely going to be the wiser option. And I think suits this comp pretty well.
YZ on the peak, drops down. Back of screens. Some very dangerous movements here from the Jet, but does go unpunished. The spike now gets planted. So hanging back. 3 players going to be remaining here on the site to try to defend this. Not much as far as post-plant util is going to be concerned here as the peek out over the top. Neff is able to find 1 camo. Good for a kill onto YZ, but the wheels are certainly coming off as Neff gets himself a 3K. Potential for the 4th. Penny says no, fights back. Finds 2, but needs to get 4. K-Knight noise going to be made there on the rope as he gets the tap. He's swinging around the back of sight, though. Knows that this Omen is going to be low on HP. Has the shock darts at the ready. Penny, a bit of damage in, swings out, but Levius stands tall. Billy now back in the lead, 9-8.
This is starting to look a little bit dire for Team Liquid. Seems like even now playing for retake, of course that reckoning makes things more difficult, but Neff's position never able to be cleared. He finds really nice timings on those peaks, and he's really clean with the shots to make sure he's cleaning it out. They're starting to get fired up. The wind back underneath Billy's sails. It's just Sheriffs now for Team Liquid. YZ, similar play behind this cascade, round after round. This time he's going to try to tuck into the corner.
The change up, there's the drop down the push coming through. YZ getting a little bit frazzled, but eventually he's able to stabilize the aim to find 1, but Patty Tech does put him down. Trades it out. Question is, can the weapon be recovered? Looks like the answer is going to be no. Stranded a bit too far forward. There's Camo still cycling these smokes in. Remaining useful from beyond the grave, but yeah, as you say, Serial tucked in here at the bottom of Tube. Here's the footsteps. Turn, however, gives away the position, just clears that out. It's ready to turn back in towards this B site.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, just Penny over there right now towards B. Smoke should come through. Give BLG the opportunity to get this going, but being delayed. And he used the mosh. Slow things down.
Well, cleared out. They don't have that for the post plan anymore, and it seems like widely they're fully dissuaded. Realizing they just don't really have any real control here. They're gonna have to wait, cycle up some more of these walls. Serial getting ever closer.
Spike planted.
Go up and over the top, gonna be looking for that peak there. Serial gonna be taken down though. K-Knight finding 1, a little bit of damage out. BLG, superior weaponry. Line up their shots, just the 1 casualty. as they now get up to double digits.
Yeah, this is a really nice hold from BLG in the post plant. Had to wait things out a little bit longer than they would have liked, but they got a lot of that utility out of the way early. Penny throws a paranoia. They try to push off the back of that, but again, oh my god, K-Knight just fully blinded by the Gecko flash. Didn't matter. But their post plant positioning so good. It's been a hallmark of this BLG team this year. They are a very fundamentally sound team. Foundations are strong for BLG, but they've got to find another level. They want to start getting deeper into events.
Range up though.
Here.
Updraft top 2 play here for the side of BLG, trying to catch somebody off guard. Serial does manage to slide away and keep himself safe.
Well, Neff, he's actually gotten underneath Boiler.
Camo's dead. Aditech does find the timing. Does get the catch, so have to take it down. That lurk no longer a concern here for Liquid, but ooh. Now, no command out. Trying to go for the suppresses. Spike does get planted. Richard gonna be taking down the push out of the wall there. Why is he able to collect one? Drops down. He's point blank alongside this one. And he's still finding more. Penny taken down. Levius in range. It's a spray and pray kill on the Patty-Tech. And the cleanup is swift. Why is he playing like a madman? Is seemingly catching Team Liquid off guard. Billy now, a massive win streak here on the attacking side, 2 rounds away from taking this.
Yeah, it's so fun to watch YZ play because he knows that the rest of his team has got his back. They can hold the line, they can hold the angles, and he can be creative. He can open up some opportunities that you normally wouldn't expect with a team that plays structured like they do. And that, they're starting to get pumped. Ruchia's in it too.
Going crazy. They found their groove. Liquid try to change the tempo here a bit. Second timeout call to try to right the ship. 3 rounds. It is recoverable. They're gonna have a bye coming through. Still a bit rough around the edges though.
Well, now you're starting to see some of the problems that the analyst desk was talking about before we got into this map, with the inability to get info sometimes. You have the Gecko to give you a little bit, but you don't have anything else beyond that. And so now they can't, because they're not the ones setting the tempo. They're not the ones kind of pushing the pace like you would on the attacker side with this comp. It's harder to find the value out of those flashes. It's harder to find the timings with those smokes. And Billy can just kind of wait for them in standard post-plant positions, you know, play anti-flash a little bit, and then just swoop in and start cleaning up kills. And it helps now that YZ is fully engaged. 20 kills on the map right now. Ruchi as well having a whale of a time, 19.
I mean, he went from being the hard carry to now, you know, joining in alongside YZ and Levius on occasion. Like he said, Patty-Tech, can he hit somebody with a 0 point? If not, okay, we don't know anything else.
Right, or the Gecko maybe gives you a little bit, but
yeah,
it's hard.
What is the play call for now? 1-2-2 fan out from Team Liquid. Peak coming in, Camo. Well,
yeah, they read that really well. This is one of the first rounds that we haven't seen that early cascade from Billy. And Camo reads that perfectly, expecting a delayed push from YZ. Shuts it right down.
The strat calls, shoot YZ in the head. Camo sticking to the plot. Smoke going to be cycled out here as BLG interest on this B site, but it's heavily stacked now. Stuck there just to try to clear out this close corner, but it seems like already not really enjoying what they're seeing here. So we'll pivot back across. They don't even have Levius in a very forward position at A at all.
That's okay. I mean, this is going to be interesting. Tons of noise being made. Not going to be... Patty-Tech knows what's happening.
Okay, going to be going through. Levius not letting credence to this side of the map.
Oh, Neff.
Neff is here along the bottom, and Serial gets the 1-tap with the Guardian. This round has gotten completely and utterly away from BLG. Since the moment that YZ had died, it seemed like they just didn't know what else to do. It's going to be Team Liquid now fighting back. Bring that gap down to just 2 rounds.
10 seconds left.
This K-Knight seems like he wants to get his ultimate online no matter what. It will be in death.
This is kind of one of these rounds for BLG where they start spreading out. They start trying to take some individual fights, and you know, they get caught off guard in some of those situations, and they're not able to win them. This team is at its best. When you're kind of fighting together, you're looking for that weak side, and you're trying to exploit the defenses of your opponent. Well done. Well done.
That is excellent.
That is an excellent cosplay, sir. his mustache isn't quite...
It's not twirling at the end.
Yeah.
But
it's close. We're getting there.
He very much looks like Side. Hey, he's getting it done.
Nice, nice.
I like that he's got a picture of Wyatt as well. You guys have been awesome. I mean, it's great to see the turnout already just here on day one. We're here for a couple weeks. It's going to be a hell of a tournament. You guys having a good time so far?
Yeah.
That is what we like to hear. We'll see, though. That's how much more of this Icebox we get. We get ready to come out of this timeout. 2 rounds away here. Our Billy. And if you want to riot Gun Buddy, make sure you get into Mitch Band's DMs.
Yep.
He's got the hookup.
He's got plenty. He's got plenty to go around.
Well, here we go. Billy looking to get themselves up to match point here. Thrash on the opposite side as well as the Not Dead Yet. They themselves a pit for a post plant as well as a Hunter's Fury.
But you got tools as Team Liquid to clear the Viper ult. So I think actually this is kind of one of those weird rounds for BLG where you can't lean too heavily into that ult. You can't care about it too much. It's nice if you can get it there, but you don't want to invest a lot of resources inside of it because you got to expect the Thrash and other things are coming. Here goes YZ.
Another attempt here. As Mosh landing right there top of tube, and he's going to be out to the open, and beautiful. Penny across the way on the B site is able to get the kill. Another solid shutdown here. Why is he just not spotting him whatsoever?
That's a beautiful combo play. We've seen YZ try to get up on that too before, and there was a good answer for Team Liquid when he digs back into that well.
And he wanted to get the punish, but the Cove was there. Have to protect it as now the pit is going to be there on the back end. Reckoning sent as well. Everything in the kitchen sink pretty much getting invested here for the side of BLG, just wanting to lock in that map point. Risha here alongside the push forward. Camo going to be taken down, instantly pops the ult, and Keiko's able to find one as the wingman is just going for the defuse. They narrowly are able to interrupt it. Neff coming up big. Looks for a bit more, but falls to the wayside. Hunter's Fury now out wide. Gets the tag. Looks for the kill, cannot find it. K-Knight, he's just not going to be able to get there in time because it was previously held to half. Team Liquid persevering, and they draw out damn near everything from BLG.
Just beautiful stuff from Team Liquid. Again, so many ults there that are so impactful. The Not Dead Yet allows you to keep scaling forward to make this post plant so difficult. Serial gets the spot, and he's ready with the mosh to set up Penny. Very nicely done. Napier almost takes matters into his own hands. Almost brings a miracle through, but yeah, Bile not happy about that one. That was a lot invested without the result you wanted, and now Team Liquid is in reaching distance, 1 round away from BLG to tie things up.
BLG very quickly wanted to try to get the take here on the site, and this time YZ not going to be taken down off the rip, finds the kill. Penny does fall down as Levius on the lurk, similarly intercepting Patatek, causing chaos, as well as disinformation here for Team Liquid. They can't really focus on trying to get a retake on the B site when they know that Levius is going to be in the back line. Serial, though, gets off of it, realizing that just doesn't have the time to try to flush out this KJ, and that bites him in the rear. BLG, a 5v2. As they look to get themselves up to 12. The peak, Keiko's not spotting him out, and that means YZ is able to collect the kill onto Camo. Completely and utterly free. Flawless round, BLG. 1 round away from taking Icebox.
It's just so important for BLG to get YZ activated in these rounds, to get him that first kill. And then you're just opening things up for yourself so nicely. Not only are you scaling into sight, you're opening up the map for Levius to lurk so that he can counter Patatek quickly in a spot we haven't seen Levius yet. He hasn't really been doing that quite yet. Do have a lockdown, do have an operator for camo and a couple guardians.
Yeah, big change up there. Operator has not been seen pretty much at all in this map. He'll go for it, hits the shot. Haven't been keeping complete track, but typically these rounds, when YZ dies first, BLG have not been able to close them out.
That's helping that econ rating. See a little bit more of that.
Still though, BLG do get themselves a line share of the site for free. Just looking for a timing shot there, but unable to find it. K will expire. Spike now planted the Thrash. Gonna be sent forward here. Trying to get the catch and does manage to detain one, but not sure if they're gonna be able to spill forward fast enough to try to find the punish here. Weapons about to be recovered. The lockdown going through as well. Tuck back, they're able to avoid getting detained. 4v4 now on the retake. Still just that operator in hand. The push forward. They're not reading K9's position, and they're not calming it either. Hiko taking down the drop. K9 finding himself a third, maybe on for the fourth, as it is just Penny, the hometown hero, to try to make it happen. But with 8 HP, he's not doing jack. 13-10, BLG sweating in that first half. But they run away with it in the second. They pick up a win on their map pick.
Yeah, Team Liquid trying to throw some curveballs, but BLG on point, ready to receive. That attacker side looked so good. YZ comes alive, and it was amazing.
All right, well, Haven on the horizon. We'll see if Liquid are going to be able to make this a 3-mapper.
Nice! 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 Nice!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey. Let me show you how the fuck does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
I might be insane, and I know I'm not insane. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane, and I know I'm not insane. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. You don't know me like that. Look around with all of that. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. Do the stacks like that. You know I get like that. You know I pull up like that. You know my wallet stay fat. I'm coming through the stacks like that. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Bio. Now Bio, little bit of a struggle in the second half, but you guys closed it out. Can you give us your honest evaluation of the first map? 감독님, 후반전 조금 힘들었는데 그래도 승리를 가져가게 됐거든요. 첫 번째 맵 총평 부탁드립니다.
사실 3 스모크가 나올 줄은 예상을 못했고요. 그래서 이제 선수들한테 예전에 저희가 한 1년 전에 FPX랑 할 때 당한 게 있으니까 그거 페이크 많이 쓰는 조합이니까 흔들리지 말라고 좀 얘기를 했는데 사실 수비 때 조금 많이 힘들었어요. 많이 흔들렸어요. 근데 어쨌든 공격을 우리가 더 잘하고 자신 있으니까 수비 때 그냥 5점만 최대한 따고 그 다음에 우리 공격은 우리 할 거 하면 된다. 연막을 어디다 치든 신경 쓰지 말라 계속 그 얘기를 했었던 것 같아요.
알겠습니다. Well, yeah, it was a little bit of struggle in the second half, and of course, looking at the triple smokes, I didn't think that Team Liquid was going to pull that out. But I told the guys on our team, I remember FPX comp about a year ago. The comp, it usually sells a lot of fakes, so don't fall for this fakes. And we were really confident with our attack. So you know what, defense was pretty hard, but I told them 5 is enough. Just get 5 rounds, we're good to go. But yeah, it was definitely a hard game, tough game, but it was really good. And I told them, you know what, do not care about where they place the smokes. Just, focus on the attack. Well, thank you very much, Bio. Good luck in the second map.
Thank you.
It's a hard-fought victory, but it's a great start for BLG. I'm your host, so I'm back here with Ender and Mel. You heard it from Coach Bell. They've seen this comp before. They played up against this comp back in CN, but they did get absolutely owned the last time they had to play against FPX. Brave choice for Liquid to pick that into Bilibili.
It was interesting. I'm surprised they put up as good a fight as they did, right? 13-10 was within touching distance. Some rounds go their way on defense. It's a very different story, but this was a struggle, I think, for them once we got into the second half of things with all the different fake moves that BLG were going for and with how well their top fraggers were playing, it was a tough one.
Like you said, it was a competitive affair until around 8-8. I think Team Liquid started to lose their footing, and that's when BLG just took it to the distance and took over the map. I think, honestly, shout out to Coach Bale. That is some great coaching out of him to make that callback to when they did play FPX. Because albeit they did lose, but learning from that and being like, hey, he instantly had the solutions ready to go and ready to tell them exactly what they needed to do. And I think as well at the halftime, him being like, hey, we only need 5. It is defense Icebox after all. And they came out on top, so what more can you really say?
And honestly, I think what he's alluding to is don't care about their smokes. Usually when you play against heavy smoke teams, not every smoke can actually be held. So at some point you have to start disrespecting smokes, going through them, fight through it, find your timing.
With Util though, they did it with Util, which is nice.
With Util sometimes, but there are other rounds in post plants A site where they're getting super deep onto site, pushing forward. That was pretty cool, even with Harbor Util coming in against them. So I thought they played really adaptively around those
I
smokes.
really loved how Wheezy specifically was always pushing the boundaries of the space they had and pushing through those smokes you're talking about. I swear, every time it was on his POV in a post plant, he was in space that he was in no man's land, and he was always getting value, getting his 1 and leaving, getting 2 and leaving, pushing through the waves, pushing through the smokes.
Yeah, triple smokes and no Viper. The only team in the world in Tier 1 right now that do not run the Viper on Icebox. And the reason I kind of wanted to take some looks at highlights of Russia is that there are so many smoke players on the server Ender, but he was by far the best one. He was so disciplined on his Harbor.
Yeah, I mean, he was dominating in this game. I think mirror KD with YZ, who was also popping off, which is super impressive to see out of a Harbor player, right? Usually these guys sitting back, throwing up smokes, but he was involved in actually a lot of first kills and was doing well on that front too. So he was just locked in and firing on all cylinders.
We heard some great insight from Coach Bale, but let's hear what Coach Lohan on Team Liquid had to say ahead of Map 2.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here again. Now this time with Team Liquid's coach Lohan. Lohan, I understand you guys only had 2 days to practice, implement Penny into the team, but somehow you guys whipped out this creative comp. So can you talk to us a little bit about the decision process behind this triple smokes?
Yeah, like we said, we had only 2 days of practice with Penny, so we need to try to make something different. I think it's still quite good. I think the team can still play very, very disruptive Valorant in their faces, and let's see what to do for the next map.
Second map, quadruple smokes?
What, sorry? I didn't understand, sorry.
Second map, 4 smokes, 4 controllers? Right?
Let's see. You guys will see in a second. It's going to be interesting. Yeah.
All right, thank you, and good luck.
I wouldn't put it past Team Liquid because they've shown some creativity on Haven, to say the least. But Mel, that's not always a good thing when you keep changing your comps and not finding the results.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes too, you might just pick a comp that, you know, your opponent has played against actually before. So, I mean, Team Liquid as a team, I couldn't even guess what comp even more than what they did before on Icebox, because I think the last 3 times they played Haven, each comp was different.
Yeah, they've got like double duelist, they've got double smokes, they've got double senti. It's a little bit of everything. But honestly, like the one thing that I think I saw stick consistently between both their previous performances with the old roster and also now minus Nats was on defense. This team was getting very aggressive. Now, you kind of had to see that on Icebox when you don't have, you know, a Sentinel to actually give you that passive info. But expect this team to be going for a lot of walk-ups into the mid space, into that A space on defense. They like to sort of bring that fight to you instead of waiting around for you to come to them.
I would also love to see what Billy are going to do, because they were hard into the Yoru Tejo breach, which so far, Mel, all the teams so far at least have abandoned that. So they have choices, I guess.
I could see them absolutely just ditching the Teo, subbing in a Sova. I think that comp they run is just as fine, but I'm really interested in Team Liquid. Are they going to play to Penny strengths this time? Because we saw on Icebox, they had Penny on Omen, which is an agent he has not played on that map before. So I'm wondering, is he going to be more towards his duelist, more of a natural role? But we see him hovering breach here.
And Billy, they just don't mess about. Insta-lock.
I respect it. You know, not wasting any time until you are accidentally thinking you're on a different map when you insta-lock the wrong guy.
Every single time I'm in agent select, I'm always hovering and I'm just like, okay, I have the right agent, this is the right map.
It's so real.
Time. And I think Billy probably feels the same.
Yeah, and it looks like we got the YZ Neon on Haven. I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, again, like this comp so good at just running execs. The Neon overwhelms sites in a way that a Jet or Yoru just simply cannot. It makes it really hard to actually anchor, especially as a solo player. So you're looking to play maybe a little bit more offsite, fast flood in with teammates to disrupt that.
And maybe his teammates are the ones playing offsite, and YZ's going to be in their spawn probably, if I had to guess. Especially in the Neon, I'm really excited to see him just overrun these sites.
Yeah, I don't want to read into things too much, but for one moment I saw a cheeky little Sova on Patty's screen, and then maybe a breach on the side of Penny as well.
I don't think we saw the full lock-in from TL.
With the hovering was weird, because I really hope they play into the strength of some of the players that haven't had to sub in, because Patty's got to be playing the breach, man. I don't want to see him having to move over to the Sova.
Yeah, well, I've got good news for you and your speculations, Sue. I've been told they're remaking the lobby right now to get those agents locked in correctly. So we're gonna wait a little bit before we confirm that one.
Yeah, assuming that Billy's ones were correct, you know, assuming we will get the YZ Neon. This is where everything you spoke about, Mel, in terms of him not being afraid to make space, it's gonna get really, really tough for Team Liquid.
I honestly want to see what the reaction is going to be, because he's playing extremely fearless right now. He's always on the precipice of the space that they have, and he's always, it kind of, from the outside perspective, it almost looks like BM, the peaks he's taking and the space he's taking, but really he just has that desire to win, and he's going to do it himself if he has to. And I wonder, is Team Liquid, are we going to be more aware of these spots that maybe we don't typically clear in scrims, like the aggro angles, because YZ is not playing scared, he is here to win.
I would love to get a zoom in there on Russia's screen, because he was checking out his cosmetics, you know, his gun skins. I wanted to see what he was equipping,
Yeah, well, imagine that's the reason. Oh wait, remake lobby, I didn't actually upgrade my skins.
I don't have the Primordium Vandal or something.
I mean, we have a lot of players. I mean, Mel, what's your preference, you know?
Well, my preference is on Tourney Client. I always equip the Primordium Vandal because I don't have it on my main account.
Oh, I see.
would love to have it.
Is that a buff?
It absolutely is. I have the Primordium Phantom. I'm just praying it's in my store, but I don't actually know what Vandal YZ is using. I'm interested to know.
I pray for you as well. I believe, does he use the, does he use the Durka Judge skin? I don't even know what's called. It's called the Durka skin.
I'm not deep on the skin lore.
You know what I mean? The red one. All right, we're back in now, and is that a lock-in?
Wait, hold up. Hold up, that's a Penny Phoenix.
What is this, 2021 Iceland in full swing?
He's back. He actually jumped in the time machine. He is V1 Penny ready to go after it.
He's rolling back the years.
Yeah, it has been locked in. So do we like this? Again, another surprise from Liquid.
I'm kind of down for it. I mean, I haven't seen a Phoenix in in so long, besides the Pearl that we saw.
I was gonna say, didn't you used to like play versus Phoenix on Haven versus like old FlyQuest?
So yeah, my current teammate Dodo Nut, she was on FlyQuest and she was playing Phoenix, and we would play against her. Honestly, once you kind of know what the Phoenix is gonna do, like there's very common spots. They love playing short A, they love farming the A orb, they love farming the C orb when you're on attack. It's kind of predictable in a sense, but I can see them struggling to adapt quickly on the fly.
Well, Penny, he's played 5 duelists on Haven before, but never the Phoenix. So, Kilios and Paper Thin, I can't wait to see what Team Liquid are going to bring out on this map.
We can't wait either. Unfortunately, we don't have to. We are ready now to go into this second map. Liquid's pick of Haven as they look to take us to a third and final and give us our first glimpse of sunset.
This is madness. I mean, the Phoenix, we'll see if it can come through. Got 2 Neons. Should be pretty explosive. The pace, pretty high on that last map, so let's see if it keeps up here on Haven.
Certainly should. 2 Neons in the mix with a Phoenix to boot. Let's go ahead and see what happens. Toronto, are you ready? Let's see just how chaotic this can get.
This is going to be quite interesting. YZ plays the Neon on Lotus a lot, taking first contact. It's a little bit of damage, but is at least able to clear the space.
Exchange of some shots. They want to go ahead and re-clear this garage position. They're able to do so, but he go out here at window. Comes up with 1. Well, not really able to find too much there off the flash as Russia's going to be noted. Sends out a paranoia, but there's just too many bodies here in window. As Penny is cooking them! Levius and K-Knight both burning to death. Neff is able to find Camo, but he's going to get caught off guard. There's going to be a pistol take here as Liquid get themselves on the board nice and early on Haven.
This is uncharacteristic to me for BLG, for them to get that aggressive post-plant. This is usually a team that's so happy to just plant their feet and wait things out, make their opponent make the move, but they try to catch Team Liquid a bit off guard here in Garage. The early flash push is good. Then the hot hands right into the cyber cage, catches K-Knight and Levius as they're trying to get out. And then it's just Neff on his own. Not much he can do there. Team Liquid players coming from a couple different angles. Patty Tech, he's been the hype guy for Team Liquid, and they're able to get a pistol, something they couldn't do on Icebox.
With the defuse handed over. It's going to be Penny halfway towards having to run it back online. Minor amount of damage going to be pushed forward there onto Neff. Quick clear on the cam. Just confirming, yes, he is in fact still in the sewer. One bomb at the ready. Push getting ready to come in, and Serial looking to try to cut them down. Does manage to find himself a second elimination as the outlaw shot. The second one will connect. Kiko gets rid of YZ. Now just Neff and Levius. Sheriff in a classic to try to see if they can get a bit more damage through.
Well, Levius might get the read that A is open, although Patty Tech kind of angling in that direction.
But how do you even safely try to get Neff over towards this site at this point? He's gonna have to fight his way out. Finds a headshot. They're on to 1. Now knows Penny's position, but Kiko will just peek in. That's a spike now dropped. Levius needing to try to win this out. Is able to do so. Suddenly, the damage dealt looks a hell of a lot better. 2 players alive. A Bulldog now upgraded for Levius. 65 HP. See if he can get a little bit more dealt, but no, he cannot. Penny snappy with a headshot. It spares them any more losses, but that's still 3 weapons gone.
Yeah, really like the early layering here by Team Liquid with Serial. Trying to play off some of that KJ utility. Gets overwhelmed, but then you've got the Outlaw in Kiko's hands.
Enemy remaining.
To lock down that extra angle. Make it really difficult for BLG, but they fight back. They get some big kills. And that's just the Phantom and the Outlaw carried over. A couple Ghosts and a Sheriff for Camo. And otherwise, it's Phantoms and, yeah, all Phantoms. Rushia thinking about it. Okay, goes for the Vandal, but style choice there. YZ with the Vandal as well.
A little bit odd. As, okay. He's getting cooked again. Same 2 players. This time, not going to be taken down, but that is so much damage dealt off the rip as Liquid look to convert this bonus.
Trap play. Comboing the util there for Liquid. And they set Kiko up here with the drone.
Shots flying. Kiko eating quite a bit of damage there in exchange. Down to 14. Still is alive, though. K-Knight spotting out on a Serial. It's just going to rotate back around the back site at C.
But you can see BLG there. Not liking that info's been given over. Kind of leaned in the C site direction for a little bit. K-Knight still making some noise. Trying to keep the extra players on that side of the map.
Curveball connecting on the 2. Penny gets 1. Looks to just go ahead and get out. Camo swinging in from the top of the ramp is able to find that elimination. Just trading it out, trying to keep him protected as Penny holds his ground for another. 2 players now left alive with Levius down at 36.
30 seconds
This is very doable for Team Liquid as the shock darts absolutely tear K-Knight asunder. 55 HP here on the Sova. Patatek can get the quick peek here with this Outlaw. Any amount of damage come away with the kill. Plays it patiently, sets up the recon. Quick clear, the spot out. K-Knight able to find 1. Levius gets himself a 3rd, and there's the 4th. As BLG scraped by with a round win. But it is not comfortable at all.
Well, it's tremendous stuff by Levius again. Able to find just enough open space to get into that A site and bail Billy out. This looked like it might be a bonus conversion. He swings through, takes Camo down. I think something you've got to start considering here really quickly for BLG is figuring out where that Phoenix is. That almost completely shut down their round. Penny had a really good read and was able to use those curveballs so effectively there. He's 5-1 too.
Quick little push. It's Camo getting tucked here at Cubby. Triple stack on this C site. BLG still sticking around as the drone's going to come in up over the top. Camo able to go ahead and quickly reposition as Patatek just fishing for any kind of damage that he can find, but let's go whizzing past, but unconnecting.
Rushia's got a judge here. See what BLG wants to do with this, but for now, rotation, and it's shut down. Camo trying to push out the doors.
Hell of a shot there from Neff. I know Not sure if Kiko had been scouted, but now he certainly will be. The Neural Theft getting the ping reveal. He spot out 3 players towards this C side. It's once again just a bit of a delay here from K-Knight, just trying to keep interest on this side of the map, but the rest of Billy ready to push forward, but Wisey in a great position to get the jump there. Headshot does connect, and Penny he's up on the floor. Paranoia, dodge, Serial, trying to hold down the site. He's unable to do so. Wisey eventually does get flushed out. K-Knight now starting to make his way around here. Well, there's a very long, deep lurk. The wire cleared, a couple shots narrowly, not connecting. There's K-Knight now seeing the jump, but not able to come away with the kill. Is that enough to spur Liquid on to try to go for a retake? Still do have some time on their side, but I know that they're playing against 3, and they're actually going to get the Rolling Thunder out as well. Dodged by Patatek. Can't really scale forward. Still just too many angles to try to clear here. As it looks like in the end, yet the call to save will be made. BLG have to invest in ultimate, but they keep 3 players alive, and they're going to tie it 2-2.
Yeah, love the way that they're spreading the map here as BLG. Making some noise around the backside. That baits out Camo, and Neff is very ready for it. Neff is one of these players who really likes to hold some tight angles for his team to find those opening kills. He's a really, really heady player. Knows where to be, when to be.
I'm out of here.
And he finds a great opener there. But this kill on the backside almost cost BLG dearly. It got the ult out. That definitely hurts. That Rolling Thunder, very big piece of the puzzle on this attacker side. And now you've got a weaker buy. Couple rifles there. Penny does have the run it back. Just a Sheriff in hand. Maybe just invest it off the rip here out the door. We'll see.
Now just an exchange in the darts. Cleared out. Patatek very much disconnected back onto the site. Lob on the shock dart here. Let's try to see if they can clear out any util in case that alarm bot might be situated out front of B. You can see though, full KJ setup there to try to hold down the C site.
Look at Camo. He's like, YZ was here earlier. Maybe it'll work for me.
Tucked into the Scubby. Just the Sheriff. As for now, Serial going to be spotted by the drone. Push forward into the garage, but here comes the slip around the back. Camo looking to try to get the backstab. but now he's going to be spotted. Neff, the very moment that they needed him. His clearance gets line of sight. Does manage to get that kill. Kiko with the Vandal gets 2 nasty taps. And suddenly, Team Liquid on for this round win. YZ does manage to break open the A site a bit. Fast lane to try to delay. Weapons, maybe one can be recovered. Serial reroutes and looks like he's going to do just that. So we'll be able to pick it up. It's still just going to be Penny here. Hand it over now. Gets the Vandal, and that run it back could certainly come into play. And it's going to. Swing timing, YZ able to find one, but now it is all on Neff. Intercepts the Phoenix, cancels the ult.
Just one flash.
Slowly drifts back, gets himself tucked in over it long. Time ticking, getting lower and lower. The tap, the push forward, the headshot. He's gonna re-swing, and he catches Penny completely off guard. Red Bull clutches his, as is the lead for BLG.
I love the proactivity here by YZ and Neff. You know the ult's there. You know Phoenix has it. You know he's going to be setting up outside of that door. YZ says, well, I'm just going to try to go for it, see what I get out of it. Neff plays this brilliantly right as the hot hands is coming through. Oh my God. Incredible.
Almost gets martyrdom by that molly on the ground. Does manage to go ahead and keep the weapon. It's rounds like that that are going to enable him to just very quickly build up another Rolling Thunder. He's just about at the halfway mark as there's a ping reveal out onto Patty Tech. Looking to try to stun him out, but it's going to be Kiko actually over towards Sewer who gets caught. Very pacey hit here from the side of Billy Billy. As now there's a Hunter Spear, they're all scattering to the wind. Russia trying to collect but cannot. Camo doing well to find that kill. They've got 2 players tagged up. Penny now trying to get the heals coming in. Serial trading it back as YZ falls. Penny finding Neff. Camo finding K-Knight. And suddenly Levius, last one standing. Eats the relay bolt. Finds Serial, the low HP member, but Penny with 22 health will go ahead and trade it back, and we are tied up at 3-3.
Man, after such a beautiful start to this round for BLG, Team Liquid catches fire with the rifles. It's a great early util usage here by BLG, setting up YZ to find this first kill onto Penny. The Hunter's Fury to set up Rushia, but they just can't connect the shots. There's too many targets here. Rushia, a little shake of the head there. YZ caught a headshot as well there onto Camo, I believe, in that exchange. They were all so weak, and yeah, that's frustrating.
Target rich and aim poor. Rushia hasn't been able to get himself on the board quite just yet. 0-5-4 at the moment. That was a critical moment for him. Couldn't make it happen. Overdrive pop from Camo, quickly takes space outside of C. I think he actually caught a glimpse there as well as YZ. Very snappy. Gets a shutdown onto Penny.
I was just about to say, YZ's got his ult. Maybe he could pass the rifle over to somebody else. You know what? Never mind. Just let him do it. Just go ahead.
Finds the opening kill. And overall, the 5v4 conversion from BLG on the previous map was very good. See if that rings true here on Haven, as they still do have 2 players with just pistols behind. This would be a very big round win.
Kind of a tucked in position there for Serial. Has the lockdown at the ready.
And all of the info right now. The alarm bot gives it up even more so, but you see, I mean, Camo sliding around the back. There is not a tripwire set up to intercept him. It's just the one in window, so no real way to try to get a read on this one. Yeah, that doesn't do that. And Camo now striking as they try to escape. They're all going to be corralled into the corner. Gets himself another headshot there. K-Knight taken down to 50. Neff still fighting though. Comes up with 2. Looks for a little bit more. YZ on the pop of the overdrive. Instantly gets the elimination. And that now leaves Kiko all by himself. The swing coming in. Eventually is able to find that kill. Can he escape is the question. Neff is on the hunt. On the prowl, pushing forward. Waiting for him to come down the stairs. Another multi-kill round here for Neff as Billy regained the lead.
These rounds are wild. When it feels like one team has an advantage, it feels like somebody's got a good read. The other team is turning things on their head. I mean, this early kill, okay, great. And then you've got this backstab from Camo, and I'm like, all right, this is Team Liquid. And then Neff has been incredible here on this A site.
Well, even though the round count is neck and neck here between the two teams, Team Liquid, they're going to go ahead and pump the brakes as they get ready to go into a bit of a save here. Let's see what the play call ends up being. Hunter's Fury from the shadows, the only two ults to speak of. Penny, one off having that next run it back available.
And Neff's back into another Rolling Thunder already, so some things to consider for both teams in the ult situation. Here for Team Liquid, this is tough. I mean, BLG, they're getting aggressive. They're being a lot more proactive than they usually are. They're kind of this slow-paced team. They usually don't like to get mega aggressive, even with a Neon. They'll do this on Lotus. They run a Neon on Lotus, and they kind of just shift around the map. Again, looking for these weak sides, but now they're looking for weaknesses in Team Liquid's defenses early. YZ's game plan here on Icebox, and now we're seeing it again on Haven, is to just kind of go for what he feels like he can find. Go for these openings. Go for lurks. He's been lurking on the Neon, for God's sake. It's just a very different Billy that we're seeing today. I mean, obviously it was going to be a different Team Liquid, but Billy's showing us some new stuff as well. A couple Sheriffs. Serial, just a classic.
It's just going to be a mid-rush here. Paranoia out, TP forward into the window. Nothing going to be spotted. Plenty of noise made. It's Penny to try to see if he can spot anything out. There's a swing in though, and Russia gets himself on the board. Big kill in the round. Re-peeks and instantly gets the dink, and the spray down is okay. He's alive and well, it would seem. 3 quick kills, and Liquid trying to go for the rush play and come up empty-handed.
It's a great reaction off the rip from Rushia. See what Patty Tech wants to do. Low on health. Still trying to identify targets is Rushia. Recon not going to spot Kiko. Can find anything. Nope. K-Knight not having any of that.
And just instantaneous with it. Patty Tech needing to die. Looks like he's going to try to hunt to find something. Try to get some damage in, but won't be able to make it happen. Levius finds it, and that's going to be Billy now stretching the lead by 2 rounds as they pull off a flawless.
Yeah, Rushia has been so good in VCT China. He has really been a standout player on this controller. Slow start on Haven. Great round to pick it up. Great identification here that it was going to be a fast mid hit from the side of Team Liquid. And he's tasked with a tough one to hold the line there while the rest of his team goes towards the C site to get the plant through. And he executes it brilliantly.
Ooh. Looking for some chip damage there. Does put Neff down to 78. Penny obviously heal.
Got the ult.
Yep, get forward into the blaze wall.
They've been patient. Yeah, they've been patient with the run it backs. Looking for contact or saving it for the retakes.
It's very much not prescribing to the Paper X style.
No.
It's like, oh, we have ult used.
Go. Yeah, ult go now.
The question is it too reserved? For now, though, Snail's pacing around, something that we haven't really been seeing too much, and a lot of patience will be rewarded. As Neff, the raid boss himself, ends up getting taken down, and that's that Rolling Thunder now that you do not have to be concerned about for the remainder of this round.
It's a nice little identification here by Team Liquid. You know, Neff's been kind of guarding that angle, and it's cost them. Spot from Levius. Just gonna have to use the cage to get out. Meanwhile, oh man.
Meanwhile, Serial's just pushing forward, and the ult is there. It's almost like Risha realized that they were going to lose their player and have the spike on the floor. Instantaneous to get the pickup.
Makes a TP.
Spike now planted. YZ staying tucked here into the corner. Shrugs off the relay bolt. Risha instantly gets the clear here. Paranoia going to be sent, but they haven't scouted YZ. As Risha finds another. TP's for the reposition to push forward, looking for timing there as Levius is able to find one. Swing around the corner though, and Penny will be able to get the final kill. Team Liquid, the timeout call, seemingly working a treat. Still costly, economy not in the greatest position, but they get the round win. Just one separating.
But they're finding those moments now to punish some of the tendencies that they've been seeing from BLG. The early kill on the Neff here by Kiko. Saw the head there a little bit over the box. And then getting the cross, expecting the change in positions. Nice heads-up play from Rushia. That Phoenix so annoying in moments like that.
Nice, boys, beautiful.
Those close quarters battles, those tight angles where those curveballs are so effective. Makes it so challenging. Team Liquid still keeping it close. 1 round behind. YZ thinking about trying to take a little bit of space. Serial wise to it. He remembers what happened last time.
Continues to press this. They'll find that C site relatively open.
It's just a little bit suspect. Not seeing any resistance there. BLG.
Attack reading as well. Drone doesn't look right. Actually hasn't spotted, but now they know. There's the reveal, and now Levius is in a bad spot. Down to 25. TP forward. There's Kiko just refilling that space in Cubby.
YZ gets damaged.
And Levius has not read this at all, so he just gets taken down. The spray going to be a little bit off, though. Camel unable to find that kill. Neff fighting back. Finds it, and K-Knight expounds upon it. Attack gets taken down. YZ looking for the timing swing. Has to come away with one, but the trade up here is just monsters from Billy. 3 players still alive. Kiko. They have a fault line ready, just off any kind of contact node. They just send it on a timing, and that leaves him dead to rights. K-Knight with the 3K, BLG now up to 6.
I mean, YZ is just being so aggressive at A-Link. He is either just pushing through that door or holding the door one way or another, and it is giving Team Liquid fits. Neff there, able to just barely scrape through in that battle. But you can see then right away he's able to call through. Guys, they're pushing, spam that angle, and they profit through the smoke. Nicely done. And yeah, that's got to be frustrating for Patty Tech. Now you're back onto a weaker buy again for Team Liquid.
Dealt a really tough hand. You can tell that the round results very much getting to them here. Russia just stunned up. Doesn't know where he's going. Eventually just kind of dog walks out into long. Gets taken down there by Penny. 2 away from another run it back. Should be able to have that to try to close out the half. As Levius, though, lingering here in window. Unscouted, hearing all of this noise. The swing now coming through. He's instantaneous with the first. Looks for a little bit more. Penny desperately trying to fight his way through. Allow for this KJ to join in, but he'll be able to collect the kill all the same. Spike, however, still planted. Relay bolt going to be sent. The swing forward. YZ instant transfer! He knocks him out of the park! Neff blinded up, doesn't give a damn! Holds down the spray. Is Billy locking in the lead.
This is just a wild round for Billy. Russia has no idea what's going on over here, but he buys a lot of time. He's got 3 players over on that A side because of that push out. That opens up the space for him to get the plant, and YZ finds his moment. He's been waiting. He's been chomping at the bit for that angle. Throws the relay. Dashes in. Gets 2. He is just so talented individually.
And now he's got an attack off on the Neon. TP forward once again. Bit of a window mid-crunch here. As Penny sending out that curveball, but will just be snapped back. Ult value ultimately not going to be found as Camo similarly is pushing out with no assistance. Ends up falling to the wayside. Kiko is at least able to find a kill. Tag down to 25. He has to use the ult just to get out safely. The dust settles. We find ourselves now on a 4v4.
It's just crazy. Team Liquid is just trying to press the advantage, but YZ has the angle held.
That's the problem is Team Liquid. They need to try to re-clear. They need to try to get information. It leads to them just dry swinging. Still going tit for tat here. It'll be a 3v3.
Gotta be careful.
Oh. Quite a bit of damage dealt. The kill cannot be found.
Man, you want to keep K-Knight alive. He has that ult for the post plant. That was crucial that he wins that fight.
Serial in position. Could go for the lockdown over at window.
30 seconds left.
And we'll just do it on timing.
Hi, I'm pissed.
BLG, they will go ahead and push off the back of this. Side plant towards that A connector. Serial's able to find one. Neff going to be taken down. K-Knight down to a sliver of HP, but YZ still breathing. Still firing back. It all comes down to Kiko, and he cannot make it happen. The 3K from YZ, BLG up 8-4 at the half.
YZ is having one hell of a series. 15-9 in that half. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Well, Team Liquid needing to rally back. We'll see if they're able to do it after halftime.
One enemy remaining.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next.
You won't want to miss it.
We are back. Liquid needing to try to rebound, down by 4. As BLG is running away with the latter bits of that half.
You can see here in our Coinbase Econ report, things kind of flatlining a bit for Penny. Started out strong on that Phoenix. I mean, you're looking to get a lot of value out of the Phoenix. You're looking to cycle those ult orbs here on this attacker side, so you can turn it around a little bit.
Econ report does get helped a bit when you're just burning people to death as well. It's not like, you know, the hot hands doesn't exactly cost much of anything for you, and when you get those kills and eco rounds, it can help bump up the numbers quite a bit, but we need to see a bit more oomph behind this Phoenix here.
Still, overall, a very good score for him. 86.5 is quite good. He's having a solid effort, but BLG just really starting to come alive. Some hero plays from Neff, and YZ is on one today.
He certainly is. Team Liquid needing to start off this half with another pistol win. They got the first, only having 3 more round victories off the back of that. Certainly not going to be a good feeling, but now they find themselves on the attack. Russia, lone occupant here at this C site, does have a cam as well. Serial looking to maybe try to break through this garage position, but YZ staying quiet, saying tuck, no, actually swings out and dies. And Serial nearly gets himself a second kill. Hot hand's gonna be lobbed in there, Camo able to find Levius. His spike can now be planted. Being revealed, but no way to really play off the back of that.
Great usage of the util early again for Penny.
Curveball getting the connection, Camo finding the shot. Double, just death ball push here from the duelists. Gets Team Liquid their second pistol win here on Haven.
It's again another pistol round that's just a scrap around the garage. And Team Liquid comes through 2 times now. They're able to get the pistol wins here on Haven, but they're going to be able to convert that further. YZ just looking for a timing there, and it's absolutely roasted. Speaking of roasting, Penny doing a great job there. Using that hot hands really nicely to flush Levius into a position where he was an easy kill for Team Liquid. Really good reactive play from them.
It's the exact start that they needed. Once again, hefty investment. This time do have Serial with just the Ghost.
Kind of curious if Billy was thinking about challenging that orb. Looks like it, and Team Liquid not really content to try to fight for that, so over to the other side of the map they go. I mean, again, most teams when they run Phoenix, they just want to get these ults going as quickly as possible. And Team Liquid will find the open side of the map, so seemingly for BLG, looking for ways to die to the spike once this one goes down.
Almost certainly. Maybe you send YZ in there with the frenzy, try to gap close and
that wouldn't
get a
surprise
pick.
me. Yeah.
All right. We'll hand this over to Penny. Says, yeah, I'm over halfway to having that run it back, so let's go ahead and give me the plant.
Guys, I couldn't get the C orb. I need the I need the spike plant orb, please.
Why is he thinking about trying to go for that push in towards A? Lobby is, of course, being watched by 2 players. They have the alarm bot at the top of sewers as well. Looks to reroute. Billy. They know that if they're going to get any kind of damage here, it's going to have to be just a full 5-man death ball push in towards the site.
Like to see Serial go for it. Oh, they're just going to shuffle the guns and send Penny.
Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense. Get those ult orbs.
Wants to go hunting. Goes at the ready to sprint for the slide out. Does get that kill. That's going to be ult online going into the next round. Looking for a little bit more damage, but seems like it's just not quite going to be found. So 2 spike deaths here for the side of Billy is Liquid. Start off the half 2-0. Retain all of their weapons this time.
This is a really nice anti-eco. Hard to do it much better. And just reading the map really nicely. You know, you don't have your normal IGL here for Team Liquid, so it's kind of a bit more of a committee that's going on behind the scenes. We've heard some rumors that there's a couple players that are being more vocal than normal, maybe Kiko, maybe Patty Tech getting involved. But certainly, you know, just trying to find the flow, trying to find the feel of the game. And they're setting up for a B hit, maybe. That run it back. Clear the tripwire. And the site is wide open for the taking here for Team Liquid. Stuff does come through. You can see K-Knight shifting over.
Not going to dissuade much when you have an Eon. Camo just sprinting in towards backside. K-Knight does get the shutdown. Penny interrupted. And Camo is absolutely tearing them asunder. 2 quick kills going to be found. Paranoia gets sent out. Oh, a timing there. Penny unable to escape. Still, though, damage dealt as Keiko set up here at backside. Russia now all alone to try to clutch this out. In all likelihood, we'll just have to try to go for a save. This is going to be a bonus converted here for Team Liquid as they are clawing their way back into this map. 3 rounds consecutively, 1 separating from tying things up. As Russia now just has to try to stay alive.
They're going to send Kiko out to try to hunt him down. Let's see if he can get him in time.
Slowly working his way up the stairs. Goes in for the swing. Russia will be able to shut it down. Finds that elimination, but Team Liquid not going to be breaking a sweat about that final death. It's got cash aplenty and a bonus converted.
The pace that they're coming at BLG with. So aggressive. Camo and Kiko just deadly with those rifles. Doing a great job making sure that any of those flanks and other angles are just shut right down.
Yeah, clearly not bothered about dying there.
No. No reason to be. And they're just doing a great job finding the open sites 2 rounds in a row where BLG has left. Oh, wow. YZ.
And that's the outlaw. Finds that kill up and over the top. There's Russia just kind of dancing around on the B site. Does get a bit of damage on the Camo, but cannot confirm the kills. 4v4. With all of this chaos in mid, this does allow for Nep to slide forward, gets himself tucked in, and Penny is quick to trade it out, but cannot prevent the deaths as K-Knight similarly does shut down the Phoenix. Suddenly we go into a 2v2. YZ working his way across towards this A site. Levius slowly drifts his way in towards Hell. Sheriff in hand in this position, completely and utterly uncleared. Can he find the timing to interrupt the plant? No, can't do that, but he can certainly collect one. And Serial will get taken down. Kiko trying to get the spray, but YZ dances around him. The defuse to come through, and Billy, they stop Team Liquid from tying this up. They maintain the lead. Now 9-7.
That was a nice combo play there for Levius and YZ. YZ uses that fast lane to set Levius up that he can get around that box. That was so nicely timed, and all these little traps that they've set up with the stingers. K-Knight there flashed up and just held the trigger down. YZ just runs out in the open, almost dies. 1 more bullet and he was gone. Nice! Just barely able to get through. He's pumped up.
That was a hell of a pop-off. Close but no cigar for the side of Team Liquid. was basically a thrifty. That one's gonna sting just a bit. Full purchase across both teams though. YZ catching the glimpse, but can't quite find the elimination. Serial keeps his life intact. Narrowly so, as he takes even more damage on the way out.
Man.
Down to 55.
Looking to dip back over towards the C site maybe, or B, depending on what they can find that's open.
Spot out on the 2, but Levius a bit whiffy there with the spray. Just setting up the wall as Neff peek in from that A connector, able to find one, but Camo shuts him down. Knife onto the alarm bot, the window being watched. Overdrive now popped as Team Liquid go for a pivot across over towards that C site. Russia, however, tucked in at the cubby. He's gonna look to try to catch them off guard here. Caught a glimpse, but cannot catch the shots. Hunter's Fury, however, out from K-Knight, able to find Serial as the plant goes down. The swing forward, Russia clutches out Camo as it's now all down to Patty-Tech, and he cannot make it happen. 3 players left standing. Billy, get to double digits.
Man, the coordination on these retakes for Billy is so good right now. And that's great patience from K-Knight. Heard Team Liquid stomping over towards C and was nipping at their heels and found a kill, gets his ult, lets it fly. Huge stuff here. Right on the money with that Hunter's Fury. And that is setting up Rushia and and YZ to get in there and finish the job. Just brilliant stuff all around at the end.
Final timeout call now going to be used by Team Liquid. Very close, just 3 rounds. Could still turn this on its head. Try to take us in towards sunset. They need to figure out how to counteract Billy's aggression right now.
It's tough. I mean, Billy has kind of come into this match saying, you guys want to come at us? You want to come out fighting? We can do it too. No problem. We've got YZ. He is happy to play that game. But it's more than that. You're seeing some great plays. Neff, Levius, K-Knight there in that last round. Rushia starting to come alive after a really rough start. The whole team getting involved here. And Team Liquid has had some really good moments. They got the bonus here to start this half. But a little bit of struggle on the back there. Patty-Tech only 2 kills right now on that Sova. Not able to really find that value. It's going to be a bit of a half buy for the side of Team Liquid. A couple rifles, Bulldog, Sheriff, Stinger. They're going to try to get through. Looks like they're leaning towards C, but BLG is 4-man strong on the A side. And they're just going to leave Levius over there on his own to try to anchor that down. So if this is a fast hit, it could just be a play for the orb. Just have to wait and see.
All set up at lobby. Just trying to maybe prevent any real forward pushing. Levius sat here towards back site. Paranoia goes across, TP towards top plat. We'll see that the site is opened up, and that's going to be the plant now. Coming in here for Team Liquid. BLG quickly getting clustered up as a 3-man push in towards a window. Drone going to be cleared out. Needs a little bit of damage here. Let's go for the reposition. Spots out the camera, clears that. YZ trying to sprint his way in, ends up onto the wayside as Keiko comes up huge. 3 quick kills, and the timeout call works a treat. Team Liquid right the ship, and they get it done in damn near flawless fashion.
I mean, once again, Team Liquid just finds the weak side and presses that advantage, and BLG can't really get their footing for this retake. It's just shut right down. YZ just trying to dash in, be a human recon drone there, try to cause some distraction. Kiko's having none of it, and Bile.
Neither is Bile.
Yeah, Bile not thrilled again.
It's going to be an immediate timeout call in response here from Billy.
Probably looking for a little bit more util on that entry there from the retake attempt, things like that. But I mean, Team Liquid, when they get the right read, they have really taken Billy to task. They just haven't been able to recover. Just got to find ways to delay, to force some rotations out of Team Liquid.
And they know they're so very close to just locking down this series, getting out with the 2-0. Getting themselves set up with that 1-0 scoreline for the Swiss redraw. Vile not wanting to take any chances. Still does have another timeout here in behind, just in case this continues to get closer, but he wants to further separate. He wants to get this team up towards that match point. We'll see what the adjustments look like. For now, though, YZ, operator in hand, is going to be playing over at A long, and that's where everyone from Liquid is getting ready to push.
Yeah, they want to get that lockdown set up for Serial. So, comes down to, can YZ find value?
Thinking about maybe going for a timing shot. Attack eating a bit from the shock darts. There's the peek, and now operator is going to be confirmed, but it's going to be a fast push coming through out of the sewers. YZ on the re-peek, however, here at long, able to find one. Camo gets a kill onto K9. He's just going to no-scope him. Right into the back is Neff, trying to play anti-flash, but Paranoia connects onto him all the same. Still gets himself aligned against the boxes. Kiko TPs across towards the defender spawn. As the spike gets wrapped around.
You should run.
Lockdown in play. Curveball coming through, but Russia ahead of it. But a huge timing as he is just strafing him. You can't be doing that to him. What a shutdown, Billy. Just absolutely swat away all of the efforts, all of the attempts from Team Liquid.
Just great stuff from YZ. Knew he had to deal with Camo.
Show me this.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. All right.
You get those sometimes. That first one was great.
Are you enjoying yourself, Gio? Because I'm not. I'm having the time of my life, to be honest, bro.
At least they're taking it all in stride here. Let's see, though, if they're going to run this back. Team Liquid, it needs to start now, but Penny is out into the open. Ultimate immediately nullified by Russia up on top of the box. Look at the double peek, but YZ! How's he gotten here? I haven't even looked at the minimap. He's suddenly in around the back, outside of a lobby. That attack dead. There's nowhere to go but forward onto this A side. Serial Kiko desperately fighting back. Penny does find Russia. A 2v2. Penny slowly ticking up, getting some heals, but Serial dead from above. They're finding the timing as it now comes down to Penny. To try to clutch this out. To keep Liquid afloat, to give them the opportunity. It's been a while since he's been on a master stage like this. A curveball in hand, but he doesn't need it! Red Bull clutch off the back of the 3K. Penny, he keeps him in this.
And the Canadian local comes up huge for Team Liquid there. It looked like this might be curtains. YZ's in your back lines. You're getting chewed apart trying to get onto the site. It's a 2v1 here at the end. Penny able to dodge the op shot and catch Neff at the wall. And that's huge, and another frustrating one for the coaching staff of Billy. And life has been breathed into Team Liquid once again.
How long can they hold on to that life is the question. A bit of a waning pulse here. Heart is still beating as Russia, an immense amount of damage, pushes good damage back onto Penny, but obviously can go ahead and heal himself.
Yeah, just... Oh man, that was close.
Yeah, somehow Camo not taking any damage there. Double setup, peek in towards Sewer, gets away scot-free. Kiko now planted outside of B. So is Russia gonna look to try to go for this peek and finds the timing as Levius is there as well.
What a read.
Penny dead, YZ, he's swinging around the back once again. Stun to Kiko, there's nothing that he can do. One by one they fall, just getting torn to bits. Billy flawlessly get themselves now up to match point. Team Liquid need 3 in a row to force OT.
This is just a brilliant read here by BLG. They're not getting any pressure anywhere else on the map, and Rugia had a little bit of a scrape in towards B early, and Team Liquid thinks, well, there really isn't much defense here on the B site. I think that's going to be open for the taking. And he did a lot of damage to Rushia, so he's probably going to be playing pretty far back, pretty cautiously. But that is exactly when BLG is stacking 3 players into there, and they strike.
YZ looking to get aggro here, but the turret dissuades him. Might just have saved Team Liquid as they quickly get themselves barreled in towards this B site. Cam is set up. Shock's not going to be able to get the hit there. Hunter's Fury going out, looking for some targets, and Camo making that stinger sing.
Last player standing.
Kiko holds down Garage, YZ dead. And that leaves just K-Knight all alone on the opposite side of the map to try to go for the save. Will have been heard. Need some noise going down in towards Sewer. Some Camo. Maybe wanted to push to try to get the punish here, take that weapon out of his hands. Billy will have money for another buy, but it seems like Team Liquid not quite finished here yet.
Yeah, we're going to go for another match point. Penny moving up into heaven. K-Knight, though, just going to tuck in behind the box. Try to wait this out. I don't think Penny's going to find the opportunity. That should be the next round. Just a crazy call here from Team Liquid. Love the idea. Said, hey, it didn't work last time when we took kind of our time getting to the B site, but if this time, just pedal to the metal right off the rip, we can catch him off guard, and that stinger, deadly. Camo's hands. Kiko there to follow up.
One enemy remaining.
YZ only good for one before he shut right down.
I don't even say anything. The way I die is impossible to play. Keep it.
Well, that's going to be another timeout forced here by Billy. Everything now used. Coaching staff hoping, praying that they can just push this out. Have the team be able to get them over the line, get that 13th round locked in. Team Liquid, though, 2 more to take us into overtime to try to find that win to still get us over to Sunset.
You're going to have a bit of economy to back this up for Billy. Going to have enough for another operator for YZ. I mean, I think what's been good for them has been kind of pushing some angles with YZ on the map, taking a little bit of map control. Sometimes it falls apart in the post-plant stuff, but outside of that, they need to establish a little bit more presence on the map because these fast hits, these kind of coin-flippy rounds that Team Liquid is playing where they're just going to try to outguess BLG, where their weak side is going to be. It's kind of been the rounds where Team Liquid has found the most success. Just get those plants down early. And BLG doesn't really seem to have much in the tank for retakes. This
Up
time,
in hand here for YZ once again.
they're stacked on the C side this time.
Oh, and what a very solid read. I mean, clears out that trip, but also gets a good amount of damage onto Levius. Push up and over the top, immediately going to be dropping back as Camo overdrive. Popped, working his way forward. Out of Garage, sets up the fast lane. Gets a ping reveal onto 1, spots out Neff. Instantly finds the kill. Penny gets rid of Levius. Russia still here at backside, but now they know exactly where he's at. He's fully flashed up, and Penny's able to get the elimination. K-Knight once again, last one standing. This time, no escape. Flawless fashion, Team Liquid are 1 round away from taking us to OT.
Once they accelerate, their coordination is so good. They're just finding these great moments here. What a read from Camo. He got the spot. A lot of players would just go for back plat there off of the info from the Sova, but he's wise to check that angle. On top of the box on the side.
He knows they're contained.
Brilliant.
1 round to go for OT. Toronto, do you want to see it? Well, let's see if Liquid can deliver. No operator to be concerned about. Levius just with a sheriff. Russia with a judge. Set over at the entrance of C, but right now Liquid not looking to play around that site.
Taking their time this round. Thinking about how they want to make this execute go if they decide to go for the B hit.
For a little bit of a trap play here. Hunter's Fury, however, it's going to be a big whiff at the end. Nothing spotted now, don't have that to try to dissuade a plant coming through. Camo, hell of a lot of damage dealt, but he can't quite find an elimination.
Patty Tech, he's waiting for YZ.
Swinging it around the back, and Patty Tech is able to win out the fight. Gets himself his 3rd kill. Might just have gotten his team into this OT to still have a chance to take us to that map 3. Penny instantaneously finds Levius there in the head. K-Knight dropped. It's just Neff and Russia to try to turn this on its head, but it's just not gonna happen. Neff all alone, whittled away, down to 37. Spots out Serial, but can't do a damn thing about it. They know he's not on it. The time is bleeding away. The recon cleared out, but there's the final kill. 12 to 12, strap in. We're going to overtime, baby.
Switching sides.
Phenomenal stuff from Team Liquid. Able to really pull it together as that half wore on. You thought maybe Billy had this done, but 3 rounds in a row for Team Liquid sends it into overtime. And Penny coming up huge, the hometown hero, going big. And a short notice call up.
Nice!
Impresses here for Team Liquid on Haven.
23, 15, and 12 for Penny at the moment. 3 charges, all that is needed in OT to try to get that run it back online. Billy starting on the attack. See how they fare. This is gonna be a bit of a crunch for crunch, and Camo gets the headshot on the YZ. And that has spelled disaster for Billy throughout these 2 maps whenever he gets dropped first. Just spotting, Paranoia, high value, but opts to save it for now. No real way for K-Knight to try to push forward, given that the smoke is just right here in his face.
Yeah, they just gotta get away. That drone even catches a ping there, so Team Liquid still gonna maintain their hold over at A. Levius trying to get some information over at B. Smoke in his face though. A little bit of a timing there on the nano. Once this alarm bot gets popped, they're gonna know.
Trying to clear it out. Sprints into the door.
They're gonna tuck a player over into the sewers. Looks like they're setting up to try to get onto B, but got a couple players ready.
Penny watching here on the angle. Smoke just come through. Blocking them off the connector. Tiny amount of damage going to be taken there as they send out the hot hands as well as a shock, and Camo notes the lurk. K-Knight dead. It's got to be a repump, but a double push into B. The spike at the moment is going down into sewers. It's about to hit Camo, and Camo finds himself with a 3K.
Last player
Levius is now the last one alive for Billy. The time is not there. The round is already over. Team Liquid, they find themselves in the lead. Map point is now theirs.
Unbelievable. 4 in a row now for Team Liquid. And they've got a real chance to send this over to Sunset. It's been a while since we've gotten to see that map. We may get our first look here at Masters Toronto as it comes back into the pool, but this is just brilliant work here individually from Team Liquid. Again, the early kill for Camo to shut down YZ, using that utility so early. Catches Billy off guard again. We saw it very early in Billy's attacker's side. They lost some players. Some of those crunches. You throw that Phoenix util in there, you throw the relay bolt in there. It can really cause some problems, and Billy caught sleeping just enough. You lose YZ, you lose that entry power, and then you're just trying to spread the map and find some kind of opening, and Team Liquid didn't give you an inch.
Well, needing to streak together 3 rounds to try to look for a 15-13 scoreline. Billy. Final timeout call has been used. No more help from the coaching staff. As they once again pivot now over towards this defender side, not being able to get the round win on the attack. It might just be absolutely catastrophic for them.
It's tough. You know, it seemed like they had a pretty good read on their defender side, but then Team Liquid
breaks over.
Just able to find that pulse, that tempo. BLG, no glass cannon, but they send out some util early themselves. Get a little bit of info on these deep positions, something that was just talked about, I'm sure, in that timeout, was how patient Team Liquid was being outside of A main in that lobby area. See if you can get some info on them. And that has been kind of a tell. Maybe they're going to go B or C.
Swing coming in. Camo eating a bit of damage there. Neff just opting to back away. They'll swarm to clear out any potential util situated here in garage. Nothing to be found there. YZ though, pushing out. Double push in towards mid, but turret keeps them honest.
Neff was so patient with his util there. Thought maybe throw the fault line off of some of that contact with the Killjoy util, but BLG doing a good job reading this. Got players in position. They've got the Sentinel utility. K-Knight full salvo ready with his.
2 trips to try to intercept. The smoke does fall. Tripwire going to be cleared. Recon up over the top. Does get the ping reveal here on the Levy as a slide to the back. Camo able to go ahead and find that kill, but YZ quickly trades it back. 1 for 1. Sat here, tucked into the corner, fighting back. Serial dead. Penny killed off at the same time. Kiko now activating the flank, sends out the paranoia, trying to open up for Patek, but the time is just not there. The spike is stranded on the opposite side of the site. And Billy will get the reset. 13-13, we're going deeper.
That is a beautiful round and a great timeout for Billy. They read that from start to finish, using their util early to force Team Liquid back, then getting the ID that they were still stuck by their spawn. Using that info to lock down the B and C site, force the rotation over to A where they are waiting with open arms. And even though YZ spraying through some smokes, his position not particularly obscured, still comes through with some big kills because the rest of the team is there to back him up. That's what you need. Now Team Liquid's turn for a timeout to try to figure out what they're going to do. Back over to their defender's side. See if they can replicate what they did before. Billy, just got to be careful of those early traps. Got to be diligent about making sure that, you know, if you're going to go for A long, you can maybe take a pause, wait to see what kind of util is going to come through. I'd be wary about mid doors, double doors. It feels like that could be a potential spot where Penny's going to set up a trap play with the Phoenix. Things like that have to be considered.
Back onto the attack. All timeouts now burned. Just the players left to their own devices. Let's see who comes out on top here, who can take that first step. Lock in that map point once again. It's Billy. Large cluster here towards the C site. Just the turret. As far as early alert systems are concerned, it's quickly cleared out. Fastlane now going to be sent. Couple shots out from Serial, fishing for some damage, but none to be found. Spike quickly going to be planted here. Billy in control. Team Liquid now needing to go for the retake.
This is normally where Billy's really good, really solid, is in these post plants. But it's a straight up 5v5. Still have the paranoia, still have some flashes. Now you know where YZ's at.
It's exchanged, and Patek just swings in. Ping reveal long enough to be able to find that kill, but Camo Serial quickly going to be taken down as they're out into the open, and K9 is massacring them. Billy once again find themselves in the driver's seat. One more round win on this defending side, and they will be beating Team Liquid 2-0.
Love the way Billy thinks about this round. They're going to be slow pushing up towards C long the whole time. And as soon as that camera, that Levius throws out, gets cleared, that's when they turn on the jet. Smokes are out, fast lane's down, they're on the site, they're getting the plant, they're getting into comfort, they're setting up their crossfires, and they handle it brilliantly. Now Team Liquid's going to take a go.
All set up to try to go for the orb here. Levius just sat back site, staring at the camera. As Neff nearby to try to slow up this approach. TP up on top of the plat. A little bit of a stun there on the Kiko. Looks for the transfer, cannot make it happen. It's just going to be a 1-for-1. Richard finds the kill. YZ will find one, but the trades are there from Team Liquid to keep themselves in with a player advantage. Rusha and K9 try to get themselves back into this site, but it seems like it's not going to happen. They have to clear out 2 more. Spike now being planted. Shock Dart doesn't connect. Run it back is there. Quickly cleared. K9 sees his head. Tries to spray him down, but Penny stands tall. 14-14, we keep going.
He's done it again. He is incredible. 28 kills now for Penny. Just a couple of days with the team, and he is playing out of his mind. Slams into the site, breaks things open, and when it looks like K-Knight was gonna send BLG into the 1-0 stage of Swiss, Penny had other thoughts.
Nearly ejected from his seat. Can't fault him for that. For Bile, there's nothing more to be done. BLG being it quiet here to start now, looking to try to storm their way forward onto the site. However, stun connecting YZ, he's not able to get around back site, so they cannot get a pick here onto Serial. Hiko TPing forward, Serial finding the shot. Rusha going to be taken down. Aftershock to try to push him out into the open. Here comes the sprint. Here comes the spray. Definitely for the transfer on for the turn. Cannot make it happen. Serial is there. And Penny once again closes out the round. 15-14, Team Liquid.
Match point.
One away from sending us to sunset.
You can't have mistakes like that. You can't fault line YZ when he's got that relay bolt nailed on top of Serial to clear back flat, and that's when things crumble. That buys Team Liquid the time they need to get in there and back up their Sentinel. Nice! Little bit of a mistake, and it costs BLG dearly.
Can we reset once again? BLG back onto the defense. YZ up and over the top. Here's the sprint coming through. Instantaneously finds a headshot. Penny gonna be taken down. Camo alive. Still looking to scale forward here. Gets the spot out. Gets some damage in, but cannot confirm the kill there. And Serial fighting back for two more. Step into the corner, finding one, but it's not fast enough for Keiko. It's all on Levius. The swing in, finds a headshot, but Serial gets it done! 16-14, we are not done yet! Map 3 is gonna be coming up as Team Liquid persevere on Haven.
Tenacious stuff from Team Liquid. Looking to get back into sunset.
We finally get our first glimpse of it. We're gonna go to a much needed break. We'll see you guys on the other side.
No, it's coming! We're winning this shit!
Did you see how I died?
Yeah, but who cares? Jagger said yeah? Because I'm not.
I'm having the time of my life.
I don't.
Getting smashed.
Nice, at least you're back. Happy for you.
I want you to win us this game for us.
Okay, I'm trying.
Can I get an ace?
I'm trying my best, bro.
Alright, try harder.
What a response from Team Liquid. We have a match on our hands. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Ender and Mel. This is what we expected, right? Something a little bit more competitive.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting the 30 bomb out of Penny. I mean, that was just a banger of a match. The super sub completely delivered in the second match to force a third.
I mean, it was looking pretty scary for Team Liquid too, and then something just clicked, and the game got so close, and I was awoken by that. I literally locked in. I moved forward. I'm like, okay, wait, let me pay attention. And they actually came through with the comeback. That was insane to watch.
And you can see why Penny maybe wanted to play that Phoenix. I assume that was his idea. I can't imagine coming as a sub and your coach saying, yeah, you're playing Phoenix, by the way. Speaking of, do you remember the last time we saw a Phoenix on Haven on the global stage?
I'm gonna guess it was like
guess?
Scream. That's my guess.
Oh, so like 2022, 2021, you think?
Long time, yeah.
I want to say Jang on Paper, Rex played it on Pearl.
That's a one on Haven. Give me a Haven. Haven shout.
Haven. Oh, I
Haven
have no
Phoenix.
clue.
You're gonna love this answer. It was Zelsis back at lock-in on C9. So
that memory nowhere in my brain.
But Zelsis wasn't doing this. Look, they had a stun from Neon plus Phoenix Molly combos that got a 2K on the pistol round. Then had one later in this third round as well, I believe. But it was just wild to see that they were actually like trying things like that, and then on top of the fact that Penny was just finding kills all over the place.
You're right. Zelsis would never, really. Don't think he's
You're going for FNS, you're going for Zelsis. Who's next?
To be fair, Penny's teammate, there you go, where everything is connected. Everything is connected.
That's crazy.
But there was a moment, though, it felt like maybe Billy could have closed this out 2-0. There was a world.
I mean, there were a few different moments it felt like, especially in overtime, but it looked like in like those early overtime rounds, both teams started running into these like clock problems where they can't find a site early in the round. They're trying to go back into the A site late on. The other team's reading that, getting a stack in. It was really only once Team Liquid were able to get that round on the attack that it was going to go their way.
And they finally managed to punish YZ when it really mattered.
Right, and I was wondering, I was saying to you backstage, I'm like, I think YZ might be my new favorite player. This guy is just so fun to watch. He's so explosive. And when Billy was looking good, it was off the back of his aggression, whether it was off rip. I mean, I want to say he probably has the most meters traversed in the first 5 seconds of a round on Haven. Like, you look 5 seconds into round, he's in garage window. He's on a site within 5 seconds. He's running it down. And I think when Billy looked strong, it was in those moments. But when they were failing, it was also off the back of them maybe not getting those entries and closing out those rounds.
We need someone to confirm that, you know, a stat nerd out there to get a heat map.
Get me a meters of how far ahead he is in rounds.
How many steps?
We need that.
How many steps has he taken? He needs
minimum 10,000, I think. But it's time for our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, and this goes to the IGL of Billy. And this was an incredible 1v2.
And the crazy thing is, Neff had like 3 or 4 just insane highlight rounds, but here in the 1v2, he chooses to fall back off of sites. No smokes on the other team, so he plays this angle deep from long, and then creeps back in after he has some audio info, and then going for the push through on this, catching Penny with Molly in hand is beautiful.
This was such a great play. The decision to fall back and play bomb, knowing that the other team, that the defense does not have smokes to defuse, is such an experienced play. I feel like a lot of nervous players, maybe in ranked here, some people would just swing backside with a flash, but that obviously was not the play, and he just falls back and cleans it up so well, isolating the 1v1s.
And speaking of nerves, you know, we've seen Kiko in the past coming as a rookie on the global stage. This time, I don't know if he is the IGL, but he's kind of maneuvering things and being very vocal from what we've seen, and he's been super consistent. Even on map 1 when they lost Ender, he was, you know, trying his goddamn best.
Yeah, a couple of great maps out of him, and honestly, I think pretty core in a lot of the ways that Team Liquid are trying to play, because they are playing a very scrappy style. Like, they're just walking out and trying to find a lot of fights. Kiko is involved in those frequently as one of the bodies, either offering up some utility or taking those fights as well. So the fact that he can be consistent for the team has been really impactful.
I do wonder what he's going to play as we move on to Sunset. We get Sunset on day 1. Let's go. Because previously, when he was on Liquid on Sunset, Kiko was playing Gecko, which is a choice for Kiko. Oh, Kiko, Gecko, there you go, kind of rhymes. But obviously, we remember Paddy on Heretics dominating on Sunset, one of the best players on this map. So they have options.
But also, we've seen them play no Sentinel Icebox, triple smoke.
Yeah.
And then we saw a double duelist comp with Phoenix as one of the duelists. So it's going to be something freaky.
I think when they lean into what Penny's going to be comfortable with, I think that is probably their best win condition. And maybe that's recency bias because I just saw Penny drop 30 on Phoenix. But am I wrong? Like Icebox, he's playing an Omen. He's playing Omen on a map he's never played Omen before.
Yeah.
And then we're seeing on Haven, like he plays Duelist, he's familiar with Phoenix, and he drops 30. Like I feel like if they really want to make this competitive, if they want to win this third map, they need to get Penny comfortable.
Well, on Sunset, Penny has only ever played Raze and Neon. Is there room?
Neon. I mean, it would require the Neon player to kind of back off and play another role, but I could see it.
Over Camo, you think you put?
It's tough. It's tough.
Right.
I mean, how do you justify it? They are both. I was actually really impressed with Camo's Neon gameplay. I think he was matching Wizzy, like, towards the end of the game, like, bar for bar. He was matching his aggression.
Why not both?
But then what does Kiko do? Kiko, it's been a long time.
See, there's too many questions. There's too many questions.
That is my job, and that's why I'm here. But it's been a while since we've seen Kiko play a series without at least playing a duelist on one map. You know, he is the secondary duelist. He usually kind of flexes onto that when we go to maps like Split, for example. But let's take a look at Sunset. Billy have pretty much insta-locked every agent select we've seen.
It's a Kiko ISO.
It's a Kiko and a camera. And Penny's going to just keep playing the Omen.
Fair enough.
Interesting. Having Kiko play ISO over Penny, which again, like I'm not saying by any means that Penny is not insane on Omen, but Omen was the agent who played on the first map, and they did lose that map. So I'm a little skeptical looking at this.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see without the footage here, but honestly, like, there are some things that you have to remember, like, coming in. Once you see, like, a stranger pick, like an ISO, like ISO next to Sova, you've got combo ideas there, right, with the undercut and the ultimate, these different types of things, but really, it's just about affording more opportunities for Kiko to find fights.
Well, welcome back, Sunset, and welcome back your casters, Achilleos and Paperthin. Take it away.
Don't mind if we do map 3 to go ahead and close out the first day of Masters Toronto. We wouldn't have it any other way. That Haven, absolutely nutty. 16-14. What can Sunset deliver? That is the question.
Feels like that's just going to be what this match is all about. It's just who can create a little more chaos. Having this ISO in there for Kiko. He's only played it 2 other times before this game. And it should be interesting to see how they want to pilot that ISO around this map. Wasn't one of the agents I had in my mind coming into this. I thought maybe they just lean into Phoenix again with how well it went on Haven.
Certainly could have done that, but the barriers are about to drop. Toronto, could I perhaps bother you once again to make some noise?
Fantastic. BLG on the attacker side. Trying to get through B, but Camo tucked in the corner.
YZ just bounding forward, but it doesn't even matter. Serial's just absolutely mowing them down. 3 quick kills. YZ able to clear the shield here, but the headshot will connect. A blink and you miss it pistol round. Team Liquid racking them up.
Well, Billy just trying to disrespect the Cypher one way. They pay the price. Oh, they just line up for him. Brilliant from Serial. It was just crossfires galore. Just walking right into the trap.
Well, Michael, I got so happy that I
Team Liquid again.
Unbelievable.
Claiming a pistol. They're up 3-2 in that category for this series.
Just a frenzy and half armor here for YZ. A shorty for Russia. No other real investment to be found. Smoke cycled over towards Market. Serial out in front of it, and there's the pullback. No one clearing the trip. YZ absolutely dead to rights. They are able to find an elimination, but Camo, it's his turn to get the 3K. And just like that, it's another swift conclusion over on that B side of the map.
Well, Billy tries to dip into the B well again, and similar results. Yoink! Right back. Go any further. Something you're gonna have to be diligent about here as Billy. Can't let that Cypher util slow YZ down. He's gotta be free to break into those sites, and Desk was talking about it. When he is the one kind of getting that space, getting those kills early, that's when Billy was at their best on Haven. Neff thinking about some deep utility there, but opts to not go for it. Now they're going to try a little bit more of a crunch attack towards B. Oh, what?
A double line up there. That's going to be the duelists now eliminated, taken away from Team Liquid. Shots from Russia.
Cage triggered.
There's the spike now, going to be ushered across the map. Serial investigating over towards Market. K-Knight will just swing out, challenges in, wins the fight. He's made Patatek position known over by Boba. As Russia does get caught on the timing. Penny able to find that one, can get the weapon upgrade. Takes a TP, but still has no real way of getting into this position. We'll have to reroute the Patatek. It's a hell of a headshot. And if nothing else, making this costly for Billy. Still going to be net positive for Team Liquid.
You know you got to break through onto B main.
There's a little bit of room there to try to work with, but forced off the defuse. Penny get taken down. Billy very much well poised to go ahead and close this out with 3 players surviving. Not too bad of an anti-bonus, but still some damage dealt. Patatek will go ahead and slink away, hold on to the Phantom, as Billy get themselves around win.
At Team Liquid, once again, looking for some of those early trap plays, this time outside of A. And Russia just in a perfect position to punish it. Meanwhile, setting up for a crunch onto the B site on the other side of the map. Works out well initially. Patatek hit some nice shots, but not much to be done. Once they've got B main control, very tough to flush that out. Gotta have those flank angles. Oftentimes you gotta be coming in through your opponent's spawn area. You know there's gonna be Cypher util there, tracking you to try to get through mid-bottom. Here goes YZ.
Oh, gets a spot out. Don't think he was anticipating that whatsoever. Closes the gap, gets on top of Penny before the TP can come through. Patatek does manage to fight back, gets the trade. For one thus far is the drone coming in over the top, looking to try to get the spot out. Wall going to be sent. Patatek over Russia, TPing up over the top, ends up just getting dropped.
Deploying drone.
You just got K-Knight trying to maybe play for a timing here on the drone, but just cannot close that gap. They've been held at bay. They're going to have to assess if they can rewrap across towards that B site or if they have to just go for a save.
They've got a little bit of info with that Cypher cam. They're going to try to work towards that part of the map, but Team Liquid's going to use that opportunity, take a little bit more space, make sure that A is cleared out. And there's the neural theft. So Serial going to know for sure.
There's the trip. Cleared. Cam as well, getting the dart. Slows them up for a little bit longer as the market door broken open.
30
seconds. The lion's share of weight here on his shoulders. Gets a bit of damage across it. Oh, Keiko just straights into the headshot. Serial, though, trying to be the hero.
Take what's useful.
He gets it done. The 1-2 punch. Team Liquid now up 3-1.
He is having a whale of a time here on Sunset on the Cypher. Serial so ready. This is just a great round for Patatek. Making up for some of the wrongs maybe on Haven. He's had a really nice start. Able to take down YZ. YZ was ready for him to be on site. The crosshairs almost in the right spot, but Patatek was just a step faster. And that slowed down BLG's hit. And that really opened things up for Team Liquid because they're able to get their forces over. YZ thinking about B, not being subtle about this. It's a weaker buy now.
Strafing out into the open. Making it very easy for Kama to go ahead and collect that elimination.
I'm out of here.
That just very much brings a halt to any kind of pacey hit that BLG was looking for.
And they've really wanted to see if they could find openings at the front of B early. Team Liquid so well prepared for anything like that. They have shut it down every time. Now you gotta try the other side of the map. Knife there. Clear the corners. Penny though.
Enough to go ahead and get some interest in a rotate.
For sure. But this is BLG. You never know when they're just kind of setting up for a fake on the other side of the map.
That Cam tells all, why is he still swinging out? There's a firing squad waiting for him as Camo collects another elimination, and now, I mean, they're just worlds apart. K-Knight
30 seconds left.
Gonna try to escape, but Levy is trying to clear back sight over towards Alley. He's just dead to rights. TP4 Neff reading this well, but can he get the jump is going to be the question. Spots him out, lines up ahead. Does manage to find that K-Knight at the same time. Gets a shot there on a serial just at Market Door. Spike going to be planted a hell of a lot of damage off the overdrive there. Camo finds himself a 3K. K-Knight is not going to be able to get it done. Dead on the swing. Team Liquid with the defuse, now up by 3.
I think you got to be thinking about an early timeout here for Billy. Just kind of some odd decisions, trying to take some of these hero play battles, these isolated battles.
One enemy remaining.
And you know, Billy, I didn't see them doing this a ton in their region. But here today, with how scrappy things have been against Team Liquid, some of these unusual agent compositions they're running against, seems to have thrown them off a little bit with their mental. And yeah, absolutely, you've got to right the ship here. At the very least, you got to get them playing a bit more as a team. Get the comms under control. It's like you said, when YZ swings out there, just no reason for that.
No reason for that for Russia as well to start the round.
Yes.
So yeah, I think a couple screws coming loose here while trying to retighten them. This has got to be painful, frankly, to say the least for Billy. This is a series you come into and you should feel like, okay, we have this on lock. They don't have Max. They're playing with a guy who hasn't played on a stage this big since Reykjavik, and they've had 2 days of prep. Their team huddle at the start of this was basically the same length of the prep time coming into this tournament. And right now you find yourselves in a map 3 situation, down by 3 rounds.
Well, you got to worry about what happened on Haven. I mean, you had match point so many rounds in a row and you couldn't close it out. It goes into overtime and you can't close it out again. And now you're at a pretty big deficit early. 3 rounds down.
Full regen shields, and there's an outlaw in the hands of Patitech.
Oh boy. Look at their economy, he knows it.
Do some damage. Situated here top mid. Won't get too much of a glimpse in towards Tiles though before that smoke blooms. Recon cleared, just a slow drift forward here. Neff and YZ ready to try to pop flash, send it out through the smoke. Never gonna get caught there, but Kiko still able to find one as YZ gets taken down.
Take flight.
Neff on the trade, Null Command now popped as they storm their way forward onto the A side. Penny trying to hold the corner here. Slides back in towards the alley. Fights up against K-Knight, gets some damage in, but cannot confirm the kill. Player advantage now. Frank gets ready to come through, but Team Liquid in position to try to go for a flood retake. The fragment will delay.
Spike planted.
And Camo has to win this battle. Oh, and he cannot. K-Knight's got him.
He was looking back over towards main. Getting taken down. Serial flushed down. K-Knight coming alive here. 3K for the Sova. He's looking for a little bit more, but it's going to be enough to go ahead and close it out. Billy find their second round win in fairly clean fashion.
But it's them playing together here. Even though they push up through top mid and try to reroute over towards A, it's a 3-2 split. They're clearing a lot of space at the front of A. It's really just push through, and immediately there for the trade is Neff. That's the kind of thing Billy should be doing more of. And just holding their angles nicely. K-Knight having a really solid round there. And they needed that. They needed that big time.
Absolutely do. Now they're going to look to try to up the pace here. Just around the corner. Patitech taking an immense amount of damage there from the overdrive is okay. YZ pulled into the gulag. Swing around the corner. Clears it! Gets the headshot. Knocks Kiko out of the park. On the last player that you wanted to grab up with that ultimate.
I was just about to say it.
YZ. He's good for it. Now tucked in here behind the box. Swing from Neff about to come through. Relay bolts sent flying. YZ now ready to strike. Tucks back in. Covering fire is there.
Beautiful.
Neff bails him out, and Patitech can only find one more kill. Stops it from being a flawless, but Billy. Last 2 rounds. Looking worlds different from the start of this map.
Yeah, the back and forth here. The team play between YZ and Neff, so good. YZ is absolutely ridiculously talented. And Neff there playing this so nicely to back up his duelist. K-Knight again, good on those off angles. Making sure that everything is under control. Still have a Hunter's Fury here for K-Knight. Levius has a Neural Theft. Aditech has his ultimate as well. Ooh, out in the open! That's one for Camo with the Sheriff. No more found.
Hell of a shot, and now the Spike is stranded. You've got this quad stacked. Lucia has to burn the ult just to go ahead and scoop up the Spike.
Go, go, go.
Decent value found here for the side of Team Liquid.
And now you know.
Now in hand is Hunter's Fury. Also opened up, Aditech getting a tag on the one. There's the kill, YZ taken down. And the final pump gets Russia to boot.
I have retrieved the spike.
Team Liquid
I must wait a moment.
looking to keep this scoreline separated.
Just incredible. The info gathered off that one Sheriff kill. They know they have to rotate back over.
On Serial. Spots him out. They know where this Spike is going to end up. Plant to come through, but can they hold the line? Another weapon. Two more now picked up, and Serial striking first. K-Knight flushed out of market. Swing forward, gun barrel spot, but Levy is down to 1 HP. Can't do a damn thing. A 3K from Aditech. Running it back. After his performance on the previous map, Liquid maintain the lead. Get themselves a MasterCard Thrifty.
This is so nice for them. That early kill, again, Spike is down. You know that it has to be a reroute. And the info.
On the wall in mid.
Yep, the info from the Cypher util as well. Able to set up that Hunter's Fury. Just beautifully handled by Team Liquid. And that was a thrifty. That's brutal for Billy. It looked like they were maybe going to be able to get themselves back into this. Team Liquid answers right back.
Go, go.
Jump into the corner, YZ. A ton of damage.
Oh my God.
Yep, there's the double damage as well. Pushed forward. Levy is nearly finding the timing, but still can't get the kill. Serial stays alive.
He didn't clear it.
And nothing cleared out. Both trips still intact on this B site. Levius's little adventure not really working out for him. Penny on the Jiggle Peak, just setting out the paranoia. Forces them back away, buys a bit more time.
Let's see how aggressive Team Liquid wants to be. They know that this is going to be A now. No presence at the B site at all. This has to be explosive for Billy.
0 Point does get the reveal here onto Camo. Penny swinging out, able to strike, finding one. Kiko similarly though peeking in. Self-elimination, holds down K-Knight. Russia on the swing. We'll find one. The backstab now trying to be activated here from Levius. Let's again get some damage in, but cannot confirm that kill.
30 seconds left.
Spike still on the floor here at backside. Russia swinging on the corner. Does he find the timing? Yes, he does. Neural Step now invested. Serial getting the reveal here. They line up for him, but he cannot quite pull the trigger. 4 kills for Russia, 4 rounds for BLG, just 1 separating.
Oh, that was scary for Billy. They get the trades on the way through. This time they TP Russia up on top of the box again.
This time it works.
And this time it works, exactly. And it's because the teammates are there to back him up. The site's clear for him. So he's able to press the advantage. And he's able to regroup with Levius. That was kind of the thing that had me concerned there for a second, was Levius was completely cut off from Russia. And Team Liquid knew, and they kind of had to decide which way they wanted to go. They opened up just enough space there for Russia to sneak through, back over in towards Link. Now it's going to be Team Liquid's turn for a timeout to try to figure this out. I mean, they make some pretty good reads here, but BLG getting that teamwork in order, finding those really important trades. That's really started to turn this map around for them. But man, this Team Liquid team, they are so fun to watch today. They have really showed up with about the shortest amount of practice time you can possibly fathom.
Yeah.
And they have looked really good.
Streets ahead of our expectations.
And if you weren't expecting it, you were streets behind.
Very true. Well, it's going to be a bit of a change up here. There's Penny getting an operator, handed over by Kiko. Do some half armors, but BLG on the attack, not looking to bring an Outlaw to bear. Let's see if this catches them off guard. For now, Penny just going to be situated over this A alley. Trying to see if he can find a target. Put that off to good use.
Definitely unorthodox.
Quick clear on the dart. Nothing going to be started. Nothing going to be found there.
But you got to be careful if YZ accelerates.
Oh, okay. Well, now you know. Why is he looking for the punish? He's able to find it up on the floor. Penny has dropped. BLG. Sight is wide open for the taking.
Just the instincts there from YZ.
How are you meant to try to retake this? The null command now as well. In your face is just nullifying everything. Kiko does manage to find one. That's the first step. The reswing out. YZ whipping. Camo comes up with the kill. One noted a shoulder, an elbow spotted. The jiggle peek confirming as Risha trying to go for the reposition there, but gets caught. TP in hand. Patatek able to put him down. He's still low on HP, but he's still fighting back. Finds that kill, leaves it out all to Neff. Ring around the rosy. Shorty v Shorty, but Neff has got the lower end of this deal, but he's just playing time. He's dancing on him. And he will get the Red Bull clutch to tie it up at 5-5.
Neff's done it again. Another big clutch for Billy when they absolutely needed this. I mean, just madness here, but this is what I was worried about off the rip, is that if you get spotted by the utility, or in this case, if you
YZ
get jiggled, you just get jiggled by YZ, and then he runs at you, you're dead. You can't TP away from that. Neon's too fast. It's got them on their feet.
Couple plays away from K-Knight asking if somebody on the opposite side of the stage is okay. They are right to be.
Well, energy's not here, so.
No, they're not. Keiko staying tucked here in mid, trying to catch him off guard. Bit of an unorthodox position to play from. Toggle on the cam, only gets the spot here onto Camo. Identifying one, but this is all to try to disguise. Patatek now goes for the strike, but only gets a tiny bit of damage there onto Neff's shoulder. They lose Serial in the process. TP to check over onto the A site. Nothing going to be spotted there. Still lingering, lurking, but not able to find the shot. Gets taken down. Camo now dead. It's Penny with this judge to try to be the difference maker. He's forward though, and he has no idea. YZ's just outdone him in every single facet, as it's a flawless round for BLG to get to 6.
I must wait a moment.
Last round before
now
the switch.
BLG starting to have their finger on the pulse of this match. They're understanding the way that Team Liquid is trying to approach some of these trap plays, and they're out-dueling them now. Rushia there, waiting for a little bit of help after he gets the identification that there's a couple players setting up a crossfire. YZ is one of the trickiest Neons I've seen. He's been finding these crazy flank angles. Back to Haven, over to here now. He's so smart sometimes with the way that he plays. Just finds these openings in Team Liquid's defenses.
Slippery as Levius has him lined up here at top mid. Kiko and Patatek both gunned down. Serial now to try to hold down this B site. The Hunter's Fury, however, is perfectly dialed in on him, and YZ will come away with a headshot. Pushing forward here into the smoke. Camo dead. YZ instantaneous. The overdrive pops because why the hell not? It's the last round of the half, and Penny would have to pull off an ace clutch. Hits the paranoia, holds him off for now, but he cannot delay the inevitable. It's just going to be the one kill found. 7-5 at the half. Billy in with the lead.
What a bounce back for Billy. A good start for Liquid, but it crumbles as the half wears on.
Liquid's been good about the pistols since Haven. They've scooped up those last 3. Feels like they're absolutely going to be needing that 4th and final one here as we go to the second half of this one. But for now, we'll send it away to a quick little break for halftime.
One enemy remaining.
All right, we're about to go back in to Sunset here to settle this series. BLG in the lead by 2 rounds, 7-5 at the half. Those last 4 especially were absolutely electric from the Chinese squad.
I'm just so impressed with the way that they're able to regroup after a rough start, after a devastating loss on Haven. One timeout, and they're really able to get things going again. The Coinbase Econ report looks like, you know, nobody's really...
It's scrappy.
Yeah, it's been, well...
I think, yeah, it just kind of goes to show that they've just been beating the piss out of each other, to be frank and to be blunt. But Neff has been running it back clearly across those last little streak of rounds that Billy were able to pick up.
Well, he just hit his stride. I mean, we saw it on Haven as well, where he had a couple huge multi-kill rounds to change the tempo, change the pace for Billy. You know, a guy who was on the Ascension winning Bleed team and is now here on the big stage with Billy again. And he's a glue guy. He's there to be good with the util. Saw a little bit of a whoopsie on Haven, but he has had some phenomenal moments.
Well, by TMV standards, being a glue guy, maybe not the best thing.
That's true.
Be.
I mean, in terms of keeping the team cohesion,
yes,
not slowing everybody down.
Precisely. A 0 point over the top. Doesn't get cleared. Get a decent amount of info, but Russia able to just go ahead off the rip, find a kill. Flashback. Ammo dead. Neff. Listen, that pop flash smoke just blew. Full blind there on a Serial, but he is still able to get himself onto the site. Flush out the enemy Omen. 4v4, Patatek. 24 HP, but no real damage.
So you have a way around this?
Particularly, has to clear it out, so eyes can be set back behind him. Gunbarrel spotted. That's going to be a headshot through the box here as K-Knight doing an immense amount of damage. Only confirming the 1 kill. Real position now going to be noted. YZ is just mowing him down with a frenzy in hand. The pistol cannot be found. Billy will stretch their lead, now up 8-5.
Yeah, just stellar patience here on the retake from BLG. They make sure that they can get YZ into position before they really start committing to the fights. And Team Liquid kind of gives the script away in a few of those moments, takes some shots, kind of reveals where they're trying to hide. Ridiculous. Just free fire. And then YZ shows up to the party, and he is the life of the party for sure.
That's just a demonic pop-off.
I love it, Neff.
Such a good series overall. Smoke blooms. Not going to be able to get the spot out there on Camo's push, but market door gets shut. He's going to continue to try to swing forward, but they've given up the position. They've given the space over, so they're anticipating this aggression.
Yeah, Billy happy to try to use their weapon advantage, set up these longer range fights. Don't let some of those close range guns take you down. Those classics don't get in the right click range. Couple sheriffs though, and a ghost. So actually, a little bit of firepower here for Team Liquid, especially on Kiko on that ISO. You can find some value there. Could be all of a sudden a different round, but Team Liquid has managed to suss this out, starting to lean towards the weak side.
Oh, that's a spot out there, playing off the one-way. Russia just mows down 2. Serial, Patatek both dead. 1 bullet remaining in the mag, has to go ahead and go for the reload. But now go for the repeat. And that is going to be Russia coming away with 3. Billy not looking to let Liquid back into this, at least not in any kind of thrifty fashion.
Could you imagine if he swung with that 1 bullet and got the kill? Like,
I could imagine. We've seen crazier things.
I thought he was going to do it for a second.
He's been playing like a madman.
I mean, Billy is kind of let loose. They're unleashed. And they are thriving. They've got a 4-round lead coming into their bonus. It's only a couple Spectres, Guardian, Bulldog, Sheriff for Neff. Bit of a spot, but nothing super interesting there. Just the Sentinel identified. Liquid looking to set up an A-hit. Gonna lead the way with the drone.
Double damage, looking for the punish here. Just running it down here is Camo, but K-Knight is there. The layers are there to back this up. Quick clear on the drone. Shock Dart going to be sent. K-Knight eating a bit of damage, sees the wall. Shock of his own. soften up the players here a bit. Ends up getting dodged. Site open, plant in the open as well.
Planted.
Spike in play. YZ once again trying to swing around from the back, but has to clear this wire.
Just trying to math away that he doesn't have to shoot it.
Oh, getting spotted.
Oh my.
Good for one, looks for two. Can't quite make that happen. Oblivious still there, running and gunning with that Spectre in hand, but Serial absolutely devours them. The 4K, but that is still a damn good bonus for Billy. Team Liquid, though, stopping the conversion.
I just love the proactivity that we're seeing from Billy on this defender side, getting YZ out into the open early, getting ready for these retakes, coming from a bunch of different angles, pushing. I mean, they line up for him there, but he still collects.
Just not getting the relay from YZ fast enough. And he was playing there at main. Liquid still able to scrape together for a decent purchase.
YZ's got an outlaw, though.
And he does, and everyone is vulnerable to it. Patatek already eating a bit of damage as well. Clear on the camera. It's 3 players here on this side. Relay bolt to try to delay. Fragment try to cut off market access, and K-Knight finds both duelists of Liquid. Kao, Keiko both gonna be taken down. Thrown now out onto the corner, gets the spot here onto Serial. Spike still in market. Swing coming through, YZ able to find one. Serial gonna be dropped. YZ on the repeak, loses his head. But Patatek is completely contained within the corner, and it's gonna be a 3-player high-low. BLG not allowing for Liquid to string together consecutive round wins in this half. They get themselves now up to 10.
Hey, they're just doing a great job delaying. Playing just enough stall. And then the reveal comes through there as well. K-Knight collects. YZ on those flank angles has been really impactful. So many big moments. And there, you know, I mean, you've got Liquid corralled. You've got them trapped. And things just crumble. Now you got to think of a way out of this. Vi's going to be a little bit shaky for Team Liquid coming into this next round. They do have a couple ults, they do have a Hunter's Fury, they do have a Neural Theft, so there's some ways that they can turn this round on its head for sure. We've already seen them pull off a Thrifty.
Yeah.
But
pretty desperately need another one right here.
Yeah.
Patatek looking like he might be risking his entire economy. Flies down to get a Vandal into the hands of Kiko. One and a half. That impact from the ISO. One charge away from having the kill contract online.
So again, you've got a lot of options here as Liquid actually coming into this. I like this timeout a lot because you can talk about 2 things. You can talk about how you want to cycle these ults for this round, get that orb for Kiko, get him into a position where he's using the kill contract, not on YZ hopefully, and somebody else, and then you can use the Hunter's Fury maybe. Scale up in the site. If you've got that kill, then you can use the Neural Theft. Like, you can actually shut BLG out of this round if you can get all the cards into place.
Let's see how they start this. That's a fantastic way to kick this off. As Serial back to back, gorgeous headshots with 2 players down on the floor. Neural Theft now getting the reveal, spotting out this attempted aggression from A.
It's
the
you
plant will
and
now
me.
come through, and Levius, there is no escape other than to fight your way through. Walls falling, Kiko narrowly surviving.
And
Snaps
that's
back
the
through,
end.
full HP, full armor, and Russia and K-Knight just have to drift away and save. The timeout call from Liquid working a treat.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, Billy thinking they can maybe catch Team Liquid off guard, go for a tiles hit, and it just gets shut right down. Serial has continued to be a real menace on the Cypher. Neff just caught sleeping there. Maybe wasn't expecting Serial to go for another peek, but you got a Sheriff and you're feeling it, why not? You can throw that Neural Theft in there. Kiko's got his ult. And it is all good to go. Another MasterCard Thrifty here for Team Liquid. And they've cut the lead back down to 3.
And it's a flawless Thrifty at that.
Unreal.
Serial now tying alongside Risha there at the top of the board. Just such crisp shots to be found. He just recover into the control theft there. Fantastic value found. Team Liquid still hanging on by a thread in this map. Still with a chance to take this series for themselves. Need 3 more to tie things up. Camo lined up there for the moment. Hunter's Fury going to be coming through. Wisey is not ready. Penny got his wide swings on him. He's able to find the kill. Neff does. They have to go ahead and pick up one, but Camo's made his way through alley. Finds Russia, gets Neff. Sight wide open. Some shots from K-Knight, but once again, you've got 2 players left standing, and BLG are going to go for the save once more.
Yeah, if you can break through those initial defenses, things just crumble for these defenders. And Rishi again trying to TP up on that box, and it just is a little too late. I mean, I think teams are, obviously it's been a while since we've seen this map and not respecting the speed of the Neon sometimes. We've seen it on this very moment where the Neon's coming through and you're trying to TP somewhere and the Neon's quicker.
Yeah. Or it looks like maybe a little bit of hunting to be done.
Gotta go.
Plenty of money. Want to get these weapons out of hands, make this as costly for BLG as you possibly can. Double stack setup though. Levius situated on the cameras. That should be foot spotted, but K-Knight will be able to get the headshot. So Camo does get shut down.
Guys, can we do it like this? Look, put the Cypher cage here. Pop the cage. Penny.
And we'll never know what he said. We'll never find out what the rest of that strategy was.
Talking about the execute. Throw the Cypher cage, throw some util, and get on in. I mean, YZ had a chance.
He hit YZ with a sleep dart. Wasn't ready at all for the swing on the corner.
Go.
He's got the op. Cut down for a Guardian.
He's got the op, but he's on the wrong side of the map to try to utilize it here. Camo caught by the tripwire. Levius is able to find one. Immediately sends out that neural theft. Breaks the shield of Pico, but ends up falling, so the reset comes through. Hunter's Fury going across. Neff, the fragment, able to find Pico. Pat-attack body back for 1. Neff left on the floor. A 3v2. YZ now getting into position.
Spike down A.
Flushed out by the shock dart. Serial once again has to try to clutch things out, but YZ will find the value. BLG will once again keep Team Liquid back. 3 rounds separating once more. BLG 2 away from taking this series.
And this is back to some of the stuff we saw in Haven from BLG, where you leave YZ on his own with a sniper rifle and you stack the other side of the map. And Team Liquid falls right into the trap. Great util combos there to flush Pico out. Everybody getting involved for Billy. They got Neff Salt, the Neon ult. Oh my god.
He's just basically pre-firing the angle. Breaks the shield, hits the headshot. Now the null command's gonna be popped, and it seems like they have a pretty damn good idea of where Penny went with that TP. Pat-attack able to find 1. Penny puts them down. They line up, and Penny comes up with 3.
Enemy down.
Ends up falling to the wayside. The res can come through. It's a hell of a lot faster than it used to be. The spike is planted, and Camo is here for the backstab. Neff is well tagged. That shot got him through the box.
Flash.
Down to 50 HP. Seems like the heroics of Penny may have just been enough to go ahead and get them at least this extra round win. He's gonna try to fight this out, but they're a lot closer than he anticipated. Team Liquid not going quietly into the night.
And it's Penny again. Steps up for Liquid. It looks like this is just done and dusted. I mean, Rushia gets a free kill. It's a 3v5. And then Penny's had enough. They line up right into his crosshairs. They get the res, and they are not ready for Camo to be back there already. Just a great timing play for Penny.
Every round, it's like an M. Night Shyamalan film. If you think you know where it's going, and then it just goes a completely different direction.
What a twist. Now you're on a weaker buy. You invested so much to get those operators going.
Ooh, put a pre-fire there. Some chip damage onto the Neon.
But again, Neff has his ult, and they're still going to put a rifle on him. I do find this interesting, but Neff's good enough, again, that I understand. They're just looking for any kind of info that they can get, but a repop of the smoke is going to make it hard to get any info.
Fast lane set up.
Oh my God.
Not going to get the clear here, but also not going to get them baited forward. They managed to get K-Knight in the perfect position, but Team Liquid, they make the right choice. They successfully strafe away. Pushing out. Paranoid tucks in back sight, and Serial through the smoke just gets a headshot on the YZ. Maybe some noise made to try to give it away, but this Judge isn't going to find too much else other than a bit of damage.
30 seconds left.
Spike now to be planted with just
Spike
this
planted.
ghost. Camo taking point. Ooh. Taking names, finds the kill, Neff dead, and that's the other two players once again having to go for a save. Team Liquid, barring any deaths on the hunt, they are going to get themselves within touching distance, 1 round separating in flawless fashion.
Just what tremendous diligence being shown here by Team Liquid. A bunch of traps set up by BLG, one on each side of the map. And they're able to just not fall for the one on B, go over to A, where there's the Judge, and you put a cam right outside of the smoke that forces Rushia back. He tries to hide the Judge, switches over to Classic to clear it. They still sniff it out. Oh boy, that's big.
That is catastrophic. Money's not really there. You can see half armors across the board as the timer gets paused, and it seems like it's going to be a timeout call here from Billy Billies. What?
Dude, Serial is just feeling it. That is filthy.
Need an admin to check that PC. That is ridiculous. Yeah, I think it accurately summarizes this entire series. All of the expressions we just saw.
Basically.
Final timeout call used here by Billy to try to just eke out these last 2 round wins. Team Liquid nipping at their heels.
It's tough. I mean, you've had so many things start to go right, and then it crumbles, and each time feels like you're back on track. One of the other teams just is right back in it. They found an answer. I mean, credit to both squads. They are fighting tooth and nail today. It has just been a tremendous series.
Absolutely has been. And I mean, the scoreline this tight, all timeouts used. Overtime?
Sure, why not? I'm about it. I'm here.
We wouldn't mind it. Toronto, how about you guys? You want to see another overtime?
This is a nice spot.
We'll see if we can make that happen. For now, though, some rifles and a Guardian for BLG. And the aforementioned half armors, 2 of them regen. No Outlaw on the attack, though, for Team Liquid to try to capitalize off that.
Kiko's got his ult. Something to be wary of for sure.
Oh, no. YZ dragged in once again. Can he get the victory? The answer is yes, he absolutely can, but now he's going to be likely at risk as he snaps back in. No, he's just fighting right back. Serial Penitect, 2 minutes, go ahead. Trade back a couple kills, but suddenly Serial left all alone. Tripwire gives the position away, swings in, spots one, and Levius is there. Close angle, shuts him down. BLG up to match point. Team Liquid need 2 in a row to get that OT.
Liquid trying to scale off the back of Kiko's ult.
I'm out of
It's
here.
but they're so ready for it. And this is, again, the worst player possible.
And YZ should be in the worst position possible coming out of this, but they're just not looking for him.
They're all just focused on Levius. And he plays it brilliantly. Hits his shots when he needs to most. And that's got YZ pumped. 1 more round. And BLG's got it.
Hunter's Fury, the overdrive. 1 away from a neural theft here for Liquid. Just YZ's ult from BLG.
Use a drone to check the front of B site here. Being left open a bit. Here's the cam.
Nowhere!
Here we go.
You're going to be set down. Camo not able to find too much of anything there. Pat Attack does manage to go ahead and get a pick onto Levius, as well as a pump of damage onto Neff. Puts him to 70. It opens up the site for the spike to now be planted. Drone trying to lead out. YZ overdrive popped. Wrapping back around. It's Boba side. K-Knight finding one. He doesn't check the box. Kiko striking. It's only able to find the one though. YZ zaps them all to death. The defuse to come in, and that's BLG closing out the series. 13-10 on Sunset, 2-1 on the set.
What a great series to close out the first day of Masters Toronto. Couldn't have asked for anything better. A phenomenal back and forth, but just barely it is going to be Billy who is going to go up to 1-0 here in Swiss.
We knew it was going to be scrappy. We knew it was going to be chaotic, especially after seeing the comps locked in here for Team Liquid. But credits to them. They come in with the deck stacked against them. They don't have Nats, their hero player, their top fragger, their IGL. And they still manage to take this a distance and play it damn close. Billy certainly are going to be sweating after they scrape by with this victory. But as you said, that does lock them in as a 1-0 team here for the redraw in Swiss. They can help breathe a sigh of relief and get ready to try to prep for the next opponent. But we're going to go ahead and send it down to Jen, who's going to be standing by for a Horizon post-match interview.
Hey, everybody make some noise for Billy! YZ, we need to chat over here. Valora, I need you. Over here in the middle, yes. You are YZ, okay. The GOAT. Oh, where's YZ? YZ! I'm blind right now with the flashing lights. Okay, YZ. My man, close game, right? Well, first one in the bag. How great does that feel?
今天确实是一场非常焦灼的战局，但是最终你们赢下来了这场比赛的胜利。那你现在感觉有多开心呢？能分享一下你的心情吗？
就很开心吧，能够第一次在这么大的场馆里，然后就这么多人，然后拿下我们后面的 BLG 的第一次世界赛的首胜，就很开心吧。
I feel truly happy because we stand in such a big arena and in front of the crowd. They are very passionate. And now it's our new roster, new BLG, and it's our first win on global stage. So I'm truly happy.
Yeah, you seem super excited after the sunset ended. But I feel like every round in this series was super unpredictable. You know, a lot of curveballs thrown from Team Liquid side. So how much of a challenge was that for you?
其实今天这场比赛里 ，Team Liquid 他们确实有很多出人意料的地方，尤其是可能他们3张地图的阵容，确实有的时候让人有一些意想不到。那对你来说，所有的这些意料之外的东西，到底有多有挑战性呢？
其实就是他们的打法也是很独特吧，但是也比较简单。然后我们教练在看了几回合之后，就做了很好的针对吧，就让我们一直去破解他们的阵型就好。
I think their playstyle is very unique, but also it's very simple. After our coach investigate their game, their rounds, and they know how to deal with them. And he told us, and we know how to do.
Okay, well, congratulations once again, YZ. Enjoy the support and celebration with the fans.
现在可以和粉丝互动了，恭喜你们！ Billy, they have done it. Their first win here at Masters Toronto on the global stage. I'm your host, Yingsu. I've got Mel here with me and a very special guest. Neff, congratulations. That was a tremendous a match you guys played. I know some of your teammates, they've had the taste of victory on the global stage before against NRG, but this is your first global win, so how does that feel?
I mean, it feels absolutely amazing. I mean, thinking back on the Champions 2024, I mean, we had a terrible run and I'm still filled with regrets from the tournament. And this tournament, I put in my all. I grinded the game every day and I'm proud that we achieved this win together as a team. Yep.
I wanted to ask you, your individual form right now is really good on top of IGLing. I want to ask you, what's your secret? What do you do?
I'm gonna fix your mic so we can hear you properly. Yeah, go.
There's like no secret, I guess. I mean, I just spend my time like reviewing my own demos as well as other teams' competitions, and for my own individual performance, I just play the game. You know, DM, range, all that aim lab and kind of stuff. I just do all those, and with the help of my teammates, I'm happy that they also trust me in my IGLing, and that also helps me in my overall performance. Yeah.
You are clutching left, right, and center out there, Neff. Talk me through some of those moments. I think we saw like a crazy good clutch on Haven, the 1v2, and then the ring around the Rosie 1v1 on Sunset as well. Do you just already feel very comfortable on that stage?
At first it was kind of like shaky on the first map of Icebox. Like I didn't have like a good start, and then on Haven, you know, I slowly found my form, and then for the Haven clutch, you know, the Phoenix altered, and I knew I had to kill him in that moment, right? And then in the 1v2, I just played time. And for the second clutch on Sunset, you know, when I was around the box, I was just thinking about Davai clutch back then.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You should go for that. Yeah. Can I ask, you just had such an intense series, and you're up here and you just sound very calm, very cool and collected. On the inside, are you still like a lot of adrenaline, or is this just how you are?
No, I mean, definitely I'm still very hyped, and like it's just like I just want to speak clearly and give away my thoughts, you know, to everyone. Yep.
Oh,
you just seem ice cold, bro.
Yeah, I love that. Oh, look at this clip as well. Oh my goodness. What were you talking? What were you saying?
I was saying, nice! And then, can you defuse the bomb, please?
Looking at some of the comps we saw today, these were your comps, but on the side of Team Liquid, they ran some pretty funky stuff. Was there at any point when you saw the Agent Select Festival, did you expect any of those crazy comps? And second of all, did you at any point feel like, oh, this is kind of free, you know, I know what to do against this?
Not really. I think, I mean, obviously like Net's gonna come, right? They're IGL and a very good player, and we knew that they are obviously gonna make some changes with Penny coming in, and he's a duelist player, right? So we kind of expected like double duelist comps coming out. Although it was kind of funky to take care of it at the start, but in the end we just adapted and we just played our own game.
Yeah, sounds about right. So I'm guessing it wasn't very much anti-stratting, it was more just adapting on the fly what you were coming up with. And is there anyone else in the team that helps you out with some of the mid-rounding and some of the prep and the ideas?
Definitely, like this is definitely not a one-man job by me. I mean, many people are giving ideas, including like all the players as well. But mostly it will be like YZ and Knight. I mean, we have played together for like very long time now, and I think we just have that chemistry going. And they are also very smart in the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, we even heard YZ out here just talking a little bit about how, yeah, they have a unique playstyle, but it is simple. And he gave a lot of credit to Coach Bale. So also talk me through how Bale has been helping you guys with these counters and these game plans.
I think Bill is just like very strategic, you know, as a coach, and then like he does a lot of like anti-strat, and then like although this particular match like we couldn't really anti-strat as well because, you know, obviously they had a substitute, but I think overall he just helps with like the overall gameplay and our own personal mechanics as well, and just gives a lot of feedback to us.
Yeah, I'm looking in my prompter here, and this is like a, what's the word when it's like self-inflicted? No, it's friendly fire to myself because yeah, here we go. Oh goodness. Chronicle, thanks for this. EMEA is cooked.
Oh, God.
What do we think?
Yeah.
Yeah?
EMEA is cooked, burnt even.
Did you watch the game, the PaperX Heretics game earlier?
Yeah, I mean, PaperX is just insane, you know.
Do you know what? The Southeast Asian boys are making all the noise right now, you know?
True. Very true.
Yeah, and I know you're close with a lot of them, you know, even some of your former The Bleed guys, a lot of them made it here as well. So how happy are you to see everyone from back in the days to make it, and also to be winning, because PaperX won very dominantly.
Yeah, I mean, PaperX is just insane, right? I mean, they are just very good as a team, and I didn't like qualifying for this tournament like as the last out of my friends. I was just like very happy to get to see like the former Bleed boys, you know. In the end, I mean, in the past, like after we won Ascension, like things definitely like did not go well, and then we all know what happened to Bleed, right? And I'm just happy to just see everyone reunited again. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's time now that people maybe stop underestimating some of the regions and teams and players, because in our poll earlier, I have beef with you guys that voted in that poll. So we asked everybody who they thought, which region they thought were going to win Masters Toronto, and CN only got 3% of the vote. That's outrageous, right, Neff? That's not on.
I mean, my thinking is that everyone is entitled to their own opinions, you know.
Even if they're wrong.
Even if they are wrong, yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, CN is definitely not a weak region, even though, like, of course, EDG couldn't make it, unfortunately. The other three teams that qualify, us, Wolves, and XLG, are all forced to be recommended, and I think that no one should be looking down on us. Yep.
I wanted to ask, now that you're here on the international stage again and you've won a match, is there any teams that you're looking forward to playing? Maybe some of your friends, or any beef we should be aware of?
Maybe for my other two teammates, they probably want to play Fnatic, right, with Crashes. For me, I kind of want to play Sentinels, you know, because I think they are a very interesting team and like, they have very good players, and I really want to face off against Zaken and the hype man Zelsis.
I'm glad you said that, because tomorrow when we come back and show you the other two matches, at the end of that, as we take a look at the bracket, there will be a draw show, which means if Sen win their game, Nef, there will be a very real chance that you could actually draw them and play up against them. But the lower bracket is where I am getting sweaty, because Mel, Liquid could end up playing Heretics for the elimination game, which will mean that EMEA is definitely cooked if that happens.
It's fully cooked at that point. Like, there's no returning. Like, it's gonna be kind of over.
Yeah, and since you do get a little day off tomorrow, Nef, and the schedule here, it says that we got Sen versus Wolves and then Genji versus MIBR. Who's your money on? Who do you think is gonna win those two games?
Sentinels and Wolves. I mean, of course, I have to give to my boy Juicy and the Fady at Wolves, right? I think Wolves hopefully will win the match. And for Genji and MIBR, I mean, my Pacific team Genji, you know.
Ooh,
okay.
but you wanted to play Icebox too, right? I saw an interview.
Yeah, but I gotta support the Asia boys, you know.
I love that.
Comes first.
I love that. I love that. I love
Yeah.
that. But thank you very much,
Thank you so
for
much.
joining us. Massive congratulations once again, and thank you, Mel, as well, for being here with me. We are going to be back with more games and more Valorant action tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Have a lovely night, and we'll see you then. 12 teams have traveled to the Great White North, but only one will walk away with a trophy and the glory. This is a rematch for the Aegis to kick us off at Masters Toronto, but a lot has changed since the last time they met.
Getting up on this B side. Once again, C's thrown in. Jing disrespects the Razorbinder. Boo is absolutely not ready for that. He's wrapped around with the judge of this more where that came from, apparently. Extricates himself, but now the boys are back. Flooding into the link. Ruthless.
Nice. Let's go, boys.
All this util not opening the side up enough. Miniboo's going to go for it. He's having to find two. And that's the best Heretics have looked this game. And it's not even close to enough.
What a showing.
Unreal.
Stunning from Paper Rex. Absolutely stunning. Paper Rex Jing is pushed up, but he can't connect.
Messy stuff. Divine Forsaken now, got to pick it up, but there is Forsaken. Quick response.
Oh, he's susceptible to just one shot from it, but he's able to get out of the way, but he can't. Red by Riens.
Trying to get him out of the outro. Does he have a timing on Boo? Spots him out. Util in hand. Divine is divine. What a Red Bull clutch. And our Heretics know they really can't play off the side. They've got to commit. They've got to challenge this. Not too shabby there from Miniboo, but Jing.
Flooding to the This is winnable. Patman's too far away.
Can he get a touch? Unreal. The Red Bull clutch. A crucial one here for Wood as Wingman does the job. Patman hears him. How is he here already? The conditioning utterly broken on the side of Heretics, and now it's up to Boo again. 30 points of health to try and slow the PRX train down, but choo-choo, baby. We have more than left the station. Paper Rex have arrived in the 6.
We have seen a lot of super subs over the last 5 years. Today, Penny makes his return to the global stage and see if he can do some damage with this Team Liquid.
Up and over the top, but have the secondary peek in from Camo. Gives them the advantage back into their hands. And Russia's just getting overwhelmed, separating a bit. Is up and over the top. He's just got no idea. Kika will collect it, and that's going to be Liquid guaranteed the lead here at the half. Fragment at his feet, previously tagged up, but Patek now going to be on the floor. Resible, but Camo and Penny both end up falling. Drop down, Serial taken out. Kika trying to make this happen. Has to go for the repeat, and Rochelle nearly gets it done. 4v4 now on the retake. Still just that operator in hand. The push forward there, not reading K9's position, and they're not calming it either. K9 finding himself a third, as it is just Penny, the hometown hero, to try to make it happen, but with 8 HP, he's not doing jack. 13-10, BLG. Playing in from the top of the ramp, is able to find that elimination, just trading it out, trying to get protected as Penny holds his ground for another. Quick clear, the spot out. K9 able to find one, Levius gets himself a third, and there's the fourth. Serial dead from above, as it now comes down to Penny. It's been a while since he's been on a master stage like this. A curveball in hand, but he doesn't need it. Red Bull clutch off the back of the 3K. Gets some damage in, but cannot confirm the kill there. And Serial fighting back for 2 more. It's all on Livius. The swing in, finds a headshot, but Serial gets it done! 16-14! We are not done yet! Eco just managed to find 1. That's the first step. The re-swing out, Wisey whiffing. He's still low on HP, but he's still fighting back. Finds that kill, leaves it out all to Neff. Ring around the rosy, Shorty v Shorty, but Neff, he's got the lower end of this deal, but he's just playing time. He's dancing on him, and he will get the Red Bull clutch to tie it up at 5.
Oh my!
Good for 1, looks for 2. Can't quite make that happen, but Livius still there, running and gunning with that Spectre in hand, but Serial absolutely devours them. Boba side, K-Knight finding 1. He doesn't check the box. Kiko striking. It's only able to find the 1 though. Wisey zaps them all to death. And that's BLG closing out the series.
What a great series to close out the first day of Masters Toronto.
So I see clearer. Over here you tell your friends I think I need help. Dreaming about the girl you want, but I can't be her. Sabotage is on my mind, cause you're a keeper. No, it doesn't work, no, it couldn't hurt. But what if I'm the first one who sees a curse? Barefoot on the floor, I won't shut the door. Cause how could I be sure, never tried before. Looking in the mirror and I close my eyes, spinning all around like I'm hypnotized, saying all the words, even all the lies. Cause I don't wanna go, I don't wanna try. Here I go, on the road, riding home. I decompose in all your clothes. You're so ordinary. If I try and I win in the game, in the end, then I might try to set fires in February. If it works, it'll hurt, cause nothing could be worth trying to love you the right way. It's way too scary, no fun, can't run once you're done. Once you say those 2 words, it reminds me of Bloody Mary. I can't take it, I can't fake it, I won't make it, so I won't say it. I would hate it, I would break it, I can't shake this, so I won't say it. Here I go, on the road, riding home. I decompose in all your clothes.